Chapter should be out. Let's reload. Reload. R for reload. Oh, I'm gonna make sure my audio is like echoing backwards at me. Oh, look who's back. Oh, look who's back. The girlfriend in Impulse 2? Okay, there's something. Should this silence it? No. Sorry, I'm just trying to mute. Okay. Am I muted now? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I could hear myself. What? But the thing with mommy earlier. Okay, red hell. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh, no. My timeline is full of erotic stuff in my recommendations. Oh, yeah, this is the worst. This is the worst where like you're just scrolling and you happen to talk about certain things or say certain things and your timeline just says, "You know what? Fuck you. Here's your Twitter timeline. Just a bunch of porn." Right? You can't even fucking watch anything in peace. You can't even fucking scroll in peace because your Twitter timeline is just fucked. Fitting choice of words. My girlfriend in the Impulse 2. Interesting visual. Interesting visual direction. Oh, that looks like Ruka. Oh no. She doesn't have the eyebrows. I like the emphasis on the eyebrows. They don't look like hers. She kind of looks like a mix of like Sumi and Ruka, which is probably going to offend some people. The Sumi fans are going to be upset. Damn it. Ricochet keeps giving me those fresh memories. Please, Elon, hurry up and make a device that can cleanse your mind. These are totally different people. Oh God, dude, Twitter, people on Twitter who like fucking hate Elon are gonna take this as such surface level. They're gonna read this as such surface level. Oh, Reiji must like Elon, right? Reiji must like Elon Musk because he said this. That's kind of funny because in the manga, it's like they made it canon that the Shiunji family people bought Twitter and called it K. How is Elon canon in this? That makes no fucking sense. Whatever. And now every girl with a short black hair looks like her to me. Actually, I don't think I've jacked off in 2 days or so. Maybe I need to relieve myself. I've been busy. Oh, this should be interesting. Seriously, what am I supposed to do? I'm avoiding her for the moment, but who knows when she'll try and do something again. It was right here in this bed that it happened. If I don't if I didn't come right then, what would have happened? My body froze and she was serious. Would we have really gone all the way? To be honest, I'm super curious. After all, I'm a virgin. A little squirrel cowering before its own lust. Sorry to everyone overseas. Huh. Sorry to everyone overseas. This is kind of interesting. It's like I think Reiji knows that. Oh yeah, people are not gonna like this. Hey, overseas people, I know you're like offended by this. Sorry in advance. Also, he probably knows this is gonna be like censored beyond fucking comprehension. Right? He probably also knows it's gonna be censored beyond comprehension. You're you're too good, Kazuya. I'm so stupid. That's literally the definition of cheating, straight up. How am I supposed to confess my feelings to Mizuhara when I'm acting like this? So, okay, so mommy was a red herring? Or are we going to see something later? That's weird. That's one hell of a red herring, right? That's a straight up bait and switch, right? For someone who claims to hate bait and switches, that felt like a bait and switch. Huh. That reminds me, she already rejected me once before. Everything was so chaotic after that. I didn't have time to feel sad. But just remembering it makes me feel super bad with Ruka-chan. Like Yamori-san said, if we were dating for real, then maybe none of this would have happened. I think I can get away with masturbating to Ruka-chan just one time. Duh, stupid. Now is not the time. Mizuhara's actually showing interest in me. I'm such a big dummy. Seriously, what's wrong with me? Interesting. But can I not? Can I really not? If I try and simulate the situation, then maybe I can resist her. Oh, we're back to simulations. Okay. Like building immunity. Mizuhara is so small. Mizuhara isn't so small-minded to get upset over something so trivial. Right now might actually be the best time to do it. Besides, when it comes to men, this kind of thing is basically off limits to criticism. For the time being, I should probably beat the meat. There's no telling when Ruka-chan will show up again. What? Just Huh, he's like seeing himself. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Oh, it's just. Oh, this is just 218. This is just 218. Oh. Oh wow, it's a callback to. Oh wow, it's a longer version. He couldn't do it. Oh no, he did do it. It suddenly hit me that this was all how it began. Ever since back then, Mizuhara had occupied a room in my heart. The room became two, then three, until it was a full-sized apartment. I was rejected, emotionally jerked around, over and over and over again, but even after all that, she never disappeared from my heart. Non-refundable was putting it mildly. Before I knew it, both my heart and body completely belonged to her, and somehow that felt like my answer. Right as I fucking Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Okay, let me keep reading. Let me keep reading. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my, what a chapter. That was insane. That chapter was kind of fucking insane. Wow. Okay. Let me keep reading. I kind of had a feeling this was gonna happen. I think I made that theory at one point that Ruka would reach out to Umi. That was kind of a theory I had. This is a cliffhanger and a half. Um, non-refundable was putting it mildly. Before I knew it, both my heart and body completely belonged to her, and somehow that felt like my answer. Right as I found myself on the verge of tears, time to exercise, thinking that if my wish came true, I wouldn't need anything else, there was one thing about to put a stop to it all. Thanks for making time to meet me today. So Umi reached out to her. The last great wave was about to rise. Oh, Umi reached out to her. Jesus. Wow, he looks sus as fuck here. He looks sus as fuck here. The last great wave. Umi reached out to her? How did Umi even contact her? Kazuya showed her Umi's Instagram. Wiz, you're getting temporarily banned for that. Don't make me make it permanent, dude. You know exactly why you got banned. Don't make me make it permanent. I'm not in the fucking mood. Umi looks like Ruby and Aqua's dad. I don't remember what that guy looked like. It came off, he reached out to her. Yeah, no, Umi reached out to her. That's how it reads. Umi reached out to her. That's how it reads. I knew something like that was gonna happen. Like, I knew Umi was gonna connect to Ruka somehow, but this is not what I expected. Right? Is Umi actually gonna go down the piece of shit route? Right? Is Umi gonna go? Because so far, like, okay, so I made a mistake prior in how I categorized Umi. I'm like, okay, he's not a bad person, therefore he's good. That's a mistake. Don't ever do that. Just because someone isn't bad doesn't mean they're good. Umi's just kind of a neutral character. That's at least how I interpreted him for a while. He's done shitty things and he's capable of shitty things, but this is an interesting direction, right? I don't know where this could go. Here, this framing right here is anything but good. Reiji went out of his way to like frame him as like superficial and suspicious as possible. Like, this is as superficial as it fucking gets, right? This framing right here is as superficial as it fucking gets. He went out of its way to make Umi not look like a good person. Okay, and what's interesting too is at the end of volume 45, there was an alternate ending. At the end of volume 45, there was an alternate ending. I just read it recently. Let me zoom in and show you guys. This is really interesting that it happens right now. This is super interesting that it happens right now, but hold on one second. Okay, so volume 45, if you guys don't know, is when the Umi rejection happens. So Chizuru rejects Umi in this chapter. It's right, see, right here. So Chizuru rejects Umi in this chapter. Now, at the very end of the chapter, there was an alternate ending. This is how Reiji, this was like plan B, is how Reiji wrote it. This is how Reiji wanted to initially do it, but he thought it would be vague, so he wanted to make it a little more clear. So the way Reiji was going to do it is like this. So Umi says, I love you, right? Umi says, I love you, but look at Chizuru very carefully. Look at what Chizuru does. She pulls away, right? So I'm trying to show it to you guys. Chizuru pulls away, she steps back, and she does this. Right? Look at how she looks here. It's completely different mannerisms. But what does she say? In the Japanese here, she says, I'm going home. I'm sorry, I'm going home. And look at how she looks. She looks really bothered. Right? It really looks like Umi's bothering her. Right? She's kind of done with this shit. And right here in the text, there's a bit of text from Reiji here. The text reads that Reiji wanted it to be, Reiji wanted to convey a sense of finality, like an absolute finality. This is fucking it. But he thought that this might end up being vague to some people, so he wanted to make it a little more clear, right? He thought it might end up being vague for some people, so he wanted to make it a little more clear. But what this does, what's really interesting about this, the framing about this, what's really interesting about it, is it goes out of its way to frame Umi as actually bothering Chizuru. And this is really interesting considering Ruka's appearance in this chapter, that it's clear that both Ruka and Umi are bothering their respective people they claim to love, right? That's kind of what it feels like. But that's what's interesting about Umi. I wrote something to Crumpy when I was talking about it, which is, by the way, like, I'll grab the stuff and I send it to Crumpy while I'm at it. Oh man, what's the uncensored version is gonna be like? I wonder if this is gonna censor it too. I'm curious if they're gonna censor it here too. I don't think so, but they might. It might be like mild censoring. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna see what the censored version is like. There's the butts. Oh, there is the booty. Okay. Yep. Why was this one censored? don't think it need to be censored. Okay, so they did a little censoring right here on the titties. Some light censoring. Okay. Oh, there's the sex. Ah, touching the penis. Is that... Oh, no, that's Ruka. Okay. Oh, there's censoring. Oh, there's more censoring. It's a little, less clear. Huh, this is a funny shot. This is just straight up porn, right? This is just straight up porn. And I get it. People are not gonna like this. Right, I understand people are not gonna... This is just straight up porn. I bet some dude could probably bees meat to this. I bet somebody could... It doesn't even... Maybe a girl. Maybe even a girl. Like, somebody could probably beat their fucking meat to this. I would not be surprised. It looks like... It's intentionally framed like pornography. It's very, very intentionally framed like pornography. I think that's, like, very much the intention they're going for here. And there's a... this also made me realize something really interesting about this. This is a direct callback to the beach arc, in particular to the beach arc. It's not a subtle thing that this is a direct callback to the beach arc. Why? If you guys remember, this is how Kazuya found his feelings for Chizuru. And who was he beating his meat to at the time? Mommy. He was beating his meat to Mommy that one time. Right? Right, so at the time, he was beating his meat to Mommy. So Mommy is not a red herring. Mommy here is not a red herring. She quite literally got replaced by Ruka. Mommy literally got replaced by Ruka. I think that's a really interesting direction. That's a really fascinating direction, that Mommy quite literally got replaced by Ruka through sheer eroticism. The very thing Mommy was leveraging and using against Kazuya, now Ruka is doing. In a sense, could you not argue that Ruka is literally becoming Mommy? Right? The very thing Ruka was, like, afraid of and didn't want to do, she's literally unintentionally doing. Whereas Mommy is starting to look more and more like a good girl. Right? They've literally swapped places. Is this emotional cheating? That's a hard one. I think this blurs the line super hard. I think this, like, blurs the line super hard. Like, this is a hard line blur. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm really not too sure. This is a hard line blur. I wouldn't say it's straight up emotional cheating, but it gets really darn close. Right? I wouldn't say it's emotional cheating, but it gets really darn close. So I don't know about that. I don't think I want to say this is cheating, but it blurs the line. At least emotional cheating, right? It blurs the line. I think this is just impulse and desire taking control. And in some ways, like, it's the thing where people say, like, I just had sex with this person. I wasn't serious. Except now it's kind of a flip. He's not actually doing anything with Ruka. He is just, it's his impulses that he's losing control of, and at least he's not letting it out with Ruka. If it was actually with Ruka, it would be cheating. But he's letting these feelings out, and I think the problem is that Chizuru doesn't know. Right? Chizuru doesn't know he has these feelings. So this tells me there's something massive coming. Right? There's something massive coming. Reishi essentially told us 2 chapters ago. So 2 chapters ago, the teaser for it was that when you see, like, a cat, like, rain comes. So the meetup will cause a great wave. Interesting. Yeah, no, there's something really big coming. So let's start here. Reishi really hates Kazuya. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I think Kazuya is probably Reishi's favorite character. I'm curious if this is going to end up trending again. This is Twitter, dude. This is Twitter, dude. This is probably going to blow up. I'm surprised the leaks were not a big deal. Genuinely speaking, I am surprised the leaks were not a big deal. This is straight up pornography. This is straight up pornography. I am surprised this is not a big deal. I am it's gonna blow up. There's no fucking way it's not gonna blow up. It's gonna get to the grifters, and the grifters are gonna make a big fucking deal about it, and it's gonna escalate and escalate. I do not see this not blowing up. If it actually does not blow the fuck up, I'll be surprised. And a lot of people are probably just gonna be like, oh, Reiji's just doing this for clout, you know, he's just doing this for clout. No, you're completely missing the fucking point. This is a really interesting chapter that like does this contrast between sex and eroticism and pornography, in contrast to love. And Kazuya essentially gets like this post-nut clarity, right? He gets this like post-nut clarity that's a little different from the beginning of the series. And what's particularly interesting about it is the very end of the chapter, Kazuya looks so jaded. He looks so empty. And it's literally the thing a lot of men experience when they've become emotionally disconnected from why they're doing what they're doing. Think of this less as emotional cheating on Chizuru and more like emotional cheating on yourself. In particular, this happens a lot with pornography. So Reiji is just like straight up criticizing this chapter. This entire chapter is straight up a criticism of pornography and hentai, like straight up. Whether it's how it's depicted in social media, whether it's how it's depicted in in anime and manga, whether like how they eroticize and use ecchi and shit like that. This is a very intentional thing that Reiji is going for here, because it's showing how it leaves you jaded when you're technically emotionally cheating on yourself. When a lot of people interact with pornography and they don't want to do it, you know, like your mind is telling you, I don't want this, right? Your subconscious is like actively telling you, I don't want this, but you can't resist the desire. You're addicted, right? You're addicted. You can't resist the desire, right? Ruka has in some ways enthralled him. So in that sense, when you're kind of like when you kind of hold back too much and you're kind of addicted and you don't share these feelings and let them out and express them in healthy ways, this is what happens. You become like this, right? You become jaded. You lose your sense of self. You literally just kind of lie there in self-reflection. But look at Kazuya here, right? He doesn't look happy. Now, if you guys remember the first time Kazuya found out he had feelings for Chizuru, look at how he looked there. Right? There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of expression. It's very genuine and kid-like and kind of cute. The first time, like, Kazuya beats his meat and finds out his feelings for Chizuru. Now it's the opposite. When Kazuya finds his feelings for Chizuru here, it's kind of the worst. What is 2DK? 1DK, 2DK, 2LDK. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, what is he saying here? Wait, hold on. What the fuck's he saying in that scene? Oh, rooms. He's talking about rooms. I was rejected, emotionally jerked around over and over and over again, but even after all that, she never disappeared from my heart. Right? There's an awareness from Reiji on what this is. There's an awareness of Reiji of what is going on in this relationship and the problems with it and what needs to be fixed in order for them to actually date. They can't date like this. They literally can't fucking date like this, right? No, there's something a big brewing, right? Is Reiji implying this is Chizuru's fault? Chizuru did hurt him without meaning to, right? Think of it like the consequences of your actions. Chizuru did hurt. They're hurting each other. You know, they're hurting each other, and Chizuru did in some ways do this without meaning to. You know, she did do this. He's not implying it. He's kind of like being very direct about how Kazuya interprets this. This isn't Reiji saying this directly. Remember, this is Kazuya's interpretation, and it's not necessarily incorrect. This is literally post-nut clarity. This is literally post-nut clarity because he let out his emotions. He's looking at this in a very in a very clinical sense, in a very direct sense. Like this is how Kazuya actually feels. This is up until this point, you hadn't really seen how Kazuya actually felt, right? This is you actually seeing how Kazuya genuinely feels. It's blunt. It's crude, it's uncomfortable, it's kind of gross. That's kind of this entire chapter. It's a chapter that is crude, gross, and uncomfortable, and intentionally just super demeaning to love. Utterly and totally demeaning to love. The way Kazuya beats his meat in this chapter is exactly how he felt in the ways that he was interacting with Chizuru. This is what it felt like when he was interacting with Chizuru. It was this hurtful. It sucked this much. The way Kazuya beats his meat in this chapter, the way the chapter goes out of its fucking way to utterly and totally demean love through eroticism and sex is the fucking point. It's literally the fucking point. And I get it. People are going to be like, why? Kazuya was sexually assaulted by Ruka. How is he beating his meat to Ruka? You can be sexually assaulted, not understand that you were sexually assaulted, even find sexual pleasure from that, and then even beat your meat. And it's still wrong. The fact that the two people who are bothering their respective people meet each other is no fucking coincidence. The fact that Umi is intentionally shown in this volume to be bothering Chizuru is no fucking coincidence, considering Ruka meets up with him. I don't think that's a fucking coincidence. Okay? Whether Umi is intentionally bothering Chizuru, whether Umi knows what he's doing, I don't know. I had a read in particular, right? I had a very interesting read when I was talking to Crumpy. This was what I was going to pull up. So I was talking about Umi, and let me read you guys what I wrote. Umi is basically a reflection of Ruka, right? There's a reason they're meeting. Umi is a reflection of Ruka. This was shown as early as Umi's introduction. Umi's introduction happens right as Ruka becomes Kazuya's girlfriend, and then Kazuya sees Chizuru with Umi. And then there's another easy comparison you can show. During the movie arc, when Umi blackmails Chizuru into a date, pretty much, you have that contrasted with Ruka, right? And Ruka is essentially like the flip of Umi. They're both representative of a selfish form of love, right? They both represent a selfish form of love, but whereas Ruka at the time was being shown in a more positive lens, Umi was being shown through a much more negative lens. This is happening again. This is no different. It's literally happening again. Umi, the other character that's representative of a selfish form of love, is being depicted here looking quite sinister. Like, look at this dude. Look at this guy. This is your stereotypical. This is the stereotypical dude who's just a fucking playboy. This is your stereotypical playboy. This is your stereotypical playboy. The fact that Kazuya says it's a wave, right? There was a great wave that was about to rise. Umi is the ocean. Umi is the fucking ocean. He is raising a great wave. So the first page of chapter 306 is a spoiler. Not a spoiler. It's literally what I was describing. It's the misdirect. It's the misdirect. It's the clash between reality and fiction. Everybody, the problem is you're all reading this incredibly straight. Reiji does not want you to read this straight. He is leaving clues in the text and spelling it out for you, but he does not want you to read this straight. It wasn't a spoiler. Chapter 386 was the start of this arc. Okay, this current arc that we're on, it was the start of it. So Reiji was in the very first chapter spelling everything out for you. Hey, this is what this arc is going to be about. It is going to be about cheating. It's going to be about exploring what cheating is and how that cheating contrasts the reality of the situation. That contrast between reality and fiction is the central theme of this arc. You have literally the reality of what is happening in front of you, right? The reality that's so fucking clear in front of you, in contrast to the fiction of the situation that you're not looking at very clearly. You're literally looking at this through a blind lens. You're trying to find order where there is none. You're trying to find order in a world of chaos, okay? That's what Reiji's writing. Basically, we don't know what we're fucking looking at. That's basically what he's telling us. In a short, simple term, what the chapter is essentially saying is, I'm talking about cheating, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't understand cheating. You don't understand this story. Kazuya has to act now. No. No, something is going to happen. It is going to be bad, and we are going to go in a slightly different direction. Okay? There's going to be some sort of shift. Okay? What I could see is I'm curious about this, right? There's some interesting visual direction here. Umi is under an umbrella and stuff like that, right? So Umi being hidden under an umbrella in contrast to Ruka, who's very visible, right? I think this is intentional. We see Umi completely in shadow, right? When we get to Umi, Umi is completely in shadow. When we get to Ruka, Ruka is completely in light. Look at how Umi and Ruka are dressed. They're completely they completely are different from each other. Ruka dresses in white, her shoulders are completely visible. Umi dresses in black, and you don't see his shoulders, but you do see his arms, right? What does Umi do? He tucks his arms in to his pants, right? You don't know why he's here. You have no fucking clue why he's here. You don't know what the fuck he's planning, and everything is telling you this is not good. Everything is telling you this is not good, okay? In contrast, look at how Ruka sits. Ruka's hands are directly in front of her, right? She is not sure. This is weird. This is really interesting, right? This chapter leaves a lot to interpretation, but there is a lot of visual storytelling happening here. In particular, Ruka comes off as very earnest. Umi comes off as very scheming, right? He's hiding something. He's literally hiding his hand. You don't know why the fuck he's here. This acts as a complete reversal of when Umi showed up to this acts as a complete reversal of when Umi showed up to Kazuya's karaoke place. In Kazuya's karaoke place, you're actually immediately told from the get-go why Umi's here. When Umi goes to meet Kazuya, you're told from the literal get-go why the fuck Umi's here. It's straight up spelled out for you. This is different. This is completely different. You have absolutely no fucking context for this. You have nothing here, okay? You don't know what's going on here. You don't know what's happening. This chapter is intentionally doing the complete opposite of the Ruka interactions from before. It takes the thing where Umi goes to meet Kazuya and all of that, and flips it on its head. Takes this thing, flips it on its head, and you don't know why it's happening, right? You don't know what the fuck's going on. Heck, you don't even know why Ruka agreed to this, right? You don't even know why Ruka agreed to this. Why would Ruka meet him? Why would Ruka meet Umi? Why would Umi reach out to Ruka? Right? Your immediate thought is, okay, he's scheming. He's doing some weird shit, right? Umi's going to be like sus as fuck. The way I read Umi, and I was going to read this for you guys in just a second. So I was talking to Crumpy. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't know where I put it. There it is. Okay, so I was talking to Crumpy, and I told him the way I read Umi's character is like this. Okay. So from the, because I sent him the image and he explained to me what the image said, because I didn't know when I was talking about volume 45. So I said, that's a really interesting thing to put at the end of the volume where Chizuru rejects Umi. Reiji is really trying to hammer in how Umi is not what we think and is quite invasive, while Kazuya thinks he's a cool guy. He's idolizing the wrong person, and that mirrors how Chizuru idolizes Ruka. They're literally idolizing the wrong fucking people. Umi is neither good nor bad. He's just a guy who clearly often gets away with breaking boundaries, and so doesn't see that his approach is problematic when it is. It's a good exploration of gender roles and how anime depicts these things as being normal when they aren't. A flip of Ruka and how what she does and how the way she does things would be accepted as okay when it shouldn't be accepted as okay. So that's pretty much it. Umi is kind of Ruka's dark reflection. That's kind of how I read Umi. Umi is Ruka's dark reflection. Umi is literally Ruka's actions looking her dead in the fucking face. And it's like, okay, you know how you're like bothering Kazuya and you're being like really fucking invasive and you're like getting all up in his fucking business, right? Right? Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, this is you. This is you. Jojo was right the whole time. The dude is a cooking machine. Okay, no. I'm gonna counter you here. Jojo was correct that Umi was still a playing card, but we all thought this. I don't agree that JoJo believes that Umi is the one who orchestrated everything with the director. I like actually adamantly disagree with that. I think rather a flip of this is that Umi has more connections here than you might realize, rather than Umi is the one doing this, right? Think of it like this. So what's going on with Umi is more of a happenstance. Chizuru happened to end up in a situation that's deeply interconnected to Umi that Umi could use. That's more so what's going on, in my opinion. Umi is very deeply connected to where Chizuru is right now. Yeah, stepped over my. This fucking need water, I think. Ooh. Okay, so my problem with the way JoJo was reading this is that JoJo was reading this as Umi orchestrated everything. That's kind of my problem with how JoJo was reading this. He believes Umi orchestrated everything. I don't think so. I think Umi has all the tools in the world to do whatever the fuck he wants and use that however the fuck he wants. Because he's so deeply connected to the industry and where Chizuru is right now. Chizuru is literally in the tiger's den. Quite literally, she is in the center of the tiger's den, and Umi is connected to every single thing that she is currently doing. He didn't influence it, right? She's not the reason she got the job. Maybe he is. Maybe there's an indirect influence by Umi for why Chizuru got the job in the first place. There's a total possibility. Let's not deny that, okay? However, what I'm saying is Chizuru is in the Nakano Center. Chizuru is with a director that Umi like happened to be connected to indirectly. Chizuru was with people who were literally in the Tiger's Den event. The dead theory of Umi self-insert brought back to life. Okay, you're getting temporarily banned for that. Get the fuck out, please. Enough of this nonsense. Guys, grow the fuck up. Okay? Guys, grow the fuck up. Okay? If you come into my chat and you talk about Reiji self-inserting, if you talk about Reiji's doing this for clout, if you do any of that, I am temporarily banning you. And if you do it again, I'm permanently banning you. I'm done, okay? You either be respectful in my fucking chat or you are getting kicked the fuck out. Period. I'm done. My patience has run quite thin. We are building a proper community here. I want us to get along. I want us to be respectful of each other. Do not be assholes in my chat or I will ban you. I don't care how long you've been here. I don't care how long you've interacted with me. If you keep being childish and you bother me, I will ban you. Understand? Okay, great. Back to business. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't care if this is unfair to you. This is not a democracy. Okay? This is not a fucking democracy. This is my goddamn channel. You don't like that? Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I'm not here to please you. Okay? I think JoJo was right with the analogy of the Naked King, the director. Umi and Chizuru's play. The equation makes sense for me. So I actually came up with a different interpretation for the Naked King. In particular, the notice who's calling the director the Naked King. Right? Notice who's calling the director the Naked King. Right? It's the actors. The actors are the ones calling the director the Naked King. Okay? I think that's a really interesting direction, right? Okay, so I'm gonna pull that up. And I'm gonna pull up what I wrote. Okay, where is it? Right here. So right here, by the way, having gone over most of the text, I think this is the only like really egregious line fuck ups in my opinion. I think this is the only egregious like mistake they made with the direction, in my opinion. And like with the translations. Sorry, this is the only bad translation they made, in my opinion. They took too much liberties with this, and they changed it too much. I don't know if they didn't understand what the text said. I don't know if they just took it upon themselves to think for us, which annoys the fuck out of me, by the way. This is one thing I really hate about localization, is that a lot of localizers kind of have this issue of like not trusting how you feel, in particular English ones. Oh man said no stream for today. Oh Lord, what? You said no stream for today? That was What are you talking about? I always stream when the chapter comes out. What the fuck are you talking about? I always stream when the chapter comes out. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not a dictatorship, but it is my channel. Okay? This is not a dictatorship, but this is my channel. Okay, so no. I was gonna pull up something. Yeah, no, this is a good chapter, okay? This is not a chapter that will please the internet. It's ironically leverages the internet's misinterpretation of everything. So basically, this is a chapter that calls out the internet. And if you're deeply entrenched in the internet, you will not see the irony. That's basically how Reiji writes. Do you know okay, you want to know the reason Reiji Reiji's writing doesn't click with modern social media? Okay, you want to know the reason Reiji's writing just does not click with modern social media? There's a very simple reason. There's a reason Reiji's writing does not click with modern social media. It's very anti-social media. It is written in a way that will actively be criticized by social media, but you don't recognize the irony of it. Think of it like this. Homelander. Think of it like this. Homelander is literally calling out fucking idiots who worship like these mythical celebrities and figures, right? I'm not saying it's good writing. Okay, I don't like The Boys. Please understand. I actually don't like The Boys. I think I'm not a fan of The Boys. I think The Boys is like kind of a really gross and very uncomfortable show. I think like season 1 was like okay. But I'm not a big fan of The Boys. I like Invincible more. I think Invincible is just a superior superhero show in every conceivable way. The Boys is kind of a fucking shit show. But Homelander is a great example of this. Homelander is how you worship a celebrity or a terrible person. And you're actively seeing how they're terrible and they're criticizing you. And you're just like, no, they're great, right? You literally see a villain and you're just like, no, they're the hero. That's basically what Homelander is. And that's how a lot of people on the internet see Homelander. They're like, he's the hero. I like him. I like the terrible fucking rapist. I like the man who fucking murders people in cold blood. I like the dude who fucking commits massacres. That's basically what Homelander is. People love Homelander, right? He's a great meme, mind you. He's a great fucking meme, mind you. But people love this dude. And I think that's a great example of how you're not recognizing how the story is literally, like, if you like him, the story's telling you you're fucking stupid, right? Rent-A-Girlfriend's kind of the flip of that, where the story is actively criticizing internet culture. It's actively criticizing social media, and it's actively criticizing shit like pornography and how twisted it is and how it can really fuck you up in all the wrong ways. But it's not outright saying, that's the difference between this and The Boys. The Boys has like this super blatant message, like that's like beating you over the fucking head with it, okay? Rent-A-Girlfriend, in contrast, doesn't outright say things are bad, but tells you how those things can be bad. So for instance, it's not outright saying pornography is terrible. It's showing you how pornography can be terrible, but there is a good way to express pornography. Shocking as that might seem. In particular, you talk about it with your partner. Try watching, if you have a partner, this might be a bit of a challenge for some of you. Not everybody's comfortable with this. Try watching pornography with them. Like, just tell them, would you be okay with that? And then if you see it, ask them, is this real? Would you like to try this? Is this interesting? Pornography can be expressed in a healthy way. Okay? It's not inherently bad. Not a few things in life are just inherently bad. Reiji here is showing you the bad part. Reiji here is showing you how when you don't know how to express these things in a healthy way, pornography can become incredibly destructive. For the longest time, I had a very unhealthy relationship with pornography, right? I felt terrible every time I beat my fucking meat. You know, I felt fucking terrible. You know, I think a lot of dudes go through this. I think a lot of men go through this where they watch pornography and they feel fucking terrible afterwards. They feel horrendous. They feel jaded. They feel empty. They fucking hate themselves. You feel like you wasted your time. I think wasting your time is like the biggest problem with pornography that a lot of people have, where you sit down and you're just trying to like get one out and you sit there for hours. You waste a huge portion of your time, whether it be you can't sleep well, you sit there for hours instead of being productive. That's why a lot of people try to tell you, oh, go and exercise. But that's the thing about exercising. It's not going to immediately resolve your problems. Exercising is not immediately going to resolve your issues with lust and desire. There's a lot of fucking problems around that, right? So the issue is that you need to find and develop a healthy relationship with desire and lust, whether it be through pornography or something else. Now, I actually have a pretty decent, healthy relationship with pornography where I can kind of disassociate myself a little bit, while at the same time know I'm doing this for myself and I don't need to feel bad for whenever I watch this stuff. Congrats, you know I watch porn. Welcome to the club. Everybody fucking does it. Who are we fucking kidding? It's probably the most lucrative industry in the fucking world, right? It's just we fucking demonize it constantly. But no, that's what I mean. It's like you got to develop a healthy relationship with that stuff. If you don't, what happened with Kazuya in this chapter will happen to you. You don't have an honest interaction with who you are, and it keeps escalating. Basically, Kazuya's lack of honesty with himself and Chizuru's lack of honesty with herself leads to basically, literally, these characters who are also dishonest with themselves reaching this destructive point, right? Ruka is going to meet Umi. Umi has been presented in a few different ways. One of them, I even wrote about it, was this like parallel between him and Mami, and how him and Mami did something kind of similar, right? How him and Mami did something kind of similar. As of yet, we don't know if Umi's actually out to get Kazuya, right? As of yet, we don't know if Umi's actually out to get Kazuya. It doesn't seem like it. Nothing is giving me the indication Umi's actually out to get Kazuya. Ironically, I'm kind of reading it the opposite. I could see Umi being maybe out to get Chizuru, right? I could see that, right? Because you usually, like, with for example, with Mami, a lot of her confrontations are with Chizuru, not Kazuya. A lot of Umi's stuff is with sorry. Ugh. I was really feeling my throat, just kind of like oh, I talk too much today. Right, a lot of Umi's interactions with Chizuru are completely different from his interactions with Kazuya. And it acts as a flip of Mami. Right? It directly acts as a flip of Mami. The way Mami, fuck. Dude, what the fuck? Feels like there's something in my throat. Shit. Oh. Yeah, jeez. Sorry. Jeez, sorry. Crap. Oh. Okay. So what I could see this being like, and this is going to be a weird interpretation. Rent a cough syrup. Shut the fuck up. It's not cough. They felt like there's something in my throat. It literally felt like there's something in my throat. Fuck. I'm good. I'm dandy. Everything's awesome. Don't agree on the part that has a good side. I mean, you can't say the benefits of pornography aren't even 10% and may only be limited to temporary feelings of satisfaction in the sort of term only. You're missing the point. It's not 10%. It's not 10%. A lot of people, not everybody is like this. There are some people who have low libido, so they don't feel a lot of sexual desire and don't need to actively express it. But for those people who have a lot of sexual desires, trying to repress them does not fucking work. They will explode. You need, like for me, I would say I have a lot of sexual desire. I also have ADHD. Okay? To me, pornography is incredibly useful. Now, understand, I don't just watch porn like all the fucking time. Okay, I alternate. I go to hentai. I like reading hentai sometimes, mostly because of the art. So I find like this balance with myself, where I sometimes some hentai stories have good stories. You know, I'm not saying I just watch porn 24/7. I created a healthy relationship for myself with pornography through different means. Because I'm not just always watching porn. It's not healthy. I'm not saying constantly watch it. You're misunderstanding my point. What I'm saying is, right, if you have ADHD, it only makes it worse. Not necessarily, no. Because for me, it helps. For me, when I'm stressed and I can't like focus and I can't do anything, sometimes like that shit will just get me moving. And then I actually go and exercise after. It makes me feel better. Like that's not true. It's not just simply dopamine. It's literally the thing your brain needs if you have ADHD. Right? Sometimes your brain literally needs a little boost. And I sometimes get that through that. It actually helps me. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. It's just you have to be careful how you do it, before it becomes a problem, right? I have to constantly monitor how I do it. I find the right times to do it. I'm not always like thinking porn brain, you know? That's not how it works. You need to develop a healthy relationship with pornography, right? You need to know how to balance it out. Not just with yourself, but if you have a partner, with your partner. It's healthy to do so. Look, trying to get rid of something does not fucking work. That's not life. Trying to get rid of something does not fucking work. Why do you think every single time the governments try to outlaw drugs and outlaw these things, it becomes a fucking problem? Why do you think every single time the governments try to outlaw drugs, try to outlaw pornography, prostitution, fucking whatever, it becomes a problem? There's a very, very simple reason for this. It's because because these things are in demand. People fucking want them. What you need to do is control it. Create a controlled environment around it. Teach people how to interact with it. Create a healthy environment around it. In trying to get rid of it, you make it fucking worse. Instead, you should try to teach people and help them learn how to manage it. Heck, they might even move on and not need it anymore. Okay? But in trying to outlaw it, you eventually create a crack that is necessary, that will let bad people use these things and sell them illegally, and in turn, people get arrested, people get hurt, and it causes a whole bunch of fucking problems. Right? Okay, okay, that's hyperbole. Bacon, that's hyperbole. They try to outlaw murder. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Murder is completely different. I'm talking about substances, drugs. I'm talking about things that are in demand. I'm not. Murder is just pure hyperbole. You're kind of missing my point. Next week is a color page. I saw that. Thank you. Did Kirby say anything? Look, I think we're kind of getting off track here. We're getting this is kind of the problem I have with talking to chat sometimes. We're getting off track. Let's not talk about laws. Let's not talk about any of this stuff. All I'm saying is you can develop a healthy relationship with the things that you desire with yourself, pornography included. Okay, you can develop a healthy relationship with that. Some people can use that as fuel. For instance, one thing I did sometimes, I don't always do it, sometimes I do it, I hold off for a while. And I go and exercise. And once I do a certain amount of exercises or achieve a certain goal, I reward myself. It's literally like candy. It's literally like eating sweets. Just like sweets, it can be addictive, right? There are people who can eat far too much sugar and gain far too much weight. Pornography is the same way. It can be addictive. Fucking absolutely. I'm not saying it's horrible. It's not, it can't do horrible things to you. It absolutely can. If you watch too much pornography, it can literally disassociate you and cause like actual health problems. All I'm saying is you need to develop a healthy relationship with that. I'm not pretending it doesn't have problems. I think you watch too much fucking pornography, you watch too much, you read too much hentai, you're literally going to have problems forming relationships. Straight up. You're straight up going to have problems forming relationships. It will be a fucking issue, okay? But that does not mean you can't form a healthy relationship with these things, because it can be healthy, right? It gives ED too. ED? So that's your cheat day. My cheat day varies. I have different forms of cheat days. I have a video game cheat day. I have a sweets cheat day. I have horny cheat day. I have do whatever the fuck I want cheat day. You give yourself different forms of cheat days. It's not always the same. Now, okay, this cover page is really interesting. This cover, so okay, we're definitely like getting into the nitty gritty. Okay, we're definitely getting into the nitty gritty. Now, I will say for Jojo Maniacal, great call on like saying Umi's gonna come back, right? The erectile dysfunction. Oh, yeah, that could definitely happen for sure. But erectile dysfunction can arise in like many different forms. It's not just pornography. It can happen to anything. But yes, erectile dysfunction can absolutely happen through pornography. Okay, sugar is addictive. I disagree on that point because drugs and pornography are addictive. Exactly, sugar is addictive. Caffeine is addictive. We use those every fucking day. Those are very dangerous too. Do you know how caffeine can absolutely fuck you up if you drink so much? If you drink too much of it, caffeine is addictive. You see, half of America, half of the fucking who are we kidding? All the fucking world drinks caffeine. You know how fucking terrible that is for you? When you sleep like garbage and you constantly drink caffeine, it will destroy your system. You're gonna die early, dude. You're actually gonna die early. Okay? Sugar. Sugar messes up your system. You can get diabetes. Good fucking luck. You can die early. Sugar fuels acid reflux, right? People don't realize that. People just think, oh, citrus is just like the thing that fuels acid reflux. No, you can get heartburn from sugar. You can get acid reflux from sugar. You can't fucking eat sometimes. You can't fucking sleep because of sugar. You're looking at this in a very, very, very surface level way. You're looking at this because of the results are so immediately extremely bad. Your immediate reaction is that, oh, all of these things are bad, right? Because you see the immediate reaction that you have been conditioned and taught is the problem due to society, because this is literally the shit they'll tell you is a fucking problem and how it can be abused and made a problem. Your immediate reaction is that it's all bad. No, if we were taught more about this, it would not be such a problem. If people were not so afraid to delve into the nitty gritty details of this and like teach people how to interact with these things and not make them such a big fucking issue, they would not be a problem. However, there is a business. These things are a business. There's a reason that we're taught these things are bad. There's a reason we're conditioned these things are bad. It is literally part of stigma and a lot of the bullshit that we go through. This is a whole long-term discussion, and I just adamantly agree. I just disagree. Yes, absolutely, there can be a problem, but if you look at it at purely surface level, like sex trafficking, or if you look at it like, oh, the industry has all these problems, therefore it's terrible. No. Rather, address why do these problems exist within these spaces. You're looking at the symptoms. This is a very, very, very common occurrence with a lot of this stuff. We look at the symptoms, not the actual fucking problem. This is a repeating issue I see everywhere. Whenever we fucking talk about this shit, everybody's looking at the symptoms. You're not looking at the real fucking problem. And because of that, we don't solve anything. We just dismiss it. You're literally like this. I disagree. These things are bad. Therefore, it should not be acceptable. Instead, if you try to accept it and understand it, you might actually be able to resolve it more accurately. It's a problem. Like there's a reason these things have been a problem for a very long time. It's because people refuse to fucking accept it instead of just recognizing it's a normal thing we have. It's much like how we as people need to accept that we do bad things and we're sinners. I'm sorry to tell you, every human being is a sinner, period. Stop acting on a moral high ground. I fucking hate when I go on Twitter and I see these fuckers acting on a moral high ground as if they're fucking better than everyone else, like they didn't fucking sin. Like they're not committing a sin right now in fucking villainizing someone, right? Like, sorry. Dude, I work at a fucking Starbucks. I see people drink insane amounts of coffee and I genuinely like worry for their goddamn health. Okay? I come from a country where we drink more tea than water. I'm the same way. I come from a country where we drink more tea than water. Okay? We drink a lot of fucking tea. Okay? I drink tea every day, but I have to manage how much tea I drink. Okay? So like I limit myself to a single cup a day because I get acid reflux. Okay? That fucks me up. I drink too much tea. I have too much sugar. I'm gonna get like fucking heartburn. Like literally just this like pain in my fucking chest constantly. I'm talking from experience, okay? I'm talking from experience. Okay. Sorry. Okay. We're kind of getting a lot of off track here. I think I kind of got my point across. This is okay. Oh yeah. Another thing here. Are you British? No, I am not British. I am very much not British. Do I have an accent? Do I sound like I have an accent? I speak like an American. He's Iraqi, I think. It's with. So this is how you spell it. How'd you figure it out, by the way? How'd you figure it out, by the way? Roman, how'd you figure it out? Yes, I thought you were American. Most people do. They can't fucking tell. I have the white skin. I have the green eyes. Well, no, if you guys like actually look at my eyes closely, they're not green. They have two. So if you guys look at it closely, so the outside part of my eye is green and the inside part of my eye is brown. I don't know if you can see it. I just got close. I don't know if you can see it. But I tried showing you. So yeah, the outside layer of my eye is green and the inside layer of my eye is brown. But yeah, I have no. How'd you figure it out? How'd you figure it out, Roman? Do you fucking stalk my ass? Do you fucking stalk my ass, bro? I saw some green screen. That's a good one. I saw some fucking green screen, bro. I saw some fucking green screen back to the manga. Yeah. Sorry, we're getting off track here. Okay. Okay. So yeah, where were we with the manga? What was I saying? What was the last thing I said? Yeah, I feel so. Okay, I was trying to figure out what this cover page is. Let's see if Twitter's blowing the fuck up. I would not be surprised if Twitter's blowing the fuck up. Granted, most of these fuckers don't get up this early. You said you lived a war when you were a kid. Oh, you remember that. Oh, you remember that. Yes, I did. Oh, Crumpy did our translations, so let's read them really quick. Crumpy did our translations. Let's read them really quick. Yeah, so the chapter is Forbidden Sanctuary, which makes a lot of sense now. I told you it has something to do with sex. I fucking told you it has something to do with sex, right? Nobody fucking believed me. Nobody fucking believed me. I told you it has something to do with sex. The lust that is flowing through the sea of internet becomes a wave that is surging into Kazuya's heart, right? This chapter is literally kind of as about how the internet manipulates you into watching pornography, right? It fills your feed with pornography and it literally manipulates you into going and watching it. It's very intentional. This is a very intentional thing that like Twitter does, right? It's filled with porn, and the reason they do this, right? If you guys don't know, why is your internet like filled with porn constantly sometimes, right? You're just scrolling through Twitter, you're just going through somewhere, and it might not even be like straight porn. Sometimes it'll just be like certain shit. The reason they do this is to engage you. The rich evil fucking billionaires, what they want to do is they want you to constantly engage with the internet. The more you engage, the more money they make. They want you to be addicted to your phone. Okay? They want you to like not get off the fucking screen. When you search for pornography, you sit on that screen for a hot fucking minute. Okay, you sit on that screen for a hot minute. So literally what this chapter is showing you is how Kazuya is literally getting manipulated. He is asking Elon, right? He's asking Elon, hey, make a thing to erase my mind, as Elon literally manipulates him through Twitter to want something like this. Yeah, so it's a little thing where Kazuya says, Elon, do this thing to erase this thing from my mind. Yeah, this is what he wants from you. He wants you to become dependent on him. He wants you to get addicted to his substances. Yes, the internet is a substance. Twitter is a substance. They want you to get addicted to it, and once you're addicted to it, you want certain reliefs. You want an inhibitor. You want something to make it easier for yourself. This chapter is literally about how the internet, how these people use the internet to emotionally manipulate you to become addicted to their substance. This acts as a direct flip of Ruka, who's literally addicted to Kazuya, who's getting him addicted to her. It's literally the addiction of sex. Sex is an addiction. And Kazuya is literally being manipulated by the internet to become to give in, to give in to the substance. And once you do, you feel like shit. This chapter is literally about a drug addiction. Straight up. This chapter is literally a fucking drug addiction. That's what the chapter is. It is a fucking drug addiction. When you're trying to get the thing and you desperately fucking want it, and then you finally start getting it, and you're in that little high state as you're starting to get it, you're excited, you're getting hyped up, and then when you finally get it, you're left like this. You're left jaded, you're left disappointed, you're left feeling empty. This is literally a perfect encapsulation of how pornography feels like shit. How it can feel like shit, to be more accurate. When you're addicted. When they get you addicted. When the internet emotionally manipulates you to become addicted. It's crazy how 1 month did more damage to Kazuya than the 1 month ghosting. Yeah. Or sorry, the 3 month ghosting. Yeah. No, this Kazuya is going through it. I do think that, like, there's a possibility that Kazuya might, I don't know. There's a possibility Kazuya might become Umi's target, which would be a very interesting hypocritical thing of him to do. Because Umi, thinks Kazuya might be a problem, right? Umi thinks Kazuya, that's a possibility, right? Umi might frame Kazuya like the problem, which is very ironic considering he would be the problem. But I don't know if Reiji would want to rehash the way Mommy has dealt with things. I don't know if Reiji would want to rehash the way Mommy dealt with things. In this instance, Ruka is Mommy, and she doesn't know it. Umi is kind of a wild card. Umi is kind of a wild card right now. You have no clue what the fuck he wants. And that's intentional. He's literally a walking mystery box. That's very, very intentional. He's a walking mystery box. You have no clue what the fuck this dude's deal is. Okay? You don't know what the fuck this dude's deal is. And that's gonna be an interesting direction. I could see it being something akin to The Princess and the Frog. Where in The Princess and the Frog, there's like that dude who offers the main girl, I think Tiana is her name, like everything she wanted, but it's all falsity and she has to like let that go. I could see that being the direction for Chizuru, where she like, I don't know, maybe it's for Kazuya. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell. But there is that element at play right now. Do you think it was a dream? No. This was not a dream. Okay. Oh, yeah, let's continue. Let's continue with this. Sorry, we got distracted. I was reading what Crumpy wrote. So the second thing says, heading towards a destination that's mine alone, carrying on as usual. Heading towards a destination that is mine alone. Yeah, these are technically your feelings alone. Okay. And then the last page reads, 2 feelings of love held by 2 people who happen to meet. What outcome will they bring about? Next time is bitter enemies in the same boat, rivals finding themselves together by chance, strange bedfellows. Okay, this fits, right? Bitter enemies. Ruka doesn't like him, right? They don't. Ruka does not like Umi. Okay, Ruka does not like Umi. Period. However, they're bitter enemies in the same boat, rivals finding themselves together by chance, strange bedfellows, right? So in this sense, it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? So this is kind of what this reads, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't like you, but I'll work with you. That's kind of what, okay, so that's the setup for next week. I don't like you, but we're gonna, it seems like we're in the same boat, right? We got to get through this together somehow. Right? And that's quite fitting, right? That's quite fitting. But Umi was like blatantly rejected by Umi was blatantly rejected by Chizuru. Ruka was what is it? You know, pretty much rejected at this point, but not outright shut out. And I think what Ruka's going to learn from this is how her actions lead to destruction, right? I think I like I said, I always thought this was going to be the result of this arc. The result of this arc is going to be how Ruka's going to see how she's destroying everything she claims to love. How she has like transformed from someone who claims to care about Kazuya to utterly fucking destroying his life without meaning to. Mami and Umi would have made the scarier team up. That's the thing. We don't know Umi's deal. We're a terrible chapter in the end of the volume. Series going downhill chapter by chapter. Very disappointed. I think this is an incredible fucking chapter. This is an incredible chapter. And if you read chapter 218 and then you read this one and you don't like this, I'm surprised you made it this far. Honestly, I'm surprised you made it this far. I think this is an incredible fucking chapter. Like, holy shit. Like, actually incredible. Why do I have to apologize to Overseas, huh? Yeah, I mean, to be real, that apology to Overseas fan, Reiji saw this shit coming. Reiji fucking saw this shit coming. Glad I lost my trust in Reiji. Why are you fucking here then? Why are you talking to the dude who actually fucking loves this dude and trusts him a lot? Why are you here? Like, I'm gonna be real, you're in the wrong fucking chat. Something good soonish. So I think this is where we plunge. I think this is where we fall, dude. We're not about to get something good. This is where shit hits the fucking fan. I saw someone earlier ask where we are in the hero's journey. Okay, so let's look up the hero's journey really quick. So I think it was here. I think I had it on here. Okay, heroes. Is this the one? Hero's journey. Okay, so let's see where we are in the hero's journey. So okay, so we're on the second threshold. Then the supreme ordeal, the journey's renaissance, the second threshold, the spark. It is here at the midpoint of the story where the chosen hero who started the adventure has died. Not physically dead, mind you, but his moral self-identity has died. I think this is a perfect encapsulation of where Kazuya is right now, right? His moral, he's not physically dead, mind you, but his moral and self-identity has died. Overcome with his own darkness and the onslaught of the oncoming darkness, the hero loses everything that made him who he was. And in the depths of this despair, shadow, madness, and fear of the hero, the hero accomplishes the second threshold, bringing him within view of Journey's end. But with the death of his former self and the creation of his present beastly form, a heavy price is paid for the completion of the second threshold. This price could be one of many things: the death of a beloved friend, the separation from a romantic partner, or, my favorite, an unintended consequence of horrific magnitude. Stream is buffering? Shit, sorry. Anyone else lagging? I'm lagging. It's okay. I'll read it again. It's okay. So it's not me. So let's go. I'll read it again. Okay. Just tell me when we stop buffering. Yeah, I refreshed it twice. Okay, let me see what's going on. Open widget. Okay. What's going on? Let's reload. It's good now. Are you sure? Are you sure it's actually good? We're not like We're not being fucking weird. You're good. I'm good. We're good. You guys are sure? Okay. So this is where we are. We are on the supreme ordeal. We are in the second threshold. This is where we are in the current narrative. I read this last stream when we read Jojo Maniacal's read of the situation and how he interpreted it, that we are at the midpoint. The second threshold of the hero's journey is the midpoint, okay? So let's read this again. I don't know if you guys caught the whole thing. It is here at the midpoint of the story where the chosen hero who started the adventure has died. Not physically, mind you, but his moral self has died. What happened in this chapter? Kazuya's morality is fucking shot. Okay? He is literally losing himself. Okay? He's literally fucking losing himself. Right? His morality is fucking shot. Okay? It literally got fucking executed. Okay? His morality's dead. All right? His moral identity is dead, right? So his self-identity has died. Overcome with his own darkness and the onslaught of oncoming darkness, the hero loses everything that made him who he was. Now, I want you to look at this very fucking carefully. After Kazuya is done beating the meat, what do you see? What do you see? What are you looking at here? He's in darkness. He's literally in darkness. The oncoming darkness. That is what Umi is. Umi is the oncoming darkness. You see Kazuya in darkness? There's more darkness to come. It's very intentional that his boxers are black. That is literally where the darkness resides for him. Okay? Let's continue. The hero loses everything that made him who he was. And in the depth of despair, shadow, madness, and fear, the hero accomplishes the second threshold, bringing him within view of journey's end. Let's read what Kazuya said here. You guys remember, right? We just read this 2 seconds ago. It suddenly hit me that this was how it all began. Ever since back then, Mizuhara had occupied a room in my heart. Okay? He's accomplished the second threshold, the spark, the sense of awareness. The room became 2, then 3, until it was a full-size apartment. I was rejected, emotionally jerked around, over and over and over again. And after all that, she never disappeared from my heart. Now non-refundable was putting it mildly. Before I knew it, both my heart and body completely belonged to her. And somehow, that felt like my answer. He accomplished the second threshold. He found some sort of answer, right? Right as I found myself on the verge of tears, thinking that if my wish came true, I wouldn't need anything else, there was one thing about to put a stop to it all. Okay? This isn't a thing where Reiji is just like, oh, I've been leading you to this thing, we're going to a positive direction. Reiji has been telling us from the get-go, shit's about to fucking hit the fan. Okay, Reiji's been telling us from the absolute get-go, this is not going to fucking end well, So in the hero's journey, right, he accomplishes the second threshold, bringing him within view of journey's end. What did Kazuya just say? Do you guys remember what he just said? Right? He said, I felt that was my answer. Right as I found myself on the verge of tears, thinking if my wish came true, I wouldn't need anything else. It's so close. He's almost there. It's literally telling you your journey is at the end of your journey is within view. You're almost there, buddy. You're about to fucking get there, dude. Right? That's literally what that reads like. You're about to get there, dude. You're almost there. Okay? Right, the journey's end. But with the death of his former self and the creation of his present beastly form, a heavy price is paid for the completion of the second threshold. This price could be one of many things. The death of a beloved friend, okay? Don't know if we have that one, right? The separation from a romantic partner. That's literally already happening. Or my favorite, an unintended consequence of horrific magnitude. Kazuya's unintended consequence of horrific magnitude. Literally what happens in the very end of the chapter. Ruka is the consequence of horrific magnitude, and so is Umi. Right? Okay. It is from some sort of overly traumatic event that the hero himself has had a hand in. Kazuya told Umi shit. Kazuya had a hand with Ruka. He put Ruka off. He let Ruka fucking escalate. This is how we fucking ended up here. Okay? Which, even in the depth of his darkness, sparks the seed of his true moral and divine soul to be reborn. That's what Umi and Ruka are. That is what Umi and Ruka are. They are Kazuya's rebirth. Okay? They are Kazuya's rebirth. He needs them, ironically enough. What they are going to do is utterly and totally break Kazuya's delusion. That is what Umi and Ruka are going to do. They are going to fucking destroy Kazuya's illusion. Like, utterly, totally fucking shatter it. And that is how Kazuya will be reborn. This is the setup. He is going to face the consequences of his actions. Right? Because Kazuya has done a lot of stupid shit. And he has to face that and realize how the situation he is in a huge part of his own making. And that is how Kazuya will transform. I said this before. There are many instances where, for example, when Kazuya is talking to Umi, and Umi asks if him and Chizuru kissed, Kazuya tells him that they kissed. And he's just like, oh, Chizuru should be fine with it. I mean, it happened. He never considers how she might have felt, right? That could be a problem, right? He never even thinks how that might be a fucking problem. Then, with Ruka, he kept putting her off. He kept avoiding her. He kept not dealing with her. They are going to break him first. That's how you are reborn. You need to properly die to be reborn. His delusion, literally his current version of who he is, needs to shatter. The July 11th date is in a parody, is in jeopardy. Okay, so I don't think you know what July 11th is. So some backstory on July 11th that you don't know. July 11th, in particular in Japan, has an association with time travel. In particular, time loops. July 11th resets on a time loop over and over and over again. There's a reason July 11th was in particularly referenced when we saw Steins Gate. It is the time loop date. It is the date when time loops over and over and over again. You're literally time traveling back and forth to the same exact day, over and over and over again. And you have to find a way to break the loop. You have literally been trapped in a time loop, and you have to find out how to break the loop. That's what July 11th is. That's what it's associated with, right? It has many different associations with time travel. Would Chizuru come in and save him? Well, this is Kazuya's hero's journey, so I think he's gonna have to save himself. And then after he saves himself and saves everyone else, Chizuru might in turn save him. Because this is where we get to the next threshold. So there's two more things here, right? Next, we have the return. It is here from the horror and ill-gotten victory over the second threshold that the hero begins his return to the light. But the return is not without its hurdles. The hero, at this point, so devastated at what he's become, loses hope in his quest and himself. Okay? Can we not say this is kind of where Kazuya is right now, right? Okay? At this point, the hero feels the urge to quit and abandon the journey to someone else more worthy. His companions, with his good intentions, try to persuade the hero out from his guilt, but to no avail. Okay? Does this not match Ruka and Umi? Does this not match Ruka and Umi? Kazuya might consider abandoning his quest to Umi, of all people. Okay? But to no avail. Then the time comes when the hero is so distraught with himself that he leaves his companions and the quest, Alone with only his thoughts and guilt, it is in this landscape of self-regret that the hero may be helped by his mentor or some supernatural force that brought him back to the realization about the importance of his quest, his life, and his purpose. Who's the mentor? We don't know. My bet? Kibe. My bet is that it's Kibe. I think that would be a really interesting direction. Kibe, who has failed him this whole fucking time, actually steps up as a bro. I hope it is Kibe. It could be Mommy, but I don't know about Mommy. It could be Mommy. It could be like part of Mommy's self-redemption as a character. That could be an interesting direction. It could be Minnie, but I don't know. We kind of, the idea of Minnie's character might end up shattering. So we'll see. I'm not sure. Let's continue. Right, so he realization of the course of his quest, his life, and his purpose. And from this contemplation, the hero, with all the scars of his past actions, heals himself and returns to the group and quest. The hero returns with a new determination, compassion, and will that could only have been forged in the hottest and most ferocious of flames. With his newly tempered will, he journeys to the third threshold. The third threshold, sacrifice. Who remembers what happens in Steins Gate? Who here has seen Steins Gate? What does Okaba have to do to save Korosu? What does Okaba have to do to save Korosu? He literally has to take the hit for her. He has to sacrifice himself. He literally has to sacrifice himself and put himself to the side so that she might survive so he could go to the proper timeline. He has to sacrifice his wants. Okay. In this part of the story, the hero, wise and experienced, attempts to return to the normal world and feels the need to atone for his sins. This is the second plot point of the story. If the first plot point was the beginning, then it would be the near completion of the quest. It is here that the hero enters the gates of the final battle. Though mentally and spiritually our hero is trying to find a balance between the material and the spiritual, the material being the physical events and the choices he must make in the event around him, and the spiritual being his moral compass and his ideals. At this point, the hero would choose to sacrifice himself in some way that would put his companions out of harm's way, or make up for what he put them through. And from this decision, the hero would go on alone towards the final stage of his journey. This is where we're going to go. Kazuya is going to have to do this battle alone in the end. There's going to be a sort of final battle that Kazuya is going to have to do alone. Which is very interesting because if you remember the Odaiba date, right, when the practice of the date, what did Minnie tell him? Minnie told him some very specific choices of words. So let's go find that really quick. It should be 342. Or no, 341. It's right here. Or no. It was 344. That's where Kazuya does it. Yeah. Minnie tells him love is a lonely battle. Okay? Minnie tells Kazuya love is a lonely battle. And not everyone has the strength to face it. And yet, I think what Kazuya is going to do is he's going to face this battle alone, and he's going to spur others into action. Okay? A lonely battle. Challenge accepted. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual date. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time to get me through my hardships with Mami-chan. I'll show her how much I've grown. I have to learn how to love on my own. Kazuya regularly says, I'm going to do this, just watch me. But this is what's going to be interesting about this. He's going to actually have to do something, and no one's going to watch. He's not showing it to anyone, but to himself. Here, he's constantly is doing it for the audience. He's constantly telling himself, just watch, I'm going to do it. He's convincing himself. He's not actually going to do anything. Right? Now it's the true hero's journey. So maybe up until this point, we've been in a fake hero's journey, and now he's going through an actual hero's journey. So maybe I've kind of read this incorrectly. Maybe up until this point, we've been on a fake hero's journey over and over and over again. Now we're going to go on a real hero's journey. And he will truly become the hero by accepting he's the villain. Okay. Interesting stuff. Okay. What if Chizuru is the one with the ticket? Fake or broken? It's a broken hero's journey. We're on a broken hero's journey. So you think Chizuru will not even know about it? So low key, I think Chizuru is the target, as she's always been the target. I think Umi is possibly targeting Chizuru, not in the way you might think. He's literally a problem for her, right? I think Umi is literally a problem for Chizuru. So I could see Kazuya like resolving that problem somehow. This also connects to him bastardizing himself due to self-hatred. Yeah. Okay, so I was gonna look through Twitter, see what people are saying. So Japanese fans said, why do you have to apologize to foreign readers? To overseas readers. Okay. Where did you hey Eddie man, if you're still here, where did you read that there was a color page next week? Because I don't see it. Usually it says it around here. Where did you read that? Eddie man? You still here, bro? Okay. There was an official Twitter. Could you link that? That would be kind of useful. From Weekly Shonen Magazine. Okay, let's check. Oh, unofficial? Oh. So it's yeah, this is definitely gonna be this is the low. This is the low. This is as low as you can go. Well, not as low as you can go, but this is a very deep low. You know, this is where we're like hitting is slowly starting to hit rock bottom. You know, we're at the second threshold. If you see the hero's journey, this is literally where, right? This is where we are, right? So we have the ordeal, the elixir theft, ultimate boon, reward, and we drop, right? So we literally drop to the bottom. So then there's the refusal of the return, rescue from without, death of dreams, the black moment. So this is gonna be the big one, the death of dreams, right? Kazuya's dream is literally about to fucking die, right? So we still have that. We have the time that right, the dark night of the soul, the realization. When we hit this moment, this is when Kazuya is gonna see himself as the monster. This is where Kazuya is gonna see himself truly for the monster that he is. And from there, he's gonna sacrifice, right? So literally we're gonna get to that moment of like the in like Steins Gate where like Okubo loses his fucking shit. We're probably gonna get something like that with Kazuya soon. I don't know how soon, but we're getting there. And if there is a color page next week, right? If there is a color page from next week, I've already kind of seen a glimpse of it. Reiji kind of shared a little bit of it on his on his Twitter, on his subscription Twitter. I think I might have already seen a little glimpse of it. So he already shared a little bit of it. It looks really cool. It's gonna be a really interesting one. There's a lot of like it's a very if it's what I think it is, it's a very movie poster. It's a very cool movie poster. And I think you guys would like it a lot. I think you guys might like it a lot. If it's real, if we actually are getting something next week, if it's real, I think you guys might like it a lot. I just can't imagine Umi-kun entertaining Ruka or swallowing everything she says, hook, line, and sinker. Objectively speaking, Ruka's position isn't really one you could call girlfriend at all. Wouldn't he shove that reality right in her face? That said, Umi-kun himself isn't depicted much. There's no material to even work with for imagining stuff. Yeah, it's kind of hard to like know Umi's character. He's like I've said before, he's a mystery box. You don't really have much to work with his character. You know, we don't have much on Umi. He's a walking mystery box. Oh, let's see. I'm on a Discord. I bet Jaws is gonna be pissed. I bet Jaws gonna fucking hate this. Right? Reiji's no longer my goat. I called it. I knew it. I fucking knew he'd hate it. I fucking knew he'd hate it. I fucking knew Jaws would hate it. Yeah. No, I fucking knew Jaws would goddamn hate this. Okay. Tempted to buy the chapter for the uncensored version. You can see the phone crack. It's not uncensored as Kazi is watching porn. So it will be censored, just a different. Well, for the it should be a little censored because if you guys ever seen adult videos from Japan, Jaws was losing his shit in raw spoilers, and I'm with him. That's fine. If you want to dislike this, I'm not gonna tell you to like this. I'm just personal. I see what he's cooking, and I connect to it a lot. I see what Reiji's cooking, and I connect to it a lot. I understand you might not, but like I've said before, as someone who has experienced a lot of what Kazi's experienced, I've lost myself like he's lost himself. I get it. I think the way Reiji's writing this is fucking incredible, but it's risky. What he's writing is really risky. Specifically, like I get it. Like here, I'm just gonna tell Jaws. Like I get it, dude. Like I completely understand if you don't like this. I'm not gonna tell you to like this. What Reiji is writing is incredibly risky, like super omega risky. And a lot of it is very much not written in the like he knows it's not for foreigners' rescue sensibility. I know for a fact this does not mesh with foreigners, with us, especially Americans. Especially like how a lot of us feel. And I think what Reiji's gonna do is gonna be divisive, but if he lands this, so this is my stance. This is literally my stance. If Reiji lands this, and I kind of have a gut feeling he fucking will, God tier writing. He literally dragged us into the fucking abyss. He literally, in a sense, ruined his story to make it incredible. That's how I'm reading this, and that's fine. If you don't like this, that is cool, dude. You're free to feel however the fuck you want to feel. You don't like this? That's fine. This is hard to like. This is not easy. To look past this is not easy. The reason I can look past this is because I've read a lot of hentai. I've seen a lot of adult videos. I have been through the mud, dude. I have crawled in that shit. Okay, so when I like I'm telling you, I get it. I know what this dude's cooking, and I feel like if you haven't, you this might not like click for you. What Reiji's doing really might not click for you. I also think that a lot of this is very much targeted towards like Japanese readers, and how they're perceiving and understanding things. A lot of his writing is very much in an undertone. I think D1 legendary Gooner. What does that mean? Oh, you talking about me? You talking about me? You talking about me? You talking about me, bro? What's your rank on Jerkmate? What the fuck is? I think I've heard of Jerkmate. I don't do that. I've heard of it. I've heard of that. But I don't do that. Nah. But like I told you guys before, like I was kind of like lost, kind of like Kazuya was for a good period. So like I kind of get where this is coming from. I get the point of this chapter. This chapter is literally meant to be demeaning, you know? What this chapter is absolutely meant to be demeaning and insulting. Okay, so if that's how you feel, okay, that was the intended result. Like if this is how you feel reading this chapter, that was the intended result. Okay, this is not an unintentional thing. This is not an unplanned thing. Reiji knows what he wrote. There's a reason he apologizes to foreigners. Okay? He knows what he wrote. This chapter is meant to absolutely be demeaning. This chapter is like 218, but more. This chapter is 218, but actual pornography. This chapter is literally 218, but actual straight up pornography. Like just straight up. Like no holds barred. Here's actual fucking porn. 218 is meant to demean love through a similar lens. In 218, it is meant to bastardize Kazuya's feelings. This is the flip of 218. This is Kazuya bastardizing his own feelings. This is if 218 kind of became reality, but for Kazuya. This is if 218 became reality, but for Kazuya. And what I mean by that is that he kind of like the thing people criticize Kazuya for, in 218 is low-key what he did here, where he's in love with someone else and he beat his meat to another girl, right? And that girl happened to also sexually assault him. And so it's so muddied and gross and weird, and it's just getting so deep into the uncomfortable nitty-gritty details. He is in the bed where he was sexually assaulted, beating his meat to the girl who sexually assaulted him. Fucking think about that. Seriously, fucking think about that. How twisted is that? How fucking demented is that? And yet, doesn't that perfectly match with the hero's journey, right? Doesn't that literally match the hero's journey? Well, I watched a lot of hentai stuff too, but I can't separate both media, so I'm reading Kanokari. I'm not expecting topics like this, so it disgusts me that it leaves me sour taste in my mouth. Well, that's the thing though. Rent-A-Girlfriend has talked about this for a hot minute. Rent-A-Girlfriend has talked about this for a hot minute. It's been there since chapter 1. I'm a little surprised that like you don't expect this because it's been there since chapter 1. Chapter 1, Kazuya is literally getting horny, imagining the girl he likes with someone else, and he hates himself for being horny. And then what does he do in this chapter? In this chapter, he does the very thing that he hates. Right? This chapter, he's literally doing the very thing that he fucking hates. He beat his meat to another girl, not imagining how the person who likes him might feel horrible that he might want to be with another girl physically. He literally did the thing he fucking despises. He became the monster he fucking hates. But in spirit. It's a spiritual death. This is literally a spiritual and moral death of Kazuya's character. But it's not ruining his character. It's a brilliant, perfect middle ground. It is an incredibly brilliant middle ground. I could see why Reiji might have been hesitant about this and the Ruka meetup. I could see why Reiji might be hesitant about this direction and trying to be very careful on how he wants to approach it. Right? This he has to be very careful about how he wants to approach this. This is a very smart way to approach this. It is a spiritual and moral death of Kazuya's character, but he's not actually dead. It's incredible. This is how you write a hero's journey. Well, okay, there's a lot of different ways to write a story, but I think he's playing the hero's journey perfectly. He is following the hero's journey perfectly for Kazuya's character. It is literally, like I've said a few times, a spiritual and moral death of Kazuya's character. And that is literally how you reborn him, how you rebirth him, right? This is how you revive Kazuya and truly make him who he is. I think this was the chapter that the editors told Reiji. True, this could very well be the chapter. I mean, he's right. The girl looks like Ruka, but she isn't Ruka, right? He's imagining having sex with Ruka, but she isn't Ruka. So this is literally Ruka's 218. This is straight up Ruka's 218. Like, you can't like get any more like it's just straight up Ruka's 218. I can feel like a lot of people who feel a certain way about this would feel weird, right? It's not. This is not even subtle. Like the fucking plugging in, plugging in the power cord as you insert. I'm like, bro, okay. Like, what the fuck? No, this chapter is intentionally incredibly demeaning. It looks a lot like hentai. Like, this is straight up some hentai shit, right? The moaning, the excessive reactions. This is not what sex is like. Sex can look like this. I think if you're like super fucking crazy and like both horny beyond fucking compare. But this is pornography. It's acting. You're watching acting. And how incredibly fitting that the entire chapter is just acting. You see Chizuru acting, and then you see the actor show up in the very end of the chapter. The entire chapter is just acting. None of it is real. You're living an illusion. You're watching a movie. All of pornography is just fucking acting. Have you guys okay, serious question. Who here has actually seen Japanese adult videos? Like, straight up. Who here has actually seen Japanese adult videos? They're fucking ridiculous. Those things are fucking ridiculous. Like, it's actually hilariously goofy. They're fucking ridiculous. They're like I swear to God, compare like Japanese adult videos to like shit on Pornhub. It's completely different. It's completely different. It's wildly strange. It's like watching an animated hentai. It's utterly, totally fucking ridiculous. It's pure nonsense. Like sometimes I'm just like, okay, this is a little, like, I just start laughing. Like, it's just so fucking goofy. So the excess by which you are receiving this information reflects the falsehood of this chapter. It's just a big fucking lie. As a mirror to how pornography is just a big fucking lie. Right? Like, it's genuinely funny. Okay, describe one then. All I heard is that they scream like crazy. So there's excessive moaning. They Sometimes they act like they're fucking high. And the moaning is like super intense and weird. These things are like 2 hours long. So these videos tend to be very long. They do a lot of like weird ones where they have like a lot of ones that are like just straight up sexual assault. Like those are like a thing. Like NTR ones, for instance, like NTR adult videos are just most of the time just straight up sexual assault. Like just not even like fucking sugarcoating it. It's just straight up sexual assault. And they last a while. They last a while, and they're like multiple different scenes, and the girl can't fight back, and oh, she gets into it, and now she's super horny, and blah 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 blah. And like when the person gives in, it's like literally. Have you ever read a hentai? It's just like hentai. It's just like hentai. It like mirrors them and everything. There's only been like a few that I've seen that have actually felt genuinely good, and even then they still have those traps in there where oh here we go, here's the excessive reacting and shit. There I will say though, like one thing about those is that their visuals are like a lot better. There's a lot of like hentai films, or sorry, not hentai films, adult videos from Japan, like JV, is it JV, JAV? A lot of those are like, have like really good like lighting and sets, right? They have crazy lighting and sets. They're kind of wild, especially like the good ones. So they literally kind of look like a movie. Like a lot of them just straight up look like a movie. And but they feel ridiculous. They feel utterly ridiculous. The way they immerse you is like through a sense of environment. But like what the characters themselves are doing is just utterly ridiculous, and like Pornhub is more realistic sometimes. Like the American shit that we see is sometimes more realistic than that. And that shit, a lot of it is fake, you know? Like sometimes you can find like you can find people and you can kind of tell, oh, they're really into it. Like they're actually having fun. Like, okay, you want to know the best way you can tell that people are actually like having sex? They're having fun. You can kind of tell they're kind of having fun. They're both getting into it. They're both like committing to the role, and they're just kind of having fun with it. A lot of the Japanese ones, it's like a lot of the times it's just acting. It's just like very excessive and fake acting. They'll like moan the same way over and over and over and over again. They'll react in like super excessive ways every time you touch them a certain way. Ooh, I feel so much. They even have like weird ones where it's like they give them a fucking aphrodisiac, and they just like every time they touch them, they're just like they just like freak the fuck out. So no, the Japanese adult videos are utterly and totally fucking ridiculous. They're totally nonsense, you know? I don't even know if I'm gonna get fucking like I don't know if this video is gonna get fucking demonetized for all this shit that we're talking about. But yeah, they're utterly fucking nonsensical. And I think the chapter doing that perfectly reflects how utterly and totally nonsensical you are. You're so descriptive. I'm being descriptives specifically to show you how all of that is applicable in this chapter. I'm being descriptive to show you how utterly applicable all of this is in this chapter. It's overkill. This isn't real. This is totally and utterly overkill. Right? It's nonsensical. Right? Oh, you put the penis in. Oh, look at that. And then it's just excessive. It's just the same thing. I have no fucking clue how they're going to adapt this into the anime if they get into it. I have no fucking clue how they're going to adapt this into the anime if they get into it. It's going to be weird. I have no... Because how do you... Reiji is literally criticizing pornography. How do you even adapt that? How do you even show this? Like, this is... Yeah, I don't know how you would go about adapting this. I'm not... This is like... season 8 or season 9. It's gonna be a while away, so I don't even know. It's most likely will get demonetized. It will most likely... Oh, my video? Probably. I'm not... It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. We're just talking here. It's fine. I don't really mind. But this chapter is absolutely a criticism of of adult videos, and like just the core theme of this story, which is like how fucked up all this shit is. You could drown in the abstract visual metaphor. Yeah. Yeah. Just look at this. He looks so empty and dead. The phone is right there. You see this thing that he beat his meat with right there. The tissue's right there. The power cord he just plugged in is now unplugged. His boner is gone. He just kind of lies there. Literally, what just happened here? Kazuya unplugged. After Kazuya plugged in, he unplugged. And now he doesn't have any power. Right? He thought he was charging himself up, when in reality he was emptying himself out, technically speaking. Right? He's spent. Right? And it's really funny. He says, I'm going to go exercise right after this, because I'm the one who is just like, oh yeah, I beat my meat to go exercise. I literally said that earlier. Fuck. Like Good Day and Kyoko, the opposite of this. What is? Well, Good Day and Kyoko are like, remember, they're from different time periods. Like, the sensibilities that was written for that story were very, very different. There is a similarity, absolutely, but this is Rent a Girlfriend really getting into what makes it special. Right? Rent a Girlfriend has always been about the internet, social media, and AI. So it really delving into that, like, this is what makes this story special. Why no other story can replicate this. Why you'll never find anything like this. Specifically because of what Rent a Girlfriend talks about and what it's criticizing. Also, his pose on the bed looks like Jesus dying on the cross. It's to the inverse. Jesus died for our sins. Kazuya died because of his sin. Yeah. And like I said before, there was a parallel between Chizuru and Jesus in Hawaiians. She literally died for everyone's sins in Hawaiians. That was like she quite literally died on the cross for everyone's sins in Hawaiians. She was literally wearing a crown of thorns, if you will. So yeah. I'm fucking dying. Oh, I'm fucking dying. Oh my god, I'm fucking dying. A friend of mine posted this in response to Jaws. I'm fucking dying. That's so good. That's so fucking good. Oh, this is Jaws' fucking villain moment. I'm dying. Jaws' villain origin story. Oh, I'm fucking dying, dude. This is great. That's incredible. Oh my god, it's incredible. I didn't even think of it. I just said it. I didn't even think of it. I just fucking said it. That's incredible. Oh. I didn't even think of it. I just said it. Bro. Incredible. You know, it's really funny. This is all happening right now, like the sexual assault stuff and all that, because they just added Yujiro Hanma into fucking Tekken. That dude, the fucking horrible human being, just got added in Tekken, and I vividly like recall like that dude's a rapist. So it's just so fucking funny. I'm just like, oh, this is so fucked up. It's like funny and fucked up at the same time, and I'm like lost between emotions. My god. Incredible. Kazuya's inner thoughts in the Japanese. What Kazuya's inner thoughts in the Japanese? Oh, that is interesting actually. Let's ask Crumpy. Let's ask Crumpy if he can do some translations for us. Oh shit. Oh god, Crumpy said a lot more stuff. Okay, hold on, gang. Crumpy had some more shit to say. Chance meaning love affair. What is this? What's this? By the way, while searching the meaning of the words, I saw that the word that I translated as "happen to meet" is the title of this movie. Oh. What the fuck? Hey, yo! What the fuck? So the teaser for next time happens to be the title of a film called Love Affair. Love Affair is a 1939 American romantic film starring Irene Dunne and Charles Boyer and featuring Maria, long name. It was directed by Leo McCarey, written as Delmer Davis, blah, 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 based on the story by McCarey and Mildred Cram. Love Affair was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Writer. Jesus, okay, Love Affair. This isn't the teaser. It's from the editor's note. Oh, this isn't the teaser. It's from the editor's note? Interesting. 1939. Okay. Oh, yeah, Crumpy. I'm going to request something that's a little unfair. And I'm sorry. I want to translate Kazuya's inner monologues. I know this might sound excessive, but would you be okay with that? I kind of want to translate Kazuya's inner monologues. I feel like there might be a lot of subtleties in there. I'm also a little curious about what Umi said. Is that too much? Am I asking too much? Yeah, I'm fine. All right. All right, we got approval from the goat. Let's fucking go. Okay, he has a few more things to say, so I'll read through those. Just give me a sec. So I'll send the first one. We got approval from the fucking goat. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed. We saw the birds on the power lines again. Who noticed it? The birds on the power lines again. The birds are literally on cords of power. And Kazuya literally plugged in, right? His energy reserve, if you will. Kirby, can you translate the whole chapter, please? That's excessive. All right. Last page. Okay, give me a sec, gang. I'm going to use the restroom, BRB. I think I'm drinking a lot of water, which is good. Love and peace. Oh, yeah, anything but love and peace, right? We're just like, love and peace. Nope. I found it really interesting that Chizuru is wearing another cat thing. And this time it's just black cats. But it's 2 black cats. Last chapter, we had this whole thing about a mother cat and its parents. Last chapter had this entire motif of parenting, which is really interesting. Mommy was kind of like an indirect red herring, but not a red herring either, which is really fascinating. I'm gonna use the restroom because I don't want to keep talking a long time. I think I heard that somewhere at least. Kazuya's face looks like the famed face he's made in his license. Kind of, but no, it's not the same. Okay, I just want to post something really quick. Oh yeah, I was so yesterday I wanted to play a little bit of Final Fantasy 11. I finally got it set up and everything, and the game keeps fucking crashing. It's driving me nuts. I'll like misclick one thing and the game will just shut down. It's utterly fucking irritating. So I was like looking into like how to get it up and running properly. It seems like I'm gonna need to get some mods for the PC version, or I might need to download the game from their website. I hate how addicting this manga is. It's addicting because it's well written, mind you. It's not addicting because it's poorly written. You don't like it specifically because you're kind of addicted to it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Okay, copy image. It's literally the death of Chizuru's smile, right? Chizuru's smile, the driving force of Kazuya's emotions, and when he sees that smile, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking... I'm in tears, dude. I'm in fucking tears, dude. The death of the hero. Look at what he's become. Look at what he's become. The death of the hero. This is chapter 384. It's just before Chizuru kisses him. It's just before this arc starts. And he lays down and he says, all I can remember is the smile on your face. He lays down again. He sees the same smile. But this isn't the same person. This is a completely different person. This is not the same character. And yet, look at his clothes. White, black. White, black. He is in light here. He is illuminated. He is in shadow here. He wears short sleeves here, and he wears boxers. He wears a hoodie here, and he wears black pants. When you zoom into his face here, look at him. Unhappy, empty, jaded. Who he is dead. He doesn't have curiosity, right? In this one, what do you see right after? He's curious. He wants to get up. He wants to explore. He's empty. He's jaded. He's dead. Okay. Wow. Fucking incredible. Actually fucking incredible. I'm actually getting like, I actually got teary-eyed, dude. Fucking incredible. This is the death of a character. And it's incredible. Reiji didn't kill a character and he made me fucking tear up. Reiji did not kill a character. He literally spiritually killed Kazuya's character. And he made me tear up. That's incredible. Imagine reading a chapter like this where it's just a dude gooning to fucking pornography. And it emotionally devastates you like this. Right? Imagine reading a chapter like this and feeling emotional. Like this is what makes this story incredible to me. This is why this story is incredible to me, okay? Because I can read a chapter like this that others would find cringe, stupid, the worst fucking writing in the universe, and I'll get emotional because it's such an immaculate exploration of Kazuya's character. It's such an immaculate destruction of who he is. Incredible. Okay, I'll bring it over here so you guys can see what I'm writing. Okay. 420. Okay, this is a little close. I'll move this up here. Get a little closer. Okay. 426 is a chapter that destroys love. That is its intention. It is stupid. That is its intention. This is the second threshold of the hero's journey. What was it? Let's double check what it was actually called. Like, what is the second threshold actually called? Crossing the second threshold, new rules, the midpoint, and the reversal. The supreme ordeal and the death of the hero. What happened? Can you explain? Give me a sec. 426 destroys him in its debauchery. Kills. There we go. Incredible. Kazuya has offed the person Chizuru loves and people know. The Chizuru loves and people know. Yeah. He is dead. The hero has died. Actually incredible. Can anyone explain? What are you confused about? What do you want me to explain? What would you like me to explain? Pokenheimer. What would you like me to explain, Pokenheimer? I'm a little confused. They adapted Domestic Girlfriend, Redo of Healer, and they count those as anime. Well, Domestic Girlfriend, I don't think they actually show the full-on sex. Why are you sad? Oh, I'm sad because I was scrolling through and I saw this Kazuya. Kazuya at the time here said, he went through everything. He went through pain, suffering, and tragedy. And then he thought to himself, she asked these serious questions, and what does he think of besides, after everything, all I can remember is the smile on your face. After everything he endured, his love still stands true. Right? So in this moment, after every single thing he endured, his love still stands true. He still believes it. It still means something to him. This is still Kazuya. This is that moment in Undertale where you go through like the fucking, what is it, the fucking genocide route, and you get to the mirror in the end, and you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, in the end, it's still you. This is what's brilliant about this moment, is after every single thing he has endured, he is still himself. Okay, this is the point of this scene. After everything, you are still you. You can still remember her smile. After everything that you've endured, you can still remember her smile. When we go to this chapter, when Kazuya remembers Chizuru's smile, it's not the same. After everything, the smile comes back. But it does not fill him with this smile that once filled him with curiosity, with fantasy, with joy and exploration. Like, look at this. Right as he gets up, he's curious. Right? He's still curious. He still wants to know. I wonder if Mizuhara is back from the bank yet. He wants to know. He's curious. He wants to explore more. Despite everything that he has endured, he still wants to explore. Right? It's like an adventurer. Think of it like this. This is like an adventurer. His adventure has brought him nothing but pain and sorrow. He has suffered so fucking much, and he still wants to adventure. That's wonderful. That's such a heartwarming thing. Now it's the opposite. Now it's all gone. He's not curious. He doesn't want to adventure. He doesn't want to explore. He just lies there, jaded. His eyes are not filled with love. They are blackened. They are turned dark. There's barely a semblance of who he was in there. He lies in shadow. He's not dressed. He's not actually working. He is the smile that he remembers, this exact same smile that he remembers, it's not many smiles. It's a single big smile. And that smile has been demeaned. This smile is no longer something that he wants. He can't take it back. It clings to him. It is now not something he genuinely loves and enjoys and finds shelter in and finds joy in. It is now something he dislikes. He hates that he can't refund it. This smile is now a burden because now he can't relieve himself in peace. He can't let out these feelings in peace anymore. They are forever attached to him. No matter what he does, no matter where he goes, no matter how he lives his life, the smile will always haunt him. The smile that once gave him a sense of drive, a sense of curiosity, a reason to live and to keep going forward is now a burden to him. The thing that gave his life meaning is now a burden to him. He can't refund it. He can't take it back. All he can try to do is get it. Because he can never let it go. This smile is now a source of burden for him. Literally, Kazuya is dead. The adventurer you started this journey with is dead. He is nothing more than a wanderer. He doesn't have a purpose. He doesn't have a direction. Who he is dead. What he was is dead. These feelings now are an attachment, a burden to him. That's so tragic, right? This childish sense of wonder that Kazuya used to have is now replaced with a jaded, empty adult. The very thing Kibe warned us against. This is the very thing Kibe warned us against in the very, very beginning of the series. This is why I think Kibe might be the one to rescue him. Kibe might be his true mentor. This is why I think Kibe might be the one to save him. Because Kibe is the jaded adult. The jaded, empty man who has no sense of wonder, no sense of exploration, and has lost all sense of love and fantasy in his life. When your life is nothing but a sad, empty reality, what's the point? It's good to fantasize. It's good to have unrealistic dreams. It's good to have just be fucking stupid and do fun things that other people would think are dumb. But he's lost that. Who Kazuya is dead. The dream is dead. The fantastical dreamer that is Kazuya's character has died. His moral and spiritual self is dead. And that's what just happened to me. That's what I just experienced. I just saw Kazuya die. I went back and I looked at an older version of Kazuya, and I saw the childish glee and wonder that he felt, and I don't see that when I look at him here. I recently experienced something similar where a close friend of mine died. I didn't even know. I hadn't heard from her in like a month. And I didn't process that she had died. It didn't feel real. And I think that's literally kind of what was going on here. Is I was looking at Kazuya here, and I didn't really process how he died, how this isn't the same character, and it clicked with me when I was scrolling. I was literally just so like I just pulled up my tab here, right? This was my tab right here, and I was like scrolling through it, and I happened to get to 384, and my brain is just like, what? And I click on it, and I see this picture, right? I see this. I see, like, from far. I didn't even click on this. Like, I saw it from here, right? I saw it like this, and my mind just instantly processed how he died, and it felt so familiar. You know, it felt so familiar, and it reminded me so much of losing that friend that, like, I didn't really process that she's gone. And I'm still struggling. I'm still not really processing it fully. But I started to feel these emotions when I started writing. I wrote like a very small thread about her on Twitter. And when I started writing, I had processed that she was gone. You know, I started crying as I was writing it. And that's basically what happened here with Kazuya. That like this is the brilliance of Kazuya's character. Look at how he starts this chapter. He's jaded. He's empty. He's losing himself, right? Look at him. He's hollowed out. He's empty. But then he starts coming back, right? Slowly but surely, he's literally coming back. Slowly but surely, you're starting to see more of him. Slowly but surely, the one you know returns. The light is back in his eyes. The blush is back. He's not gone, right? He looked like in the very beginning that he was gone. The chapter gives you the illusion that he had disappeared, that this is not the same character. And this is foreshadowing. This what you're visually seeing here was foreshadowing. The way he looks right here is the same way he looks in the current chapter. This was foreshadowing to you how Kazuya was going to disappear, right? Here you start with how he's still here. Despite everything, he is still here. But this was also alluding to how he was going to disappear. How Kazuya was not going to be himself anymore. In contrast, the way the chapter ends is with Chizuru resisting, with Chizuru serious. This is really fascinating. Why? Because this is going to be Chizuru's journey to resist, to fight back, right? So as we see Kazuya reclaim himself, right, we start with seeing Chizuru, who looks like she is not herself, and then reclaiming that self. So her journey is inverse, right? We start the chapter not seeing Chizuru, as we don't see Chizuru for much of the current arc, right? And then we reach the midpoint point, and we see Chizuru again. Chizuru looks like her normal self. She doesn't look like who she is anymore, right? This is what I mean about Kazuya's journey being a broken hero's journey or an inversed hero's journey, where we're literally seeing it happen in reverse, right? In the beginning, he retains who he is, right? Or sorry, in the beginning, he looks like he lost who he is, but then he retains it. When we start with Chizuru, she looks like she's back to her usual self, right? When we start with Chizuru, you get the illusion that she's back to her usual self, in contrast to Kazuya, who starts out not looking like his usual self. This isn't the usual Kazuya. This isn't how he usually looks. In the very end of the chapter, he returns to his usual self. Now it's the flip. We start with the usual Kazuya, and now we get to the point where he's not his usual self anymore. Who he is gone. His identity has disappeared. Okay, so we eventually reach this point. Chizuru is the reverse. The way Chizuru is presented here is that she seems like her usual self. She's presented as though she is her usual self, only for us to get in the very end and be shown she's not her usual self. She just looks like her usual self. But she's rather resisting the change, right? She's resisting the want to change. So Chizuru's journey is going to be in reverse. We started kind of with this, right? Chizuru resisting this change, right? Ultimately to return to who she actually is, to return to her usual self, right? With Kazuya, he lost himself. With Chizuru, she's returning to who she actually is, right? She's returning to this aspect of herself. Now, this people might interpret this as the Ice Queen. That's not the Ice Queen, right? Chizuru is going to stop resisting, right? Chizuru's issue before was that she kept resisting who she is. Even now, she's resisting who she is, right? She's going to have to embrace that. She's going to have to embrace who she is. So literally, this is the first chapter of this that starts this arc. That's how it begins. You get a foreshadowing of Umi. What happens? Kazuya gets in a car, right? If you guys remember, Kazuya gets in a car that reads Nakuno. Nakuno is Umi's last name. Kazuya is literally in Umi's car. He's mirroring Umi. He's becoming Umi. And he's losing himself. But the story is literally actively telling him Chizuru is choosing him because he's not Umi. And this is the lesson he's going to need to learn. That getting in the car like Umi, that mirroring Umi is not the solution. That in trying so hard to be like Umi, he's going down the wrong path. Chizuru is, this is, I would argue, where it began. This is where it all technically began. Here, in the car, when Kazuya got in the car. When he chose to get in the car like Umi, and Chizuru let him go. Chizuru's mistake was letting him go. She shouldn't have let him go. This is where Chizuru fucked up. This is, I believe, where Chizuru fucked up. She shouldn't have let him go. This is where it started. This is where we technically have to time travel. We have to go back to here. She shouldn't have let him go. She wanted him to stay. She should have fucking told him. The problem is in letting him go, she let him get into the car that is Umi. So that's going to be interesting, right? That's kind of the setup. That Kazuya has to go through the gauntlet that is Umi in many ways. He should have gone back to... Yes, he should have... Well, no. Chizuru could have stopped it. Kazuya was not going to go back. Chizuru could have stopped it. Kazuya was not going to go back. That's the thing. That's visually what this shot conveys to you. Kazuya was not going to go back. He is going on a journey. This is him embarking on his hero's journey. Okay? But in many ways, this was a necessary turn. This was a necessary direction. It might not seem like it to a lot of readers who just want them to get together, but it is. In particular, this is trial by fire. He's going to find who he is. This is his hero's journey to truly find who he is. To die and be reborn and return home. Okay, let's see if Crumpy did the translations. There was some other stuff that Crumpy translated that I wanted to check. So we'll have to check those as well. So Crumpy sent some other stuff. Okay, it doesn't seem like he's done translating, but he did say a few more things. Let's look at that really quick. So Crumpy says, let's go away from here. So Crumpy says that... Okay, searching the meaning of the word, I saw that the words that I translated as happened to me is the title of this movie. I also feel like this happened before LOL. Maybe this was another movie. You probably mentioned it in your stream, but I think it's interesting that Kazuya's fantasy, he has his old hair, maybe to distance himself from what he's thinking about. Whoa, I didn't even think of that. Oh, I didn't even think of that. He's mentally disassociating. No. Oh. It's not mentally disassociating. Oh, no. He's not mentally disassociating. Oh, that's even worse. I didn't even... Kazuya, when he's having sex in this, is imagining himself with his old hair. Why? This is the part of him that's dying. This is the original Kazuya that I just showed you having sex with Ruka. He's literally killing himself in letting his old self have sex. His old self that was so true to love, so honest and so committed to his feelings, he's imagining that version of himself having sex. That Kazuya died. This is literally the Kazuya that you know dying. That's why you see this Kazuya having sex. Why is he fantasizing about doing it with Ruka, though not with Chizuru? That's what bothers me. Because Ruka literally sexually assaulted him, and she gave him the desire he craved this whole time. And so his body naturally just reacts to the person that gave him this sexual desire. He stopped looking at Chizuru sexually and started seeing Ruka sexually. So naturally his body reacts to Ruka sexually. Because she keeps physically touching him, his body, he can't resist the desire to be with Ruka sexually. That's the reason he fantasizes about Ruka and not Chizuru specifically demeans his love with Chizuru. That's the narrative intent. Why does Kazuya do it? Kazuya does it specifically because he can't get that thought out of his mind. Because he's denied sex for so long, and he was given a taste of sex through Ruka. Ruka gave him a taste of that sex. He can't imagine it with Chizuru because he never did it with Chizuru. So naturally, his mind is attached to Ruka when it comes to sex now, because she almost did it with her. Almost had sex with her. That's how he interprets it. He was sexually fucking assaulted. But that's why it's Ruka. That's why he fantasizes about Ruka. It is literally Kazuya feeling sexual desires and not having a healthy, but they're close with Chizuru multiple times, not sexually, but still. Exactly. Chizuru is not here right now. He has a lot of pent-up sexual desires that he has a very, very unhealthy relationship with. Kazuya has an incredibly unhealthy relationship with his sexual desires. He even points out in the very beginning of the chapter how he hasn't masturbated in like 2-3 days. He hasn't really done that because he hasn't really been thinking about his sexual desires. He's just kind of put them to the side. And so naturally they became associated with Ruka. Because he doesn't have a healthy relationship with his sexual desires, the person who sexually assaulted him is who he associates sex with now. It's imprinted into his mind. When you're sexually assaulted, that literally attaches to your mind. You can't stop thinking about it. Your body literally like cannot disassociate from it. You literally had such a powerful experience, whether traumatic or positive, that you can't not think about it. Your mind will just naturally go there. That's why it's Ruka. She's literally enthralled him. That's why it's your problem is you're associating it with love. Your problem is you're looking at it from love. This is not about love. This is about desire, and Ruka has overwritten his desire for Chizuru. Ruka has literally overwritten his desire for Chizuru for his sexual desires for Ruka, because he does find her sexually attractive. Absolutely, he hella finds her sexually attractive. That is the point. That's why it's Ruka. Because Kazuya finds her sexually attractive. And she tried to engage with him sexually. That's why it's Ruka. And because spiritually and morally he gave into that, he gave into those sexual desires for Ruka, who he is died. It's probably in there in the text if we read it carefully. You know? So like, look at him here being terrified, right, of his own sexual desires for Ruka. He does feel sexual desires for her. The unfortunate truth of reality is this. You can absolutely feel sexual desires for your abuser. 100%. We'd like to think you can't. We like to pretend that sexual assault is just this horrible experience. No, it's layered and complicated and fucked up. You can feel sexual desire for your abuser. Your abuser can give you sexual pleasure. And that is the reality of this. Kazuya is terrified of his own lust for Ruka because he doesn't have a healthy relationship with his lust. Chapter 218 embodies that. It embodies when Kazuya first fell apart with his own sexual desires. It embodies when Kazuya first started losing his self to his sexual desires. This is the antithesis of Kazuya's original journey of literally not giving in to his sexual desires. He did. Who he is dead because he gave in to his sexual desires, and that's going to be a part of his hero's journey, to embrace the fact that he has sexual desires, and that's okay. That there's nothing fucking wrong with that. Stockholm syndrome. I'll look into that in a little bit. I'm not sure if that's the accurate description I would use. But no, I wouldn't say that's Stockholm syndrome. Like there's some parallels to that, but I don't know. To be honest, I'm super curious. Isn't this interesting? I just told you guys earlier how Kazuya's whole thing is about curiosity. And here, curiosity killed the cat. Right? His own curiosity literally got him killed. Right? Because he gave in to that curiosity, that what if, he died. But that ironically set up for him to be reborn. So it's literally a twisted version of the Kazuya you saw in 384. Right? In 384, he's literally curious about Chizuru. Here, he's curious about his own sexual desires. But instead of exploring them in a healthy way, he explores them in a very unhealthy way. He doesn't know how to explore his own feelings. He has a very unhealthy relationship with them. That's literally the definition of cheating. Yeah, doesn't like last chapter feel like it has no fucking relevance to this chapter? I think that's so interesting. That cliffhanger that we saw, completely ignored. That cliffhanger we saw, completely ignored. Yeah, in trying to get away with beating his meat for Ruka, right? So this is how he justifies his actions here. That because of what Iamori said, if we were dating for real, then maybe none of this would have happened. I think I can get away with beating my meat to Ruka-chan just one time. Stupid, now's not the time. Seriously, what's wrong with me? But can I not? Can I really not? If I try and simulate the situation, then maybe I can resist her, right? Look at how he justifies it to himself. Look, I love how he justifies it to himself, right? I'm simulating the situation. I'm building immunity. He's an addict. He's literally a fucking addict. Right? I'm building immunity. Mizuhara isn't so small-minded to get upset over something so trivial. Right? Look at how he's justifying it to himself. He's giving himself every reason to fucking do it. Right? No, it's fine. Right? Besides, when it comes to men, this kind of thing is basically off limits to criticism. Right? Look at how he justifies it to himself. For the time being, I should probably masturbate. Right? Crackle, 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 whoosh. Look at him get energized. He can't resist. Right? He can't resist. All of it is demonizing every aspect of the things he wanted to do with Chizuru. Right? So Ruka touches him. Right? He imagines Ruka touching him. Not the person he actually wants to be touched by, Ruka. He imagines Ruka kissing him, not Chizuru kissing him. Right? He imagines touching Ruka's boobs, not Chizuru's boobs. Okay? You can do whatever you want with me. He imagines that with Ruka, not with Chizuru. Right? It's this one. What the fuck's he doing there? Wait, what the fuck's he doing in that one? Oh, he's sucking on the titties. He's sucking on them titties. Oh, okay. He's sucking on them titties. Right? All the things he wanted to do with Chizuru, he's imagining himself doing with Ruka. He's not emotionally cheating on Chizuru, he's emotionally cheating on himself. That's why this is bad. He's emotionally cheating on himself less than Chizuru. Imagine if Ruka learns about the Kohab. What should he do with that info? Oh, crap. Oh, shit. I didn't even think of that. Umi knows that. Oh, shit. I didn't even think of that. Umi knows that. I think the Umi interaction is not going to go how we think. I think the Umi interaction is not going to go how he thinks. Interesting. This is a very realistic to humans. We always try to justify things in our own heads. Yeah. Okay. He was quite the imagination, lol. I wish my imaginations were this vivid. I feel like mine were quite this. Well, he's not. Remember, he's watching porn and projecting himself onto the porn. I just joined. I wanted to say that when I read this chapter, I thought this would be a new possible ship, but I don't like it at all. I prefer Rika to be with a guy that truly loves her. That's the fucking point. That's the fucking point. It's a horribly toxic and unhealthy relationship. It's literally an addiction. Right? Literally what Kazuya did here is essentially akin to trying a drug. He's just like, it's fine if I do it once, right? You got a bit of a taste. It's fine if I do it once. Does it? Fucking hates himself. That's literally this chapter. It's an addiction. This chapter is an addiction. I think visually speaking, the opening page, in my opinion, is Kazuya literally walking away from people. It's Kazuya walking away from people. Notice how he's not interacting with anyone. He's looking at his book, right? Now just replace the book with a phone. He looks like just like everybody else. He's just like everybody else. We are like that. We have our weaknesses. He's just a kid. See, now you're justifying it. You're doing the same thing. You're literally doing what Kazuya was doing earlier. You're giving excuses. Right? You're giving validation to Kazuya's to the way exactly Kazuya is doing. He's validating his reasoning. Right? So literally the visual symbolism of this is literally how he's blending in with everyone else. He's becoming just like everyone else. Right? But he's not talking to anybody. He's alone. He's just looking down. Right? He's just looking down at his book. He's walking his path, but he's not walking with anyone else. The arrow is going the other way. These people are walking the other way. He's literally walking back. Right? Who he is disappearing. He's not walking with wonder. He's not looking up. He's walking back. He's literally in the middle of a forest. Or a park. Interesting. Loki looks like Umi in the middle. I doubt it. Probably just some guy. Okay. Let's see if someone... Oh, I haven't been reading Twitch. Let me see. I think Umi meeting Ruka can go two ways. One, which may or may not be the problem. First is Umi talking to Ruka and pretty much telling her to stop with what she's doing to Kazuya, and maybe she realizes what she was doing. Second is that she hatches the plan and they go down the evil path, but Ruka says no to it. I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Kazuya felt pleasure when Ruka did the assault on Kazuya. I don't understand why Umi is here with Ruka. Is Umi wearing glasses? Yeah, he is. Ironically, you know what it reminds me of? The way Umi looks in this scene, right? The way Umi looks right here in this scene, I'll show you what it reminds me of. I'll show you exactly what it reminds me of. And the way Kazuya says things that he says is quite similar to it too. Right, so Kazuya is walking with Chizuru. Now, if only these moments could last forever. Oh, look, it's Umi. Wearing shades. And what's an interesting thing about this? High schoolers. He's the nerdy high schooler. She's the cool Gyaru. Huh. Doesn't she kind of look like Ruka a little bit? And then you have Umi meeting with this girl in public. The girl is wearing ribbons. And he's looking at Chizuru. I think this is a direct callback to this. Straight up. I doubt Ruka will ever stop loving Kazuya. She even accepted that she wants to be second. I think you're completely misreading that scene. No, I think you're completely misreading that. If Kazuya did it with her, then maybe she could... No. You're completely misreading this scene. One, I think Ruka, low-key, already kind of lost her feelings for Kazuya. Low-key. She just doesn't realize it. She's literally just... Ruka is in denial. She literally just hasn't come to terms with the fact that her relationship with Kazuya is over. Two, no, there's no such thing as never stops loving someone. That's not how it works. Feelings change all the time. That's not how it works. Feelings change all the time. That's not how it works. So no, Ruka has already in some ways actually already kind of stopped loving Kazuya. She just doesn't even know. And the problem is that she just can't come to terms with the fact that the relationship is over. But the irony is neither can Kazuya. Kazuya is also not ending it. There's this illusion from readers that like Kazuya is this perfect victim who can't do anything. The sad reality is Kazuya participated. Kazuya is not simply a victim. He is someone who victimized himself and in many ways let this happen. You're going to hate me for this, right? You're probably going to fucking hate me for this. Kazuya let Ruka into his house to celebrate his birthday, knowing what she did on his first birthday that they were together. Knowing what she did the last time she was in his house. They were together, but he chose not to think about that. It was easier to just not think about that. He put that off. He literally let a wolf into his den. He's a rabbit and he let the tiger into his den. And I'm not a big Churchill fan. But I'm gonna be real. I think Churchill's line here is incredible. You can't reason with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. That's basically what Kazuya did. You can't reason with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. He let Ruka into his fucking home. You can't reason with her in your home, dude. You shouldn't have let her in. But he was going to because he was never going to resolve Ruka. He gave her all the power. That's the problem in life. Don't give people power. Ruka can go to his grandma and spill. She can't. She literally doesn't have it in her. She literally doesn't have it in her. No, he doesn't have to compromise. Take charge of your life, dude. Why are you giving people power? Why does your grandma get a say on your relationship? Why does Ruka get a say on your relationship? Why does Umi get a say in your relationship? Why does Mommy get a say in your relationship? None of them should have a say in your relationship. Not a single person. Not your family, not your parents, not your best friend, nobody. It's your fucking relationship. That is the truth that Reiji is highlighting here. Nobody gets a say on your relationship. It is yours. It is your life. You live it the way that you want to. Nobody can tell you how to live. People will try to. Society will enforce its will on you. Society will try to force you to bend the knee. That's why the comparison to Jesus is kind of good, actually. Because the whole point of religion is so much of religion is defying the current world order and how things in those orders were fucked up. Okay, I don't think you understand Ruka. I think you're just trying to justify Ruka being a villain and Kazuya being the good guy. You guys have kind of lost the plot, so I'm just not going to really engage anymore. I'm sorry. You guys have kind of lost the plot. You just want to villainize the characters at this point. So I'm just not going to engage anymore. I'm going to keep reading what this person wrote. Let's see. I'm trying to find a lot of hidden context in this chapter, but I don't know where that would lead to, honestly. Let's see chapter 264 and 246. Okay, let's take a look at those. 246 and 264. So 264 was right after Kazuya met Mami, and they find out about Chizuru's birthday. Yeah. And Kazuya gets hurt, and Chizuru patches him up. But Chizuru isn't here to patch him up this time. We see Sumi, and we see Mami. Right? That's interesting. We saw Mami last time, but we don't see her this time. 246 is what? What is 246? 246 is when Kazuya first sees Chizuru's mom, and Chizuru sees how hard he's working, and she associates him with her grandpa. This is when she first took him to her house. Yeah, there's kind of a, oh wow, there's kind of a beautiful childish innocence here. It's kind of a beautiful childish innocence here. Okay. Let's see what else. The chapter 264 and 246, maybe they got hidden context that matches the chapter, or have some things that we see on these chapters and how they relate to this chapter. It's a phrase that happens around the age of 21 and up. So where's Kazuya in the hero's journey? Okay, we talked about that already. In the cover page, Reiji is visually isolating him from society. Oh wow, right? It's literally what I was saying. That's so funny. Everyone else, okay, so let's scroll down so you guys can read this. Everyone else is moving together in pairs. Except for this one guy. Right. I think they're all going in a similar direction, and he's going the opposite direction. Everyone else is moving and flowing naturally with the environment. Kazuya is completely inverted. He's walking in the opposite direction. He's literally walking away from the trees. He's walking away from his natural path. Okay. Entirely trapped in his own bubble. The bubble being the book that he's reading. Oh my God. There are trees behind him, and he is reading a book. He's literally holding a book, and if it's a plastic book, it works, and if it's a paper book, it still works. Instead of actually interacting with nature, he's looking at a book that's carved up nature. Bruh. Okay. Kazuya's completely inverted. He's walking in the opposite direction, entirely trapped in his own bubble. He's physically present in the park, but socially and mentally completely alienated, which matches perfectly with the chapter, right? It's literally he's spiritually and emotionally, or sorry, spiritually and morally, Kazuya is dead. I wonder if Chizuru was thinking about this stuff like a reverse 218. So basically, Chizuru is the one thinking it's Ruka and Kazuya. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Kazuya has such intense tunnel vision on his driving manual that he isn't even looking at the actual road signs painted right beneath his feet. Is that a driving manual? Could be. It perfectly foreshadows his driving school panic later in the arc. He's so busy studying the theory of handling life that he's completely missing the reality of what's right in front of him. Okay, that's a good way of reading it. We already talked about this. Terrible chapter. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ban the bot above. Actually, can I like make a thing that auto bans if they say something particular? I heard you can do that. Chat settings. Moderations, actions. Okay. Shield mode? What's shield mode? Shield mode is off. These settings are currently inactive. We recommend that you customize the settings below to set your channel's needs. Settings that can be configured both okay. So chat verification, all chatters, email. Auto mod. No, not that. Terms and phrases. Okay, terms and phrases. Perfect. Let's copy paste this. Oh, look at the way they like fucking adjusted it. They adjusted it slightly to say viewers, like with a ugh. Okay, so let's put terms can only be added while shield mode is active. Okay, how do I turn on shield mode? Oh, it's right up here. Oops. Okay. AI. Add. Let's see. Viewers. That's another term to get rid of. Or actually, wait, let's put that together. AI viewers. Yeah, AI viewers. Yeah. Not separate, because that would be weird. And then I can copy pasta like what this guy did. Add. And then Control C and then add that. Okay, this should do the trick. I can like auto ban them now, so that's cool. I should have set this on sooner, but whatever. Now they'll just get auto banned. So that works. Wait, you deleted the whole chat? No, I didn't. It's right here. What are you talking about? I can see everything. I mean, Reishi kind of villainized Ruka, not gonna lie. Yes, you can make auto bans and ban phrases. No, I can still read everything. Chat's still here. Anywho, sorry about that, gang. Just wanted to get rid of these stupid bots. According to AI Google, it's on Twitch under creator. Okay, I already did that. I don't know what to think about this. I don't know what to think about this chapter. If you don't like this chapter, that is perfectly fine. That is the intended result. This is supposed to be the second threshold. This is supposed to be the death of the hero. This is the bad chapter. This is the bad chapter. It is written to be bad. If you think this chapter is bad, then yeah, that's the intent. It's meant to be kind of bad. Like that's kind of the idea. It's a chapter very not internet-y. Crumpy did translate. Okay, by the way, the words Kazuya uses when he talks about the room and apartments are explained here. Okay, let's see what this says. So Kazuya in the Japanese says like 1K DK. Okay. 1K and 2K. The K stands for kitchen. The number preceding K indicates the number of rooms. So Kazuya said 2LDK by the end of it in Japanese. What is the third threshold? Sacrifice. When the hero makes a sacrifice. So 2LDK is how much Chizuru has occupied in his house. 2LDK stands for 2 rooms with a dining area and a kitchen. This layout is ideal for small families or roommates. Interesting. Yeah, so that's what Kazuya essentially was saying in the Japanese. He says Chizuru first occupied 1DK, 2DK, 2LDK. You're probably just thinking Donkey Kong, but that's not what he's saying. You're probably just thinking Donkey Kong, but that's not what he's saying. That's not what my boy's saying. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. Okay, some more Japanese fans. What do they have to say? I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. Oh, cool update for some of y'all. I got a Switch too. Came with a incredibly sad backstory, but I got a Switch too. Not saying a whole lot. Let's be honest. Casual sex before committing is normal, and women have the same right. What's abnormal is Kazuya suppressing himself for liking sex. This, that argument falls apart very quickly when you consider certain factors. you're kind of just erasing Kazuya's like feelings for Chizuru. Casual sex before committing is normal. True. If you have feelings for someone else and then you have casual sex with someone else, not only is that a betrayal to you, but if you told that person that you love them, then it's a betrayal to your feelings to that other person. So that argument immediately falls apart. If you have feelings for someone else and you have casual sex with another person, you have immediately betrayed your feelings for that person, right? It might not have necessarily, like with Kazuya's case, it might not have necessarily been an immediate betrayal to Chizuru, but it is absolutely a betrayal to his own feelings. So that argument's really fucking stupid. Specifically because it's not applicable here. You're looking at the symptoms, not the fucking problem. Jesus goddamn Christ, we do this every fucking time. It's so dumb. Your argument holds no fucking weight because Kazuya loves Chizuru. Not being with Chizuru is a betrayal to that. Ooh, someone made a Gilgamesh in 14. Cool. Cool. Okay, so let's see. Well, I guess I'll just check some of the Japanese fans I follow, see what they had to say. Bingo. Let's see what Tundere said. Nothing. Huh. Surprised he hasn't commented yet. Probably went to sleep. It is like 12. Or sorry, it's midnight in Japan right now. Or like way past midnight, actually. It's like 3 in the morning or some shit. So I doubt they're actually awake. Yeah, I doubt many Japanese fans are awake. Oh, this guy who does his blogs is up here. Okay, let's check him out. Let's check this viewer out. I just hope I'm still alive when Kazuya finally gets some proper character growth. If you think Kazuya has not been getting character growth, you have not been paying attention. Genuinely. If you think Kazuya has not been getting character growth, you have not been paying attention. Straight up. His character has evolved and grown in so many different fucking ways. It's incredible. The problem is you're associating regression with a lack of character growth. Regression is part of character growth. That's kind of the problem I have with how you're discussing this. You're making the mistake of associating regression with a lack of character growth. Regression is character growth. If anything, who Kazuya is right now is an incredible element of character growth. Like this is actually like an amazing character exploration and character growth. It's actually amazing. So I'm sorry if this is not the character growth you're looking for. If you're looking for Kazuya to become like an Omega Chad or something, then wrong story. But you've also already got that in a lot of ways. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Our end shows nothing. You should get Fozbot. It's a lot better. Oh, so should I turn off shield mode? Okay, I'll turn it off. Fozbot. Okay, I'll copy that and paste it. Thank you. Fozbot. There we go. I posted it right here, so I can check it later. I don't have to get it right now. Okay, so this is a Japanese fan's read of the chapter. Let's read here. Flowing front space studying. About 2 days. I'm interested in. Come to think of it, maybe I'll be forgiven. Sanctuary. Oh, does Kazuya say the word sanctuary in this chapter? It's probably removed. Hemp, scrubbing, pull, slurp. Oh no, what comes to mind? The beginning too, over and over. Yours, thank you, Sarishna-san. Out of nowhere, lol. Well, I guess it's because I see it all the time. You should have been paying attention before. It'd be counterproductive if you got into an accident while studying for your license. Impulse and her #1. I wonder when that was. That I'm curious about that too. When was the first part? I don't remember the first part. Right? I actually don't remember the first part. When was the first part? Was it 381? Or no, sorry, 318? Is it 318? Let's see. The girlfriend in the mole, troubles. Her name, secret, goal, day before. Girlfriend, the kiss, 388. News, her dad. The boyfriend and the goals. Drawing the line, panic, moon, daily life. It must have been a while ago. Maybe it was when Ruka was at his house. That time, card game, touch, kids, girlfriend, Kazuya, progress, and the girlfriend, birthday, bandage, and my girlfriend, the cat. So this is there's the cat one again. The bath and my girlfriend. Where is it? Maybe it's like all the way in the beginning. Maybe it's like all the way in the beginning. Let's see. Okay, C, Poke Game, friend, girlfriend, impulse. Oh, it's when Kazuya first beat his meat. Oh, stupid. It's when Kazuya first beat his meat. Stupid. Of course, it would be that one. 69 points. It cost 69 points. Brother, it cost 69 points to purchase. I have to. I have to. I have to buy it. It costs 69 points. I have to buy it. I can't not buy it. Yeah, it's when Kazuya gets home, beats his meat to mommy, only to realize he likes Chizuru. But whereas this was positive at the time, look at how positive it was at the time, right? This was the complete opposite. And he even said it right here, these feelings are now totally non-refundable. At that moment, that's when I knew for sure. Damn. The art style was so goofy. Yeah, it was a little odd, and there was like a lot more line direction and stuff. Like the lines were a lot thicker. Lines were a lot thicker. Also, to add on what I said about the Chizuru reverse of Kazuya and Ruka, by the way, I was thinking that maybe it was the 3-month time skip because they are 1 month and a half already. No, they're like a month in. I think it's about a month in. What if Chizuru was thinking like Kazuya during the 3-month time skip? What do you mean? What do you mean? Using the bathroom one more time. I've been drinking a lot of water. It's good. Ah. Ooh. I'm begging it back. Oh yeah, I haven't shown you guys the shirt I'm wearing. So I got this. I got this shirt. Okay, camera closer on. Okay, there we go. Got this shirt from So this is from the Reiji exhibition event, and it was a while back, and I saw someone reselling it, and I'm like, God damn, I'm buying that. Yeesh. Okay. American media does have casual hookups while liking someone as a trope, and the will they, won't they dynamic. Friends, My Hero, How I Met Your Mother, and so much more. Yes, and that is normal, but it does ultimately like feel different. Like it's still wrong in many ways. In particular, if you love someone else, right? A lot of the times they even do that in those media. For instance, when a lot of times when someone likes someone else in a media and they're unavailable, they hook up with someone else. That's what they do. They just go and hook up with someone else to try and get over their feelings, and it doesn't work. They're just escaping the problem until they eventually get together. That's also another trope where they avoid the obvious until it eventually catches up to them and they get with that person. And the thing is that with a lot of that media is they never discuss how a lot of what they were doing was kind of a betrayal to themselves. That's kind of what a lot of the media doesn't discuss is like, okay, you doing that is a betrayal to who you are. And I think that's kind of where some of the things are getting lost. Like I've seen Friends, I've seen How I Met Your Mother. How I Met Your Mother kind of has that, but a lot of How I Met Your Mother is also like satire. A lot of those are like comedies, like just literally sitcoms. A lot of them are just straight up sitcoms or rom-coms. So like it's the idea behind it is that like what Reiji is doing and what these shows tend to not explore is how you're kind of betraying yourself, you know? Barney is a good example in How I Met Your Mother, where he tries to keep having sex with other people, and all he's doing is just betraying who he is. Right? Like when he liked Robin and he kept running away from that. It was the same with Ted, where Ted liked Robin and he kept fucking running away from that, and he kept telling himself it would be fine and just kept lying to himself when it's not fine and he's not okay with it. Which chapter is this panel from? 16. Oh no, I think you're missing the point. Sacrifice is not going to be about Chizuru being with him forever. You cannot make Chizuru be with Kazuya forever. She has to choose it. That's not what's going to happen. I believe sacrifice is going to be Kazuya sacrificing himself for Chizuru's happiness or for other people's happiness. Whether it's because he thinks he needs to bear the burden alone, whether it's because he hurt other people in his actions, and then through his sacrifice, will he truly find himself and in turn be saved? That's not gonna. If you think Kazuya sacrificing himself again is what will make Chizuru be with him, I think you've completely missed the fucking point. Because that is the problem. The problem is that he's sacrificing himself for her constantly, and Chizuru feels like she owes him for fucking ever, and that's horrible. That's not a solution. That is not going to solve the problem. Kazuya constantly sacrificing himself for Chizuru is making things worse. Rather, this is about choosing to do something because you know it's right. And I think a part of it is going to be Kazuya letting go of his feelings for Chizuru. This isn't going to be your usual sacrifice. This is going to be Kazuya sacrificing his love for Chizuru. I think this is. I think the sacrifice is going to be Kazuya sacrificing himself for his feelings for Chizuru, and that is how he saves her. I think that is, I believe, how he thinks he can save her, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to sacrifice his feelings for her. Or it could be something different. Maybe he's so true to his feelings for her, right? He's so in tune with why he loves her that he sacrifices himself, something like that. Who knows? We can read it. We can read it. Double check. See what it says. So it's like, okay, sacrifice is the third threshold. The sacrifice. Okay. Unification, mastering the journey, the end game. Now, this is when the entire purpose of the journey is to be realized. The hero alone or without his companions stands before the reason why they started their quest. So this would be Chizuru in this case. It is in this fight or event that all the hero's conflicting thoughts and uneasiness disappear. His mind becomes sharpened and he strikes a balance within himself, instinctively and consciously knowing what must be done for victory. This part can be as epic as you want. It's a no-holds-barred cage match, and the hero aims to win. Also to take note, when the hero is fighting or doing whatever your story finds necessary to be the final climax, his wise ideals and morals never falter, and if they do, not for long. Consider this moment the story as a condensed fire hose off all the previous thresholds being unleashed upon the hero, and the hero brushing it off with his wise will and determination, and gains victory. Finally, the freedom to live. The cosmic dancer. The fourth threshold, peace. Okay, so literally peace and love. That's the thing we've been saying for a while. The battle has been won, and the world released from whatever negative forces just bounded. Rejoice. In this last part of the hero's long and winding journey, he became the Campbell refers to as the cosmic dancer. I believe that the best way to convey, so basically what he says here is that he's very much in tune with who he is, and he drifts with the many versions of himself, and he changes, like, he can adapt, and he has gained full autonomy of himself. Kazuya does not have any autonomy of who he is. You know, that's Kazuya's issue. He has no autonomy with who he is. This is going to be the end of his journey, gaining true autonomy, right? Gaining true autonomy with himself and his choices and what he wants to do. And he is in full, complete control of himself, right? Nobody defines Kazuya's destiny anymore by the end of this journey. He defines his own destiny, what he wants to do. Nobody can tell him otherwise. That is the end of Kazuya's journey here. He has found complete self-awareness and self-acceptance. He's completely true to who he is, even if that means he loses everything. And it doesn't matter if he's rejected, if he is shunned, if he is hated, he will do it. In Hawaiians, he couldn't. In Hawaiians, when Kazuya was shunned, it destroyed him. Now, if that returns again, it does not matter. That's how these events would reverse. Even if these things return again, even if he is shunned, if he is hated, even if every single person turns on him, he would still stay true to who he is. In Hawaiians, he couldn't do that. In Hawaiians, when everybody turned on him, he broke. He broke. He shattered. He couldn't do it anymore. Now would be the reversal of that. Now would be being so utterly true to who you are that you would never ever falter, no matter how many things happen to you. And like they said here, in the end game, all the thresholds hit you at once. So you would have like the first threshold, the journey's beginning, or sorry, is that the first threshold? Right. So the first threshold is the crossing the first threshold, the final test. So you'd hit with the final test, you would be hit with the new rules and the midpoints and the reversals. You would be hit with the sacrifice from the third threshold. You would deal with all of these and you would be perfectly fine. You know, you would get through it. You can deal with everything. That's why you would be called the cosmic dancer, because you can dance between the ordinary world and the special world. Okay. Let's read some of the chat. Oh yeah, let's check if Crumpy has said anything. Crumpy, where are you? The goat. Where is the goat? Where is my goat? Okay, I think he's still at it. It's a bit long, so it's kind of fair. It's a bit on the long side, so it's kind of fair. Okay. Anything from Japanese fans? Anything else? I've been like trying to hold off as best as I can with checking Reddit, but I think I will in a second. I've put it off long enough. It is time for the doom scrolling. Oh wait, actually, we gotta finish one last thing. I gotta finish one last thing. We were reading this Japanese fan stuff. My bad. We didn't finish that. Okay, watching another one of these again. Lol. But the girl has a pretty thick eyebrows, huh? Looks like she got a lot of. It looks like Kazuya got pretty pent up. I should be thinking about that. Apology to the international fans. Yeah, you shouldn't be thinking about that. Apologizing to the international fans. Why does the seeing that remind me of that? Some inner conflict has started. This is getting erotic. It's starting to get intense. It's really kicking off. So today's episode is that kind of thing, huh? Squish, lol. Wait, the guy in the video has the same hairstyle as Kazuya from before. They're using a power outlet to show that, lol. I can see why that comes to mind. A chun-chun for the first time in a while. So I actually went as far as grabbing a tissue. All right, so this is when his last impulse and his girlfriend happened. I should have realized this was coming from the subtitle. My bad. They added a room and made a living room. What's with the cat t-shirt? Come to think of it, he said it was a non-returnable back then too. If he could just put into words, it'd be more than enough for a reason to like him, wouldn't it? Well, wait, they're making contact. Come to think of it, they bumped into each other at karaoke before. I remember reading that. The scene only showed them being spotted together, but did they just casually exchange contact info after that? I have a bad feeling about this. She's making a suspicious face too. Ruka looks hot. Ruka looks bothered. Ruka kind of looks bothered by Umi. The preview title is Enemies in the Same Boat. She's definitely up to something. She's trying to talk, or Umi's up to something. He's trying to talk to Ruka-chan into doing something, isn't he? If this happens, the I've given up declaration that Umi made to Kazuya will end up being a lie after all. So Umi's going to use Ruka for some scheme. If he can drive a wedge between Kazuya and Chizuru, they'll each end up with the person they like. So it'd be a win-win situation for him. Ruka has already declared she's fine with being second best, and she used that as a line to lure him in a while back, so I don't think she'll be easily swayed. Ultimately, Ruka-chan holds the upper hand here, so it depends on her, but she can't avoid learning Kazuya's resentment. And it's not. And I think what Umi could do is use the fact that he knows that Kazuya lived together as leverage. I think that would be kind of important. But she can't avoid earning Kazuya's resentment, and it's not something she can decide on a whim. Besides, Ruka-chan couldn't fully pull off being the villain in Hawaiians before, so I don't think she'll just jump into action just because Umi told her to. Even back then, she's just being egged on by Mami-chan. You know what would be kind of fucked up? This would be an interesting direction. It would be kind of fucked up. Umi could be trying to pull Ruka into the industry, which would be kind of interesting. Umi pulling Ruka into the industry or something. Umi resulting in Ruka getting hurt somehow, because and then in turn he would represent the problems with the entertainment industry, right? Ruka is very willfully underprepared for the entertainment industry. I think that could fit incredibly well because of what this chapter was built on and what it was setting up. You think she's scheming about Kazuya and Chizuru. What if it's not even about that? Right? What if Umi's like trying to get Ruka into the entertainment industry? Right? He's kind of like a scout. That would be an interesting direction, right? He tries to pull her into the entertainment industry, right? And he could use some leverages like, Kazuya likes an actress. Why don't you become an actress or something? And now could be like, what if Umi's trying to groom Ruka to be in the industry? That's kind of what I'm feeling, ironically enough. And I think that fits his character incredibly well. right? It makes sense because remember Shiori? That's not by oh my god, that's not by coincidence. Oh, that is not by coincidence. Oh, that is not by coincidence. Shiori is that girl from chapter 52 that Umi tried to help get into the acting business, and he's like he's like always like holding her hand and giving her a push, and he's like helping her score in the goal and doing all these things. I could see Umi trying to get Ruka into the entertainment industry. Oh, that would make a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Because Reiji is pulling a fast one, and I think that's how Ruka could get hurt. She gets dragged into the entertainment industry, and she gets hurt, and I think the way Kazuya could maybe save Ruka or something is saying like, oh, I see. This could connect to the photo Umi took with Kazuya, because that could end up being used in some way. Interesting. They're set up for this. Okay, they're set up. So and then this is really important. Ruka said she doesn't like playboys. She doesn't like any of that stuff. And yet she poses and makes videos a lot. The entire chapter is structured around the pornography industry and acting. And then you see Ruka interact with an actor at the very end of the chapter. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think Ruka is going to try to recruit I think Umi's going to try to recruit Ruka into the entertainment industry. Right? He's probably like, you could be like a good actor or something, or you could be a good model or something along those lines. And Ruka would want to do that very specifically because she wants independence. So what Umi would be offering Ruka is independence, the thing she desperately craves. She wants more money. She wants more independence. So he'd literally be giving her what she wanted, and he would unintentionally hurt her. Right? Or intentionally, I don't know. But I think that's really fascinating, right? Umi bringing this girl into the entertainment industry, just like how he was trying to help Shiori, just like how he tried to help Chizuru. He's basically a recruiter. That's basically what Umi is. He's basically a recruiter, right? So him trying to get Ruka into the entertainment industry makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's my bet. That's my bet. Umi's going to recruit her into the entertainment industry, specifically because that matches the chapter itself and how the chapter is literally just all an act. It's Kazuya watching pornography. It's an act. It's not real. And Ruka might want to even do it, not just for independence, but specifically because Kazuya might like that or something. Right? Because Chizuru is an actress. She's jealous of Chizuru. And she doesn't know what the fuck she's getting into. That could be the consequence of Kazuya's actions, right? Ruka getting dragged into the entertainment industry, and he tries to save her, and he doesn't know how, and that mirrors Steins Gate, right? I could even see a scandal popping up with Ruka because of it. Yeah, I could totally see like some sort of scandal popping up with Ruka because she has so much sexual feelings for Kazuya that she gets like caught on camera or something trying to do that shit. And it becomes an entire scandal. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. And then Kazuya would try to help Ruka somehow, and he literally can't. I think this is a bait and switch. Oh, I think this is a bait and switch. I think Ruka is kind of going to have a horrible time. Okay. Shin saying, let's go of his feelings. You mean his feelings for Mizuhara and accept the real Chizuru? And now the irritation of those who watched Kazuya spend fortunes on Mizuhara's love fantasy will make them say, well deserved, Kazuya. You deserve to get screwed over for sacrificing yourself. Those people are just stupid. Chizuru made it very clear that she does not accept being loved for being Mizuhara, and Kazuya will forever disassociate Mizuhara from Chizuru Ichinose. Umi loves Chizuru Ichinose. Ironically, Umi loves Mizuhara. Ironically, Umi loves Mizuhara. He doesn't love Chizuru Ichinose. He doesn't even know Chizuru Ichinose. Who he knows is very superficial. Ruka might get involved in a scandal with Umi. Could be. I could see someone spinning a scandal as though Ruka is like dating an older man or something. And the way Kazuya would like resolve it, it'd be like, no, I already knew Umi, we were friends or something. That could be a direction. Let's keep going. Ruka didn't seem to have a high opinion of Umi to begin with. Her expression at the end clearly shows she's on guard, so I wonder what she's going to do. And so skin-colored images start popping up on my timeline. I start fantasizing to relive the pent-up tension, but the face that pops into my mind at the end is Chizuru's. While I'm lost in these thoughts, a mysterious meeting takes place. I'm curious about the purpose of the meeting and the decision Ruka will make. So let's do our best for another week. Yeah, so my bet is that it is my bet is that it is Ruka's getting scouted. Yeah, my bet is that Ruka is getting scouted. And that's gonna be what Kazuya might need to like. Kazuya might try to save her, but maybe he'll realize he can't save her, and then he'll save her through a different means. That could be interesting. Who knows? Maybe he'll save Ruka instead. Who knows? You know? Is Chizuru going to be a focus of their conversation? Chizuru's probably going to get brought up in some way, you know. I think the end of 426 is a misdirect. My theory is that... What if Umi's trying to recruit Ruka into his girlfriend? Like, start dating her? Why would she agree to that? What would that even achieve? He saw her holding Kazuya's arm. So what would that achieve? She's clearly not interested. Is there enough time for all this to happen before July 11th? Absolutely. The industry moves fast, dude. Blackmail her somehow? On what and what for? It would be interesting to blackmail her. Specifically because she blackmailed Kazuya. To try and recruit Ruka into the entertainment industry. Only basis. Twist of irony could be blackmail. As Ruka blackmailed Kazuya. Adult content seems relevant. Ruka is down to be a side chick, remember. She's not actually. Or what if Umi just wants to know about Ruka's relationship with Kazuya and then tells her about the Kohab to make her get the point? See, that sounds really small. And I don't know about that. Maybe Umi doesn't think she knows. Maybe Umi doesn't think she knows about Chizuru. Maybe he's seeing if Kazuya is like cheating on Chizuru or something, or he's a womanizer or something like that. I don't know. I'll save this for later. Okay, I'll just save this for later. I don't know. It's kind of hard to gauge it right now. The cohabitation seems irrelevant. The fact that Kazuya lived with Chizuru seems irrelevant. Sex and cheating seem absolutely relevant. So it's kind of hard to say. Seems like a misdirect. The teaser is enemies in the same boat. Seems relevant. Sex. Cheating. Acting. Blackmail. Even the he might deduce that Ruka is hiding her rental job and use that to further blackmail her. It seems like this will be big turning point. Maybe me will crew. Yeah, it's just meeting her alone is suspicious. Appearances are deceiving. Okay. Yeah, no, this is a weird this is a weird ending of a chapter. You know, it's a very weird ending of a chapter. Let's read. Yeah, Crumpy never did finish translating. Yeah, Ruka seems determined but suspicious. Thanks for making time to meet me today, Sarishna-san. He met her the same exact way he met Kazuya. This chapter is the end of a volume, right? Yeah. Yeah. The way Kazuya the way Umi met Kazuya is almost identical to the way he met Ruka. That's suspicious. The problem with the boys is that it lacks subtlety, and in later seasons that translates to the loss of humanity. We haven't talked about the boys in like a few hours. A little late on that one, bud. We haven't talked about the boys for like a few hours, dude. A little late on that one, bud. Nothing from Crumpy. He kind of just went quiet. Maybe he's busy. Damn. From what age can you have a part-time job in Japan? Don't you also need permission from your parents? Unfortunately in Japan there's a lot of ways to like get past that. Especially in the entertainment industry. You do need some permission, but read about the movie Love Affair 1939. It's so connected. Okay, let's read Love Affair 1939. I pulled it up earlier, actually. Where is it? Where'd it go? I pulled it up earlier. Okay, I guess I'll just pull it up again. Love Affair 1939. Okay, I might need to make some tea. I'm a little tired. I'm feeling tired. Love Affair is a 1939 American romance film co-starring blah 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 and blah 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 blah. The film follows a French playboy and an American former nightclub singer who fall in love aboard an ocean liner. Okay, an American nightclub singer who fall in love aboard an ocean liner. Controversially, controversial on concept, the official screenplay was retooled and rewritten to appease Hollywood censorship and relied on actors' input and improvisation, causing long delays and budget extensions. Interesting. The movie became a sleeper hit in 1939, showing Makari's versatility after a long career of comedic films and launching the surprise team up of Dunn and Boyer. The film received a 6 Academy Award. Okay, now I'm really feeling that he might actually be trying to recruit her. Because Umi's currently working on a drama. If you guys remember, Umi's currently working on a drama. If Ocean Oko is anything to go by, I could see this drama really hurting Ruka's image, and she's gonna get like a lot of public backlash. I could definitely see that, like that she becomes public enemy number 1 or some shit. I could absolutely fucking see that. Okay. Yeah, I could. Okay, so this is starting to kind of add to my theory that Umi might be recruiting Ruka. Okay. On December, a French painter and famed womanizer, Michel Marnet meets American singer Terry McKay aboard an ocean liner crossing the Atlantic Ocean. They are both already engaged. He to heiress Lois Clark, she to Kenneth Badley. They begin to flirt and to dine together on the ship, but his worldwide reputation makes them conscientious that others are watching. Eventually, they decide that they should dine separately and not associate with each other. At the stop of Madeira, they visit Mikkel's grandmother, Giuno, who bonds with Terry and admits wanting Mikkel to settle down. Wait, so is Umi hitting on her? Well, it's hard to tell, man. As the ship is ready to disembark at New York City, the two make an appointment to meet in the new year, 6 months later on top of the Empire State Building. What if Umi like reveals information about his relationship with Chizuru? Right? What if that's what it is? Umi reveals information about his relationship with Chizuru, like that was secret all along, and then it all turns out to be a fucking lie. Who knows? Who knows? That could be interesting. Right? The two make an appointment to meet the new year 6 months later on top of the Empire State Building. Given Mikkel enough time to decide whether he can start making enough money to support a relationship with Terry, his paintings fail to sell, so he finds work designing advertising billboards around the city. While Terry breaks off her engagement to Kenneth and successfully negotiates a contract with Philadelphia nightclub to perform through to June. Okay. When the rendezvous date arrives, wait, this is starting to sound oddly familiar. What the fuck? When the rendezvous date arrives, they both head to the Empire State Building. However, Terry is struck by a car on a nearby street and is told by doctors she may be paralyzed for the rest of her life, though that will not be known for certain for 6 months. Not wanting to be a burden to Mikkel, she does not contact him, preferring to let him think the worst. Meanwhile, Mikkel, who waits until closing time, travels to Madeira to discover his grandmother has recently died and continues working in New York City. Is Nagomi about to fucking die? Tara is overheard singing in the garden of... Oh my god, what the fuck is... Okay, I'm a little scared. I'm a little fucking scared. I'm a little fucking scared. I'm gonna be the first to admit I'm a little fucking scared. To be fair, this isn't directly referenced. It just seems oddly well timed. This isn't directly referenced. It just seems oddly well timed. Tara is overheard singing in the garden of physiotherapy by the owner of the children's orphanage, who hires her as a music teacher. 6 months pass, and during Terry's first outing since the accident, she and Mikkel meet by accident at a theater on Christmas Eve. Though since she's already seated, Terry is able to conceal her disability. The next morning on Christmas Day, after the children's visit Terry at her apartment, Mikkel makes a surprise visit and finally learns the truth. Terry, delighted Mikkel proved he had changed his ways, tells him it is her turn to prove she can change hers. But Mikkel assures her that they will be together no matter what the diagnosis is. Huh. Interesting. Some aspects fit and others really don't. In 1939, a man and a woman meet, fall deeply in love, but are both currently involved with other people. Because they want to prove their love is real and not just a fleeting impulse, they make a pact. They will separate for exactly 3 months to get their lives in order. And if they still love each other, they will meet at the top of the Empire State Building. It is so accurate. And they do well, they miss the meeting. So there's a chance that we're going to miss the meeting for some reason or another. All right, so there's a chance we're going to miss July 11th is not happening. So, yeah, it seems like July 11th may not happen, something I've said for a while. But we don't know. We don't know for a fact. Huh. I doubt Reiji watched an old movie, I think. I mean, he watches a lot of movies, but I don't know. But do remember, this is the editor note, and it's not directly referenced. Crumpy specifically said, what did Crumpy specifically say? He said, when I was searching the meaning of the word, I saw that the words that I translated as happened to meet is the title of the movie. I also feel like this happened before. Maybe this was another movie. It just so happens to be the title of a film, but we don't know if it's intentional. Okay, I've put it off long enough. Maybe it's time to check Reddit. Put it off long enough. It's time to check Reddit. We were let's read chapter 386 one last time, just like the very end of it, because there is that like immediate connection to 386. Okay, so what does the driver say? The driver's like talking about a bunch of bullshit. My girlfriend at the time got together with some guy she was working with at the bar, on the weekend and stuff. Well, isn't Ruka his girlfriend? I ran into them near the apartment she was living around here, and he started throwing fists, seriously. Kazuya called Chizuru his girlfriend, but who is his current girlfriend? Isn't it Ruka? What if it's Ruka and Umi? Yeah. And Ruka was very dismissive of Umi before. Right? When she first met Umi, she was incredibly dismissive. She thought he's a faker and all that shit. And she's like suspicious of him right now. What if it turns out he's not a faker? Okay, so what does Ruka say here? His name is Umi Nakano. She looked him up. Okay, who is that just now? His name is Umi Nakano. He's pretty popular. I'm surprised you haven't heard of him with the younger crowd. Wow, you're right. He has over 30,000 followers. I don't care for boy idols or even actors. Those guys are all shallow, don't you think? She's lying. She's lying. What if she starts like meeting him regularly? Huh. We're supposed to meet up after this, but since he was nearby, he stepped in. Oh, you made plans. I know you had so many friends, Kazuya. How do you know him? We met through Mizuhara. Interesting. And then when Umi steps out, he sees her. Grab his arm. Oh, I just realized this looks identical to when Mommy saw Kazuya drop a condom. This is identical to that. This is identical to when Mommy saw Kazuya drop the condom in last chapter. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's identical. Same thing. Nothing comes of it. Mommy sees that. Nothing happens. Umi sees that. Nothing happens for like a good 25 chapters. Huh. Weird. Okay. It's really ironic that she calls him shallow when she's trying to look better. That's really ironic. She's calling him shallow when she's trying to look better. It'd be pretty ironic of her to like find a weird relationship with him if considering she called him shallow. What if Umi isn't shallow? Thanks for making time to meet me today. He gets a coffee. She orders a she orders like a cake, like a little parfait or something. Umi has his legs crossed, tucks in his hands, sitting incredibly casually. Ruka is sitting very serious. The last great wave was about to rise. The last great wave? So this is the final one. I found myself on the verge of tears, thinking that if my wish came true, I wouldn't need anything else. There was one thing about to put a stop to it all. The last great wave was about to rise. But does it like seem to imply an ending of sorts? It seems like we're approaching some sort of ending. Yeah, let's download this. So Umi looks suspicious, but he's intentionally framed as suspicious. We don't know if he actually is. He just looks suspicious. And this is a weird duo. This is a weird fucking duo. This is a very odd duo. Still nothing from Crumpy. Man, I don't know. I'm like hesitant to go to Reddit, but let's do it. Oh, let's do it. Fuck me. Oh, fuck me. To Reddit we go. Oh yeah, let's see if there's anything there. Wait, what? Is this a real actress? Fucking what? Wait. Wait. Wait, Kazuya? No, was Kazuya watching a real actress? No, he fucking wasn't. Okay, so what the fuck does this read? Somebody give me the test. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This isn't a real actress. Okay, I'm confused. Send the link, Kazuya. I'm just confused. I'm like, wait, this can't be a real actress. She's an anime character. Sorry to everyone overseas. He sees you. I would like to believe this apology is because K-Manga censored everything in the digital distribution, how angry everyone was, and the K-Manga is selling black bars. Yeah, that's the real breaking the fourth wall call out. Fish-kun always sees us. He's like the Santa fish. Fish-kun is Reiji. What's the squirrel supposed to mean? Getting nut. Well, the squirrel is kind of like a double entendre. He's cowering like a squirrel, but what you guys don't know is that Kazuya's name literally sounds like acorn. So Kazuya's name literally sounds like an acorn, intentionally so. That's one of the ways the Reiji named him, and it's because acorns all look the same. That was the idea. There's like a phrase in Japanese that all acorns look the same. So that's why Kazuya kind of had that kind of name a little bit when he was creating him. So Kazuya literally looking like a squirrel in reaction to his lust felt intentional. I also thought that this was surely because the heavy censorship of K-Manga, and indeed the panel Fish-kun refers to it as censored on K-Manga, while it is not censored in the original. The chapter has a few panels that are already censored in the original, but not nearly as heavy as K-Manga. I don't know if it's about censorship. I don't know if it's I don't know why. I don't know. I don't read it as because of censorship. Maybe it is. I mean, it is like, right. Okay, maybe. Sorry to everyone overseas. Maybe he knows. Okay, maybe he knows it's about censorship. Beats me. Okay, it could be because there is literally a censored bar right there. He probably knew it would be censored. So maybe there's a total possibility it's that it's being that it's censored. It's totally possible. Okay, so maybe it is. Maybe that's what the apology's for. It's censorship. Do you really want to see Kazuya and Rika have sex in full HD without censorship? Some people, yeah, I just want to. I just wanted to see the chapter as it was originally published. In the Western world, we're way too whiny, and this is what we get. If I'm not mistaken, in yesterday's spoilers, Uzumaki shirt said it was censored in Japanese too. Oddly enough, so blah blah blah. It's like very lightly censored in Japanese. It's like reasonable censorship. With that look, I'm wondering if this person Umi wants to is Kazuya and not Chizuru. Yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder if Kazuya is Umi's target. You know, it does make you wonder if Kazuya is Umi's target. That would be interesting. We don't know. Maybe he's here for Ruka. The problem lies with Kazuya. Umi needs to investigate what he saw here. It's curious that he didn't have any Machiavellian look when he first saw her, but now reunited with Chizuru, he looks exactly like he's planning something. Right? He looks like fucking suspicious shit. And a lot of it has to do with the framing. Right? He's intentionally framed from below. So he's so okay, look at this a little bit. The framing is very intentional. It's literally framed like he's above you and he's looking down and smiling. He has a very light smile. You don't fully see his face. He's completely shadowed. He totally looks like a Playboy. Like straight up. This is like Playboy 101. You don't like this is like dialed up Playboy. Like this is as Playboy as you can fucking get. So something about this is like it comes off as like very sussy as fuck. Like this is when like a Playboy approaches you. You know, this is when a Playboy approaches you. So that's kind of like the vibe Reiji's very much giving him. He's like a suspicious Playboy. That's what he looked like. He looks like a sexy actor. That's the entire vibe Reiji is giving Umi here, and I think it's very, very intentional. I don't know the full extent of why. Like, he didn't look like that when he met Kazuya. Like, when he met Kazuya, he didn't have that Playboy look, right? So it makes me wonder if he's trying to hit on Ruka, right? It does make me wonder, is he trying to hit on Ruka? Who knows? Who knows? Really, it's kind of hard to tell. He's aura farming. I don't know if I would call this aura farming. I don't know if I would call this aura farming. I would call this as trying to have Riz. You know, that's the vibe I feel. It's like I feel more like Riz. He's also there's a very intentional visual storytelling here. Whenever he meets other girls, he seems to wear these like shades. You know, he's under an umbrella. Why does he need shades? Right? That's twice now in chapter 282, and in this chapter, when he meets a girl, who's not Chizuru and he's not talking to Kazuya, he wears shades. And I think that's really interesting. So I'm curious about the not just the shades, but the earrings. You know, like he doesn't have these kinds of earrings when he's meeting Kazuya. Right? I don't know what the deal is with that. He's blinged out. Like that's literally kind of what it feels like. He's blinged out. He's wearing earrings. They're like pretty big earrings. He's wearing glasses. He's wearing like a really fancy, he's wearing really fancy clothes. It seems like he's trying to hit on her. But that's weird. Right? How he presents himself to Chizuru and how he presents himself to Kazuya is completely different from how he's presenting himself to Ruka. It's also different from how he presented himself to that girl in chapter 282, who also wore ribbons, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed that. The girl in 282, she also wore ribbons, which is kind of weird, right? Ribbons literally represent like that sort of ideal, like literally that's what they represent. It's like an ideal literally tied with a ribbon. It'd be even scarier, like it'd be even scarier if he's like trying to have sex with her. You know, that'd be even scarier. Because Ruka's whole thing is trying to have sex with Kazuya. So sex does seem to be relevant here. But I think Umi's intentionally framed like he's in the power position. Yeah, like, so see here? He's not wearing earrings, but he's wearing the glasses. And I don't recall ever seeing Umi wear earrings. Like, maybe he wore earrings when he was meeting Kazuya. Maybe he wore earrings when he was meeting Kazuya. Let me see. Maybe they were just like basic earrings instead of like blinged out earrings. So no earrings. Maybe we get a close-up of Umi. I don't see any earrings. Yeah, there's nothing. He's like, he's not blinged out. He's presenting himself as very like neutral and straight. Was he wearing earrings when he was out, like when Chizuru was talking to him? No, he's not wearing earrings. Was there an episode where he wore earrings? Was there a prior episode where he wore earrings? Umi looks like John Lennon for some reason. I mean, also, you always think Umi's plotting the worst, but it turns out it's not that case. And the truth is, at this point in the story, we can see that there's nothing that other characters do that can change what the main couple feel for each other. It's the positive aspect of the story, taking the time to examine every aspect of the plot in detail. I also thought about the possibility that he was doing this solely as a way to help Kazuya by removing Ruka from his life, and at the same time, helping her see life correctly. But that's the thing. Whenever Umi tries to do something good, he fucks it up. But Umi's also kind of a problem, right? If you think about it from a different lens, Umi would have never talked to Ruka had Kazuya not brought Umi to meet him at the karaoke place. Are you seeing a pattern? I think Umi is a problem. And maybe he doesn't realize he's a problem. That's pretty much Umi's character, in my opinion. He's a problem, and he doesn't realize he's a problem. Kazuya doesn't realize he's a problem either, and he doesn't see him as a problem. I think the whole point is that Umi is going to impact Ruka in some way. Umi's going to impact Ruka in some way, and that in turn will impact Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru. Umi would have never met Ruka had Kazuya not chosen to meet him at the karaoke place, right? Had Kazuya chosen to meet him anywhere else, it would have been fine, right? But Kazuya told him he works at the karaoke place. In turn, he met Ruka, right? If Kazuya had resolved Ruka, she would have never met Umi, right? Umi would have never seen him hold Kazuya's arm, right? Maybe he's going after Ruka specifically because Ruka's interested in Kazuya. She is the alternate to Chizuru. He can't have Chizuru, but he can have Ruka. Ruka's also interested in Kazuya. Maybe he wants to know why she's so into him. Maybe he's trying to get the same thing Kazuya has, right? Because Umi's whole thing that it always seems to be the trigger for Umi's character to say "I love you" to Chizuru is when Kazuya is when he sees her with Kazuya. So suddenly he sees another girl who's with Kazuya, and he's not interested. Suddenly he sees another girl with Kazuya and he's not interested? Right? So, do you see how that can kind of line up? Right? The trigger for Umi always seems to be Kazuya. Right? Every time Kazuya is with a girl, it seems to push him to want to be with that girl. And I think, in my opinion, that probably has to do with a bad breakup. I do genuinely think a lot of Umi's issues might be rooted in like that bad breakup, you know? He had like a really shitty breakup, and I think a lot of it is rooted in that breakup. Interesting. You always think Umi's playing the worst. So far, Umi did a lot of sly stuff attempting to get Chizuru, generally treated other girls rudely, and the others seemingly good. So far, it's unknown why he actually did it. Things he did was telling Kazuya Chizuru rejected him. It's not difficult to see why readers still see Umi as a villain. I am of the mindset that Umi is not a villain. He's just a person who doesn't realize he's doing something wrong. And that parallels Ruka, and that parallels Mami. And that parallels a lot of the characters in the story. He doesn't see what he's doing as wrong. That's why I don't say Umi is a villain. But granted, most people who are villains don't see what they're doing as wrong. But that's the thing. It's not that Umi believes he's right. That's kind of the difference between like a lot of villains and a character like Umi. A lot of villains believe what they're doing is correct. Umi is not believing what he's doing is correct. He just doesn't think it's a problem. Now, you could still be a villain, absolutely. But Umi is meant to mirror Ruka in that sense, you know? He doesn't see his actions as a problem. He thinks it's normal. Everybody does it. So it's fine. I'm not doing anything wrong. I've been told that my actions are fine and I'm not doing anything wrong. So therefore, he doesn't interpret his actions as wrong when they very well could be, you know? But yeah, I mean, looking back at it, I can definitely see why people are suspicious of Umi. While at the same time, I can also see how, like, Umi might not be as bad as we think he is. You know, I think there's layers to his character that are really fascinating, but the most interesting one that just clicked for me is specifically that Umi sees Ruka holding Kazuya's arm, and that the whole reason he seems to be going after Chizuru is rooted in Kazuya. Right? It's literally not about the women. It literally feels like it's not about the women. It's about who the woman is with. And at least that's the presentation. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think it's a coincidence that the single frame that Umi sees of Ruka is her holding Kazuya's arm. The one thing he didn't see before, right? He didn't even look at Ruka prior when he walked in. And Ruka happened to be letting go of Kazuya's arm at the time, so Umi didn't see it that way. Then, the one time he sees Ruka holding Kazuya's arm, he's suddenly interested, right? That seems too coincidental. I think Umi might be interested in Ruka because Ruka is interested in Kazuya. It acts as a flip of Ruka herself. Ruka is interested in Kazuya because he's interested in Chizuru. Right? Ruka is in love with Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru. Umi might be in love with Chizuru's feelings, and in this turn, Ruka's feelings for Kazuya. Right? So I think that could very well be like the idea here, right? He's interested in their feelings for this other person, rather than them. As a direct parallel to how Ruka, Mami, and maybe even Sumi, and Minnie as well, are interested in Kazuya for his feelings for other people. Specifically Chizuru. Yuhan might also see that Ruka realizes her mistake and that her behavior towards Kazuya was influenced by Umi. It wasn't influenced by Umi. She could see her errors in seeing what Umi's doing. She could see herself in looking at Umi, because he would be doing the same exact thing as her. But let's continue. It's not difficult to see why readers still... Okay, so we already did this. Well, for me, it works perfectly as Kazuya's fear, which isn't actually what we thought, because basically Kazuya misunderstands almost everything, and that, for me, is the core of the whole story. And I repeat, the truth is, at this point in the story, we can see that there's nothing the other characters do. I think there's a misunderstanding here. It's not about breaking Kazuya and Chizuru's feelings. I think that might be the misunderstanding here. You think this has to do with Kazuya and Chizuru. I would argue it's not because of Kazuya and Chizuru, and that is the point. If Umi's into Ruka and manages to win her over, then good for Kazuya, right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Who knows how he could win her over, or what he even wants with her. Right? Maybe Umi's not even interested in her. What if Umi hurts her? And I don't mean that like physically hurting her. I mean emotionally. Right? Umi's not serious about her. Ruka is in love with Kazuya. So this just feels like a very unhealthy thing, and I don't know what it is. I don't think it's about like winning her over or anything like that. There's something else going on. And I don't think it's good. I think this will hurt Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship in possibly not being about it. But that's my initial read. I could be born. My born wrong. I read born because I read your sentence being born here. Jesus. Another volume, and what a chapter. A terrible one, from chapter 16 to 246 to 426. This dude is still the same, and well, of course, Umi was going to be a scumbag. How is Kazuya still the same? He's a completely different character. He's a completely different character. He did finish. No, he did finish. I'd argue the change is pretty apparent. He can't actually goon anymore because of his feelings for Chizuru. No, he did finish. He did finish. But thinking about Chizuru is the first time he couldn't do it with other girls in mind. I hate how analyzing the MC gooning, but still, it's not the first time I've seen it happen. Make the Exorcist fall in love. I love that manga. I'm sorry, if you feel uncomfortable analyzing a character beating his meat because sex doesn't belong in literature, get the fuck out. I'm sorry, like, I understand if it bothers you and you're uncomfortable with sex in literature, but to say this is like terrible and you don't know how to analyze it, I think that's really dumb. Most chapters are bad, but this is genuinely trash. Oh, you spoiled child. Oh, you spoiled baby child. Absolute garbage. See you next week. If it's really so garbage, you wouldn't be coming back. I'm gonna be real. So, for instance, the moment I finished watching Netflix Devil May Cry, I just dropped it and moved on with my life. I have no interest in this show. I don't fucking care. I literally went straight to the games, and I'm just like, I want to play more of this. I miss this. This is so fucking peak. I want to engage with this. If something is genuinely bad, you won't engage with it. It's not bad because it's engaging you. You're coming back. You're reading it. You're interested. So it can't be garbage. And then yeah, you're probably going to say something along the lines, oh, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Yeah, people say that specifically because that means it's not garbage. You just interpret it as garbage. It's all about fucking perception, dipshits. The story's going in circles. He pushed Ruka away last time, and now he's fantasizing about having sex with her. Talk about how he wouldn't mind it. Bruh, do you want to do it with Chizuru or not? Again, you're looking at it at very surface level. The whole point of the story, like I've explained earlier, is that Kazuya's journey is to lose his identity, right? I think Kazuya is really just a horny kid, and Minnie needs to address this next time they talk. Minnie has no idea how to fucking talk about sex, bro. Minnie has no clue how to fucking talk about sex. You guys don't understand these characters. Reddit does not understand these characters. I genuinely believe this. They don't. They don't know anything about these characters. If you think Minnie, a girl who is younger than Kazuya, clearly has no experience with sex and doesn't know how to fucking talk about sexual assault because she doesn't dig deep enough into it to recognize that it's sexual assault, and rather pins the blame on Kazuya, you think Minnie knows how to talk about Kazuya being horny and Kazuya losing his identity to his sexual desires? Where do I even begin? The stuff with Ruka is seriously disgusting, but Kazuya, to some extent, acknowledging how horribly Chizuru treated him is a gigantic positive. I think you've kind of missed the point. I think that's a terrible thing to realize, that like, oh, well, Kazuya noticed that he was treated horribly. That's great. Except he's literally emotionally attached and can't let go. Except he's literally emotionally attached like a drug and he can't let go. It's not positive. It's literally like when you take a drug, upon getting high and getting your high, you realize, oh, this fucking sucks, but I can't let go. That's how this reads. Oh, this fucking sucks. I hate this, but I'm not going to let go. Right? I'm too deep into this. I'm not letting go. That's literally how this reads. So if you read what Kazuya said as a positive, no, this is something he already knew. It's just being spelled out to you as readers. Kazuya already knew that he was jerked around, tossed around, that he didn't get what he deserved. He's just pretending. He already knew subconsciously. He just didn't admit it to himself. All that was is just he just admitted it. And then he already knew. It's not a matter of I didn't know. He already knew. And it changed literally fucking nothing. Minnie would solidify herself as the MPP if she just slapped Kazuya and told him the real what? Have her, like, master grow up. That's not gonna work. You can't say you're in love with one girl and then fantasize about having sex with another. The girl you said you didn't have feelings for and are trying to push away, and then you get flustered when seeing your ex with wrong in every possible. You consider that the reason why you'd never get a girlfriend is because you act like a horny teenager all the time. But that's not. No. If this is your read of Kazuya's character, that the reason he doesn't get a girlfriend is because he acts like a horny teenager all the time, you don't understand this character at all. If you told this to Kazuya, I would slap you and tell you you're a fucking idiot. Straight up. That's not the issue. Kazuya was not a horny teenager. He stopped himself constantly. He got his shit together constantly. He resisted constantly. This isn't about being horny. This is about repressing your sexual desires so fucking much that it became incredibly unhealthy and became ripe for abuse. And in turn, not only does Ruka physically abuse it, but the internet emotionally, morally, and spiritually abuses it. And so does, in turn, pornography abuse it, until you are nothing but a husk of your former self. You have lost your identity to sexual assault. You are literally telling an addict, why are you taking drugs? What's wrong with you? You really think that's going to solve the problem? Look an addict dead in the fucking eye and tell them, bro, why do you like drugs so much? What's wrong with you? As if they have a fucking choice. As if they have a fucking choice. You're pretending like he has a fucking choice in the matter. He doesn't. That's the problem. You've completely missed the point of Kazuya's journey as a character. And that's not how he grows up. How he grows up is that he accepts he's addicted. And then he has a problem and he needs to fight and let that go. That's not, being horny is not the issue. That's a horrible descriptor. Horrendous. Reddit yet again proves to me they don't have good reading comprehension. Is the only reason you want Chizuru is that she's hot and you want to have sex with her? Clearly not. But he's repressed those sexual desires. If anything, you want to know what the real solution is? Hey, dude, you're horny. I think you need to go tell the girl that you like that you're really, really horny and you're incredibly vulnerable and you need help letting these feelings out because you feel like you're being abused and you can't let them out. And if you and you need to be able to let these feelings out, dude, because otherwise you're just going to keep getting abused. That would be what I would tell Kazuya if I understood this correctly. Like if I saw this for what it is correctly, this is what I would tell him. Bro, you have a lot of pent-up feelings. You have a lot of pent-up emotions. You're clearly not okay, and you keep telling yourself you're okay. That's not okay. You're making things worse. You're letting yourself get emotionally abused by the internet, by pornography, and you're letting yourself get physically abused by this girl. It's a massive problem. You need to address that. That's the real solution, not you're too horny, dude. People don't know how to communicate or see the real problems. They're so busy looking at the symptoms. This is the problem with this person's interpretation. They're purely looking at the symptoms. Kazuya is addicted. Not because he's horny. He's addicted because he's restrained his emotions so much. This is how a lot of people actually get addicted to pornography, by the way. They restrain their emotions way too much, and they need constant release. So they let out this release, and then they feel terrible for it. It's literally exactly like a drug addiction. You can't keep getting flustered all you want. Chizuru and the girls in general are going to take you seriously. Chizuru takes him unfathomably seriously. Chizuru takes him so fucking seriously. Fucking mommy is obsessed with him. Sumi thinks he's the greatest thing ever. So how does your logic doesn't line up? His logic doesn't line up. What the hell did I just read? Like, really? Motherfuckers don't even defend Rent a Girlfriend at this point. They just look at you like this. Those are tears of joy. I don't need to defend this. If you don't like this, get the fuck out. You don't like this, you're welcome to leave, bro. Just the sight of Umi instantly makes me upset because every time he gets on screen time, he is always up to something. And now he's talking to Ruka and trying to get information out of her. Man, he really makes me mad. Umi is like mommy, but way less interesting and way more effective in bringing Chizuru and Kazuya together. He always seems to make Chizuru so angry and or upset that she forces herself to act and solve issues with Kazuya. I don't know if I would interpret it as angry. He just bothers her. I don't interpret it as angry. He literally just bothers her. He's a bother to her. That's literally been the indicator ever since the movie arc. Ever since the movie arc, Umi has been a bother to Chizuru. Literally ever since the movie arc, Umi has been a bother to Chizuru. He baits her in. She thinks it's just chill. She thinks we've gone back to normal with the fucking tiger's den. And then he pulls some bullshit. And she's just like, what the fuck? And he constantly does this, and it makes Chizuru feel guilty and terrible. And that's why Chizuru acts. She wants to make change. The monologue at the end is really ominous. I was thinking, well, okay, here's the end of the volume cliffhanger, and the second surprise was who Umi is talking to. What does he mean with the last great wave just about to rise? Because the final arc feelings. I feel the same. There's no such thing as a final arc in this manga. Well, this is the sums up. Umi makes another appearance again. Wow, blah 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 blah. We'll see Ruka eyes. She's a trustworthy vibe of him. Okay, so Ruka finds him untrustworthy. The new duo of villains is about to come. I don't think Ruka's a villain. I never thought Ruka was a villain. What a way to end this volume. Let me read some of the comments. Umi and Ruka might want to hurt Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, but it actually might be to push Kazuya and needs to finally get rid of Ruka. No, that's not how I read this. I think Ruka's going to be in trouble. My read is Ruka might possibly be in trouble. It's the grifters, bro. Dude, every time you don't like somebody, you just call them a grifter. I don't think this person's a grifter. I literally think they read this manga and they don't know how to read it. They read this manga and mischaracterize it. It's the thing I've said over and over and over again. You can see it in fucking fighting games. People see a problem in a fighting game, they characterize the symptoms, and they believe it is the root. That is the problem. They'll characterize the symptoms of something and believe it is the root. They are reacting, they are not acting. They completely misinterpret what the actual issue is. That doesn't mean you're a grifter. A grifter is someone who intentionally spreads information that is gaslighting or negative or will get attention in some way to get something themselves. I don't believe this person's trying to get something. I genuinely think they believe this, even if they're wrong. I'm one of those who doesn't think Kanokari is great. Not garbage either. I still keep up with it out of nostalgia since I've known for over 7 years. Same with new Dragon Ball stuff. I'm not really interested in new Dragon Ball stuff. I've kind of just changed my approach to how I engage with media, where I generally just engage with something if I'm really interested in it in some way, or if I just kind of like, I'm curious if it has something new to tell. So for instance, Blue Box, I'm incredibly on and off with Blue Box. I'll like occasionally pick it up and just be curious what's going on, and then I'll read it and catch up and just like, okay, this is kind of interesting. There's some cool plot elements that I can kind of vibe with and connect with, and then I'll just drop it for a bunch of months and just not come back and just be like, okay, whatever. And then maybe something interesting will happen and I'll come back to it. It's the same way with One Piece, where I do like One Piece. It's probably like one of my favorite mangas, but I drop it a good chunk of times and then I'll just come back later. It's the same with a lot of shows and a lot of things I engage with. For me, Rent a Girlfriend is still, to this day, my favorite manga. It's divisive as all fuck, but it is my favorite. This manga is divisive as all fuck. It looks bad. It literally looks like it's poorly written. That's why it's kind of hard to talk about this story. It literally looks like it's poorly written. It's not poorly written. It's actually incredibly written. But when you look at it from a social sense, society's gonna not like this shit. You share this shit on Twitter and people will be like, why the fuck are you putting porn here? Right? Not realizing it's quite literally criticizing pornography. See what I mean? This literally does not mesh with the internet. It does not mesh with people's first reactions. It is not written to be read at a first reaction. But it works in gaining attention, and people think that, oh, he's putting this in the manga to literally grift. They literally interpret Reiji as if he's grifting, specifically because they see how the thing he's putting in there would look like grifting. So it's literally grifters seeing someone make something genuine, but because it looks like grifting, they think he's grifting. Right? That's literally how they read it. That's literally the problem. It looks like grifting to them because they're grifters. A lot of YouTubers look at it this way specifically because they literally create content to garner your attention. So that's all they see. It looks that way to them because this is what they have seen the entire time they have done the kind of work that they do. Whether they're grifters, content creators, YouTubers, fucking whatever you want to call them. Okay? This is why it looks that way. It's specifically criticizing these things, but because it criticizes them, it appeals to that specific demographic when put on social media tabs, when put on YouTube. A lot of the shit that's being shown can look very clickbaity, specifically because it's talking about those things. So naturally, it looks the way that those things would look. So immediately, it attracts attention. It attracts stigma. It attracts scandals, the very thing it's literally criticizing and talking about. That's why, to me, this story is brilliant. It has so much to say. And nothing even fucking come close to me. Is Reggie calling out Elon Musk? Indirectly. Not directly. Very indirectly. Because Kazuya is literally dependent on Elon in the episode to make him something, to get rid of his problem, as if he's a drug addict, and Elon's literally creating the problem so that Kazuya can get a solution from him. Elon literally gives you the problem that is Twitter and then gives you a solution that you pay for. Right? He created a problem so he can give you the solution. Random question, what's your best way to donate to you? YouTube, Twitch, Patreon? I guess Patreon. I don't know. If you'd like to donate through YouTube, that works too. If you want to just donate through here, that works too. I would appreciate that. That's perfectly fine. So it's either YouTube or Patreon. Twitch, I don't think it's like active yet. I don't think like I'd like to get it activated properly so that way you guys can just use primes. So I'm pretty sure a decent amount of people have like just like Amazon Prime, and you can just link your Prime and then just give me primes. And I think I can make money off of that. I don't know. I've never made money off of that. So I don't know how it would be like. Give me a second to use the restroom. I also think it's no coincidence that Umi, the character that's very deeply rooted in the adult industry, and I don't mean like adult like sex industry. I mean like in the adult world of the entertainment industry. There we go. Umi, a character very deeply rooted in the adult world of the entertainment industry, in the adult world. There we go. Just adult world. He's very deeply rooted in the entertainment industry, which is a part of the adult world. There we go. Reaches out to Ruka's character, a kid who wants to become an adult and doesn't know what that means. That's far too coincidental, right? I think that is far too coincidental that Umi reaches out to a character like Ruka, who is trying to become an adult, right? The chapters where Ruka was trying to act like an adult happen to be when Umi shows up. Ruka keeps constantly indicating she wants to become an adult. She wants independence. She wants more time to herself, away from her parents. She doesn't want her parents telling her what to do. This seems far too coincidental to be interacting with a character that happens to represent the adult world, growing up, the twisted version of the adult world, right? I think that's far too coincidental. I genuinely think this has something to do with Ruka becoming an adult, right? Or at least how she interprets becoming an adult. Right? I think that's a big part of this. This is a big part of this, Ruka wanting to become an adult. That seems to absolutely be a relevant factor to Umi's presence. That is not a coincidence. Us seeing Ruka in a very sexual and adult way in this chapter ties into that perfectly, right? Kazuya sexualizing Ruka in his head, imagining having sex with her in a very adult way, that is not a fucking coincidence. This is a cuck chapter, okay? This is absolutely a fucking cuck chapter, right? This is what happens when you fucking cuck yourself. While at the same time, it's literally like how you lose control of who you are and you literally betray who you are, right? So no, I think yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's see what is Umi going to do something disgusting to get Chizuru? No. Weirdly, I don't think this is about Chizuru. I think this is about Kazuya. This is about Kazuya's the consequences of Kazuya's actions, and it's going to have something to do with Ruka, which would in turn impact Chizuru. It's Kazuya thinking that his actions with Ruka and Umi probably have no consequences and won't impact his relationship with Chizuru, when in reality they very well could. I think that's what this is, right? This is the consequences of Kazuya's actions, or inaction. What a way to end the volume, which for me is the worst one I've had to read. Pointless, cyclic, boring, etc., etc. And now Kazuya is masturbating with internal monologues, thinking about Ruka for 12 pages. Seriously, hats off to Reiji. You really put the rotten cherry on top of the pile of crap you've been serving for dozens. Okay, I'm not gonna read this. I'm not gonna read this. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in this. I'm not here to sit and read people calling my favorite manga shit. I don't care if you have a point. I don't care if you say something interesting later. I'm not reading that. Have a nice day. I'm not going to insult you as much as I fucking want to. But yeah, I'm not engaging with that. Without boxes? Is there an uncensored version without boxes? I don't think so. This person apparently seems to think so, but let's move that away here. Come on. There we go. This is probably just the it's just the version we saw. Thought so. Just in case, I didn't want like fucking nipples on here, bro. I need them fucking nipples on here, bro. Not gonna lie, I'm happy to see some panels Kazuya actually having sex, and there's actually a decent amount of it. Small win for Kazuya, I guess. Okay. The entire fandom will probably know from chapter 427 if Umi was a real chat or if Kazuya had always been right about Umi from the very start. He did pretty awful stuff in the past, so it's not like he's a saint. Still, not even the top 5 shittiest characters in the manga. But it'd be really interesting to see if he'll try to redeem himself or double down. I don't know. Absolute cinema. Half the chapter is Kazuya jacking off. What the fuck did I just read? Blah, 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 blah. I hate this chapter. Where's my uncensored Kobari link? Man, I might be wrong, but this sort of had the same vibe as 218. You are correct, actually. Yet Kazuya found his conviction to push Ruka away and answer Chizuru's question. Plus not clarity again, maybe. Circles back to the beginning of everything. The last dialogue box again seems to announce a new arc. I wonder if Umi will spill the beans to Ruka. Well, this has all been just one big arc, so I don't know about that one. Imagine a chapter of Chizuru rubbing one for Umi. Man, is Reiji really a holy mission to destroy his MC? This is disgusting. Chizuru is not with Umi. And this is not for Chizuru's character. It makes no fucking sense for Chizuru's character. Jesus Christ. That makes no sense for Chizuru's character. Chizuru's character works an adult job that looks like it has an association with sex, and Chizuru wants sex with Kazuya, and she feels bad for that. Kazuya's entire arc is deeply, very deeply rooted in sex. Like, that is a deep aspect of his arc. It has been how he's been manipulated. It has been how he's been used. It has been how he's been abused. It is so deeply rooted in his fucking character that Okay, yeah, it would look gross if you imagine that with Chizuru, and yet it would work thematically if it was deeply rooted in her character. Hey, look, something being disgusting doesn't immediately mean it's fucking bad. Fucking Christ. So Reiji created a dedicated porn for Kazuya to masturbate to, which were likeness of a former Kazuya and Ruka. What's interesting what Umi is planning, because from the words it can be inferred that he's planning to meet with Ruka. There'll be a moment of truth whether Umi's actually a huge scoundrel and a manipulator, or whether he'll remain in the gray area and maybe somehow help. He's always been consistently in that gray area, but Umi's done shitty things in the past. Like, even I've said that. 426 chapters into it. Okay, I'm not reading this. I can already feel. Yep. Moving on. Okay, I'm in the minority, but I like this chapter a lot. Oh, this is great. Hey, for once, I agree with this dude. Usually this dude and I, like, we have some interesting points. He makes interesting points. I already read Jaws's post on chapter 404 and 424. I already criticized it and disagreed with a lot of its points. And I shared a lot of my stances on why I disagreed with it. In fact, while he did not change his stance, he seemed pretty understanding of where I was coming from. So Jaws didn't change his stance. He just kind of stuck to what he believed. But he seemed pretty understanding of where I was coming from, where I made some solid points. Let me see if I can pull that up. Here, let me see if I can pull that up. There we go. Videos, or no, it would be lives. So it was, yeah, I think it's this one. There it is. Yeah, so I start reading what he wrote. I pretty much start reading what he wrote from the get-go. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much start reading from what he wrote. Or no, was it Jojo Maniacal first? There we go. Around right here. Around, like, let's see. Huh? There we go. So around 1848, here around 1848 is where I start reacting to what Jaws wrote, and I specifically share my points. I don't agree with him, mind you. I actually very heavily disagree with his stance. But I made solid points about why I disagree with his stance. I think a lot of the points that he makes are generalization of how he interprets how sexual assault should be depicted. When there's a lot of layered complications of how this is being shown. In particular, for Kazuya's character, this is in part due to his own actions, and that in the chapter in turn reflects that. Kazuya chooses to avoid Ruka. Kazuya chooses to let Ruka into his home prior to the first time. Kazuya chooses not to deal with the Ruka situation and put it off. He's treating himself like a joke, and so in turn, the chapter also literally treats him like a joke, as he in turn treated himself in this chapter like a joke. He's literally being made into a joke, very intentionally so, and that is what makes Kazuya's character incredible, because in dragging him so low and then building him back up, it'll make the journey fucking incredible, okay? I think people just don't seem to understand that you can tear your character to goddamn shreds, but if you build them back up, if you can do it, if you know how to build that fucking bridge, you can make amazing characters. And I think people are too afraid to make their characters look bad. People are far too afraid to make their characters look bad because, oh, what if this other character did that? Chizuru is not Kazuya. It doesn't necessarily work for her character. It's being portrayed in a completely different way for Chizuru's character. She's not him, and yet, if she had his character arc, it would still work. oh, look, a female character being depicted in a sexual way that isn't necessarily very attractive, and you might like that. Oh, she's rubbing one out to Umi-kun over here. Oh man, she's such a terrible person. Oh, it's almost like it would parallel Kazuya's character fucking perfectly. It's almost like it would parallel Kazuya's character fucking perfectly if that's how she was written. That's not how Chizuru is written. Jesus Christ, surrounded by imbeciles. I genuinely believe people do not know how to engage with sex in media. Straight up. I don't think people know how to engage with sex in media. Straight up. They don't know how. They have no fucking clue how. Every time we see sex, whether it be like weird sex, sex that's criticizing something, sex that is like assault or something like that, people just don't know how to fucking do. They just emotionally shut the fuck down. The author must be endorsing this. This must be okay. Blah, 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 blah. It's Jesus Christ. All right. I'm in the minority, but I like this chapter a lot, even if what happened isn't positive. I'm so glad Umi's stuff wasn't resolved with chapter 409. It did feel very anticlimactic. It is meant to be anticlimactic. I thought he would be back eventually, but not so soon and definitely not so boldly. Him teaming up with Ruka has been predicted since forever, and I can't wait to see what they'll do, especially since they both seem to be desperate. As for Kazuya, I think the chapter shows well how immature he still is, quite while also showing some positive development from him not understanding the fantasies aren't cheating, not realizing the extent of what Ruka did to him. But he also could acknowledge that Chizuru did a lot of horrible things to him. Okay, the stuff with Ruka will absolutely need to be treated seriously, but making Kazuya realize that what she did was attempted rape would definitely put an end to their relationship and phase Ruka out of the story. She's not getting phased out of the story. Given the pacing of the story, I don't expect it to happen soon, but I do hope Reiji will tackle this plotline seriously, and to me, there are hints he will. So all in all, to me, this was a good chapter without anything positive happening, fuel to the fire for potential very good drama. Weirdly, to me, it feels like the story is entering the final stage, though I obviously wouldn't be able to say how long it will be, and I want to see Chizuru and Kazuya officially couple life. Note, so Fishgun joke wasn't a jab at overseas hater, but just an apology for censorship. Kind of disappointing. Reiji doesn't usually shoot jabs like that. I find this incredibly interesting. The idea is not universal. Some people believe that fantasies are cheating. Kazuya is emotionally cheating on himself, less so than Chizuru. The number of people I see who are critical of Kazuya for fantasizing or even looking at other women, even though he isn't in a relationship, is crazy. Some people bemoan Reiji for including this, but it's an incredibly interesting conversation that is really tied to personal and cultural beliefs. Even two people in a relationship or married 20 years can have wildly different opinions on it. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like, if you watch someone else having sex, aka pornography, and you both come to an understanding that you find this sexy and attractive, that's fine. And yet, other people might interpret this as cheating. Blah, 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 blah. I suspect this chapter is going to make a certain segment of the audience completely shit their pants. No, mommy follow up with a condom drop, but we got a whole chapter of Kazuya wrestling with his pent-up reactions. To Ruka, mostly, but also to Chizuru. Kazuya is stuck with Ruka's assault being his only sexual experience with another person, and he feels super guilty about the whole thing, but maybe just once. This isn't going to help his guilt at all. But finally, with clarity, he actually starts realizing that he has some unprocessed feelings and reactions to Chizuru's rejection no Daipa, and that he's been jerked around over and over and over again. Oh no, so these are like reflections. So this isn't Kazuya thinking this in this moment. This was just like a reflection of something we've already kind of seen. He still loves her, but he might be realizing that she's not perfect and the relationship has been a little messed up. I suspect this will be part of what comes out during their date when he inevitably cracks. The pressure of everything, the frustration, the guilt over Ruka, and probably some justifiable anger with the current limbo he's in. And then we get the real bombshell. Umi has contacted with Ruka. The final phase of the girlfriend gauntlet is coming to a focus. More or less called it 7 months ago. I definitely need the answer. Okay, whatever. This isn't about you. He's so mentally indecisive and incapable of restraining himself. That's not the point. It's called an addiction, idiot. As well as struggling to keep one person in his mind, though yes, he isn't a proper relationship, he's still actively going for someone, and he's not actively going for anyone. Kazuya never once pursued Ruka. He almost did once. He never did. So why are we saying he is? It's times like this where I wish the girls just realize how immensely pathetic he is and go find someone who doesn't drag them on whilst spending majority of the time. Okay, Ruka sexually assaulted, and she's the one who forced him into a relationship he does not want to be in. Mommy is his fucking abuser, and she's super into him, not for his own action, not for his feelings for her or for who he is. She's into him because of his feelings for Chizuru. Sumi is indirectly in love with her fucking client, right? She is literally a girlfriend in love with her fucking client who does not reciprocate her feelings at all, okay? Minnie is literally just admiring Kazuya to fucking death. She is a direct parallel to Ruka, who is in love with Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru. Minnie literally admires those feelings instead of seeing Kazuya for who he is. And you, sir, are exactly the same way. You, sir, or girl, whoever the fuck you are. You, sir, are exactly the same exact way, because all you're seeing is the surface. You're seeing the pathetic loser instead of the fucking victim. Instead of just accepting everyone goes through this. Christ. Surrounded by imbeciles. First impressions. Kazuya might feel bad about it, but I think it's the right call for him to listen to his desires and imagine what could have happened. At the end, he thinks of Chizuru and remembers how he first realized he loved her, which the whole chapter is a direct callback to. It continues the title from chapter 16. Kazuya's hindsight thoughts show a clarity about him being jerked around emotionally, and how the big wave that's coming as teased should remind us of how mommy betrayal was teased at the end of at the end of Paradise in chapter 219. It looks like we'll be getting a big disruption soon. Okay, the big wave is surely a nod to Umi, the sea, and him and Ruka make a very interesting pair, right? So what's interesting about Umi and Ruka's name is that Umi means center of the sea. Ruka means lapis lazuli, or summer lapis lazuli. So she's literally a summer jewel, and he is the center of the sea. So they are actually a pretty interesting pair. Mommy is wonderful hemp of the seven seas. Yeah. So he noticed how close she was to Kazuya and decided to contact her. Looks like he hasn't accepted defeat after all. The choice for next time is the strange bedfellows. Okay. Oh, finally, someone who's fucking normal. Do we need to have almost a full chapter of him doing it? Yeah. That's the point of the chapter. Kazuya is jerking off in the prison, sexually assaulted him, which screwed up the disturbing way that feels unnecessary. It's literally the point. It's literally the point. His only sexual experience is with Ruka, and it happened to be sexual assault. And at the same time, he has these sexual feelings that he's really penting up, and he needs to let them out. Okay, no hard feelings, but I hate you. No joking. Bye. People are such crybabies about a semblance of sexuality. What the fuck? The black bars are dumb, but it's because we, the West, have a mess of people who are soft as baby shit. A young man fantasizing about a woman while masturbating, burn him. Meanwhile, like, what else do you think about when doing that? As Kazuya, like, literally every time you watch porn, you're jerking off to someone else. Like, every time you watch porn, you're jerking off to someone else. Nobody, like, processes that. Meanwhile, like, what else do you think about when doing that? And Kazuya being a virgin and having his experiences going to be fresh in his mind. Honestly, if you stop clutching your pearls for 5 seconds, these chapters and what he's going through is the first believable male experience and response I've seen in a while from this series. Surprisingly, kind of on point. Oh, this fucking garbage. Okay, disregard cliffhanger from last chapter. He didn't. It's actually directly connected. It just looks like it's not connected. Write 15 pages of filler. That did not happen. Every single page that's shown serves its purpose. There's literally a point to every single one. Each one demeans something very fucking important about the chapter and Kazuya's feelings. Draw a 2-page spread of Chizuru. The 2-page spread of Chizuru is a direct callback to the 2-page spread from the very beginning of the series that reflect Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru and how she's literally all-consuming, except now it demeans him. The smile that meant so much before is now destroying Kazuya's feelings and literally acts as a burden to him. Hint at a major development in the next chapter. Okay, this isn't just a major fucking development. This is the fucking development. This is Reishi was literally telling us, "Ayo, shit's about to fucking explode." Okay, add a cliffhanger tagline. What cliffhanger tagline? There wasn't a cliffhanger tagline. He just met Ruka and that's it. Move to step 1. He's not going to disregard the cliffhanger from next time. He's going to fucking talk about it. I fucking hate this meme. It's so fucking stupid. You could literally just fucking I could do this with every chapter straight up. Pick a fucking chapter. I'll fucking do it. I imagine we go back to 300 chapters and blah 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 blah. This shit's so ass. Blah blah blah. I can't fucking stand Reddit. Blah 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 blah. About a Chizuru widespread, I knew it. With Umi back in the picture, it's up to us to decide if he's promoted Ruka to test Kazuya's resolve or that he decided to snatch her off Kazuya like a true bro. Okay. Hey, we're done. Kazuya doesn't view Ruka as the person who sexually assaulted him. They were girlfriend and boyfriend for fucking years, by the way. And at the same time, the only sexual experience Kazuya ever had was to the person who sexually assaulted him. In that same way, it makes perfect sense why this was shown. You guys have the media literacy of a fucking child. Have a good day. Okay, kids, I went through the entirety of Reddit. I need you to fucking give me a good job, okay? I need someone to give me a fucking good job, bro. I went through the entire Reddit thread, okay? I need a good job. Y'all need to give me something, dude. I went through the trenches for you. I went through the mud for you, okay? I despise this. Understand? I fucking despise this with the fury of 1,000 fucking suns, and I did it for mother you fuckers, okay? I hate this. I hate Reddit so goddamn much, okay? There's only like a few times I like Reddit where like I'll go and like read like the serious threads, okay? That was fucking hell. Thank God I quit. No, I did it for you fuckers, okay? I did it to prove the fucking haters wrong. And even then, I probably won't fucking convince any of them. They'll be like, you didn't prove me wrong. You're fucking stupid. Oh, woo. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, this chapter, it's all rage bait anyways. It's not rage bait. They genuinely believe it. They're fucking stupid. Your problem is you think it's rage bait. They believe it. No, so this entire chapter, to be honest, if there was a feeling it very much reminded me of, it's 218. Absolutely. 218 and chapter 16. Those are the two chapters it straight up reminded me of. Like, it's not even fucking subtle. I genuinely, like, this is what I thought of, all right? That's what it reminded me of. It was the same pit in my stomach feeling, right? It was the same pit in my stomach feeling. It's a chapter that wants you to react, right? It's a chapter that, like, wants you to react. It is built around you reacting. Reiji wants you to be upset, bothered, angry. He wants you to just not like what the fuck is happening. A lot of this is leveraging your frustration, right? I think this is incredibly intentional from him. 100%. I think he knows, like, people will both see, like, some Japanese people will see this as very sexual. Some people will see this as terrible. Some people will see this as great. Some people will feel this is cheating and it's disgusting. It's an incredibly divisive chapter that has a lot to say, and people will interpret it their way, because the moment you hand art off to the viewer, it is technically, in many ways, is still yours, but it's no longer yours. And people will interpret it however the fuck they want to. And a lot of times, people will interpret it in really stupid fucking ways. Yeah, my bet is that it's going to probably start trending tomorrow. Right? My bet is this probably going to start trending tomorrow, knowing our luck. It won't start today. It'll probably kick off tomorrow, because the Japanese fans will start, like, properly interacting with it later. And then that's when it's going to kind of kick into gear. But this is going to blow up. 100%. This is so going to blow the fuck up. If you don't think this is going to blow up, you have not seen Twitter, right? You have absolutely not seen Twitter. This is absolutely going to blow the fuck up. Yep, here's the censorship again. People are bitching about the censorship. What else is new? See, translate to English. I'm just putting this here over here, by the way, just because I don't. There's gonna be porn or some shit popping up. I don't need that. We're on fucking Twitter. Kazuya showed it perfectly, dude. Kazuya showed it perfectly. He's just scrolling through Twitter and there's fucking porn on his feed. And he's like, Elon, please help me, when Elon's the one who's like putting porn on his feed. Right? He's literally asking his abuser for help, and then he beats his meat to his abuser. That's literally what victims do, dude. Victims victimize them. A lot of victims unintentionally victimize themselves by literally asking their abuser to stop. They're not going to stop. That's the sad truth of reality. A lot of abusers are horrible people, and they're not going to stop when you tell them to. When you give them power, they control everything. You need to get your power back, right? You need to get your power back, you know? Otherwise, they'll just control everything. And so when Kazuya leaves his fate up to fucking Elon, hey, Elon, give me a fucking solution. Elon's the one who's causing you the problem, right? In that same way, when he leaves his sexual desires up to Ruka, he in turn lets her manipulate how he even feels, and in turn destroys who he is, right? He literally destroyed who he is in letting someone else control his destiny. And he needed to fall apart in order to be properly rebuilt. Okay. Damn, I'm seeing accounts with like 400 followers getting like way more views than me. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. I'm doing something wrong. I'm fucking up. I gotta start doing more hashtag rent a girlfriend, not not just the fucking the usual thing. Hashtag rent a girlfriend. Oh my god. Slay queen. Oh, slay queen. I think the reason I don't is because I like interacting with Japanese fans. They're more interesting. Take a break, Johan. It's been 5 hours. Oh, tell me about it. Okay, retweet this. Yeah, nothing from Crumpy, by the way. I saw Eddie Man ask earlier. He just kind of went silent. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus. Damn, I'm kind of glad I didn't fucking check Twitter. Oh, man, this... Oh, man. Thank God I didn't fucking check Twitter. This is gross. What the fuck? BlackRock CEO Larry Fink says says trillions for AI data centers and power grids will have to come from Americans' savings and pension funds. He says Americans need to think about growing with the United States. These guys are fucking ghouls. Fucking demons. These are not real people. This is not a real fucking person. This is a person who like lives in their own fucking reality, like their own fucking alternate universe. What the fuck? So yeah, if it's not clear, I actually do like this chapter a lot. I genuinely think it's good. If you don't like it, that's perfectly fine. I understand. This is not a chapter designed to be liked, right? AI data centers are literally so dumb. They raise the temperature of wherever they're built because they produce so much fucking heat. So wherever they're built, the temperatures are going to go up. They pollute water. So they literally pollute drinking water, right? They raise the electricity bill, and you have to pay for it. You don't even get a choice, by the way. You don't even get a choice. You have to pay for it. They just raise the electricity bill and you pay for it. They don't have to pay for the bill that they're fucking raising. No. We pay for it because it was built on an area that just happens to be right next to where we live. Right? All of that on top of increasing the temperature of the world and in turn probably killing us sooner. Also, a bunch of fucking stupid billionaires can make a shitty AI video that doesn't fucking work. Stupid as hell. Do you mean that they had another epiphany about giving himself love? The dialogue of rectangles that evoke that Kazuya of the future intrigued me so much. So does that mean he killed the list of his side and found the answer he couldn't give? No. Kazuya, the one we love and care for those who did, is now dead. There's a reason why I can't upgrade my PC. Blaming Jensen Hang for the AI era. I'm gonna just blame the billionaires. Who are we kidding? It's the fucking billionaires, dude. It's the fucking billionaires. It's always the billionaires. Don't forget the companies get tax breaks for it too. Of course they fucking do. I didn't even know that actually. I didn't even fucking know that actually. That's fucked up. Jesus Christ. Caffeine is good for you as a nicotine. Is as good as you as nicotine, but not sleeping regularly and smoking are bad for you. Things are complex. Porn has its place, but I would encourage you to look at art for art over real people. Even stigma is not all bad. It has its place. Well, yeah, that's kind of how the story is written. Like, there's no truly everything kind of has its place. And not everything is just truly bad or good. There's a reason Reiji, like for example, like Reiji never demonizes anything straight up. He just calls out what's bad and shows what's good, and it's that simple. That's kind of reality. Like for instance, a lot of the voice actors for Rent a Girlfriend like actively show embarrassment for working on it sometimes. You know, like Shun Hori, the voice actor for Kazuya, he's a little like kind of iffy about Kazuya's character. He doesn't know how to feel about him sometimes, and Reiji never tells him he's bad for it. Reiji never said he's stupid. Reiji never calls him out in the manga or anything. He just respects him, and he's like, that's fine. It's normal to feel that kind of shame working on a character like Kazuya because society will judge you. He's very understanding of that, right? He never judges anybody for criticizing his characters. He's like, yeah, they are weird. That's fine. I understand, right? There is a social stigma around this story, and Reiji comes from a place of understanding. It doesn't make people feel bad for not liking his characters or not understanding them or feeling shame playing them, because that makes sense. They are weird characters, and it's a little uncomfortable. Doesn't the English voice actor for Kazuya really not like his character? Oh, you mean Alex Lee? Yeah, he's not. He just thinks Kazuya's character's dumb. It just comes from like if you've seen Alex Lee's characters, he tends to play incredibly masculine characters. Even one of his like non-masculine characters, what's his name? Zenitsu from Demon Slayer is actually incredibly masculine. And it's really funny listening to him talk about Zenitsu on Trash Taste because the way he describes Zenitsu's character would fit Kazuya perfectly. And he doesn't see it that way at all. And I think that's really interesting. The way he believes Zenitsu is a very misunderstood character, the way he seems to really appreciate Zenitsu's character and see him for who he is. Alex Lee is, in my opinion, an incredible actor. He knows how to read. He really engages with the text. He tries to really capture the characters. I think one of the coolest things I saw from him recently is how he played a Mark from Invincible in the fighting game. And there are times where he legit sounds like what's his name? The guy who what's his name? I always forget his name. The guy who plays Mark in Invincible. He's also on The Walking Dead. Mark Invincible voice actor. Yeah, Steven Yeun. He sounds just like Steven Yeun. It's unreal. And he has such a deep appreciation for the characters that he plays. He always captures their energy. He always tries to understand them. He played Thorfinn in what do you call it? Vinland Saga. He played Thorfinn in Vinland Saga. And what's really cool is that when they were doing when they were localizing it, when they were doing the dubbing, they wanted to change Thorfinn's line. They wanted Thorfinn's iconic line, "I have no enemies." They wanted to change that line, you know? And him being such a big fan is like, "No, you have to keep it the same." And he got them to keep it the same. "I have no enemies." And that is like a very important line for Thorfinn. Whenever Alex Lee works on stuff, he does it with so much passion and care. He gives so much of a fuck. He cares so much. But I think when you get a character like Kazuya, where Kazuya is just a character that just does not fit modern society, he is a character that is very rooted in shame and stigma, and if you play him, you probably feel a little uncomfortable talking about it. You probably like share some feelings, but a lot of them you would share ironically. And that's pretty much how Alex Lee talks about Kazuya. He talks about him very ironically. You know, he looks back at the scene where Kazuya's beating his meat, and he's just like, "Man, it was so fucking weird, like moaning my ass off while the fucking director and shit was watching my ass." And I'm like, yeah, I kind of get that. That's fine. I can totally understand where he's coming from, but I do think it's kind of sad that that's all Kazuya is seen for. That he's this character that just doesn't fit modern culture and is awkward and weird and fills you with shame and stigma, and you kind of feel uncomfortable talking about the fact that you play this character. You know, it's kind of sad that that's all Kazuya is viewed for. He is an incredibly well-written character, and it's so sad that he gets kind of treated like an afterthought to characters that like, you know, fit the mold better. You know, the characters that fit the mold better, that are more socially accepted. And I think that's tragic. Kazuya is an incredible character. I haven't listened much to Alex Lee's performances. I remember the little bit I saw of the English dub. I noticed they were changing some stuff that just sounded weird. I didn't like how they were delivering lines. I even remember Alex Lee saying in the Trash Taste podcast that they kind of just messed around with the script but kept the intent, whatever the fuck that meant. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I was just like, ugh, I don't like that. Like, the one thing I really fucking dislike is when localizers can just kind of fuck with the dialogue as long as they believe they kept the intent. And I do not like that. I don't know, dude. Don't fuck with the dialogue just because you think you kept the intent, because your interpretation of what you think the intent is could very well be wrong. You know, just because the company told you, hey, maybe this is how you're supposed to say it, like, because they do have restrictions from how the companies want them to portray certain things. Just because that's how they said it doesn't mean that's the intent. And then Case in point, they wanted to change the line from Thorfinn in Vinland Saga, right? So if you can get to change that, what's to say you changing the lines for Kazuya's character wouldn't fuck him up too? See what I mean? So just because the company told you this is okay or this is not okay, it doesn't mean that they're correct, right? And sometimes it's not the actor's fault, and sometimes it's not the localizer's fault or the directors or the script writers, but sometimes it is. You never know. And I don't know. I just didn't like how they were describing it. I know a lot of people seem to like the English dub. They've told me they liked it a few times. I'm just not interested. Personally, I'm just not interested in watching it personally. The reason mostly goes to the fact that Reiji said the Japanese voice actors are perfect. So he believes they're literally perfect casting. And he, and two, not for Reiji, this is personal. The anime is very deeply rooted in Japanese culture. So watching the English, I'd just probably end up missing a lot of nuance, and I'm just not really interested in that. For instance, when we were watching the sub the other day, we noticed that Chizuru delivered a line in a very, very particular way in the Japanese text, and it completely changed how we saw the scene. And I can fucking bet you it would not be delivered that way in the English. I can fucking bet you it was not going to be delivered this way in English. It's probably going to be delivered a little differently. And it just wasn't going to have the tone, the intent, or the words Chizuru used. And that's why I'm just kind of not interested, right? I can do that for other things. You know, I like the My Hero dub, for instance. I'm a big fan of the My Hero dub. I think it's really good. What other dub do I like? What's the one I can think of off the top of my head that I really like? I liked, I remember liking the dub for Cowboy Bebop. That was a good dub. I used to like the dub for Fullmetal Alchemist, and then I found out the dude who plays Edward is a piece of shit. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, that kind of low-key ruined it. High-key, actually. The high-key ruined it for me, so now I don't want to watch it in dub anymore. I want to watch it in sub. Okay, so sorry. Okay, so we read this. It's surprising that Reiji Miyajime portrays the rental girlfriend service as not strict as we readers imagined, including extra services that some rental girlfriends can perform off the clock. It might not be Chizuru's case, but I caught that hint. When was this made? What are you talking about? That's not a thing. You made that the fuck up. That's not a thing. There's no rental girlfriend do extra services off the clock. That's not a thing. Reiji never did that. You made that the fuck up. Yeah, for anyone who sees this in the future, don't listen to Marcelo over here. He made it the fuck up. I don't know where he got that. The Dragon Ball dub is good too. More of a toss-up. More of a toss-up. The original Dragon Ball dub is not that good. It's good as like something you're interacting with. But as a portrayal of the story, it's fucking terrible. As a portrayal of the story, it's fucking terrible. They did do corrections for Kai, Dragon Ball Z Kai, and that's just kind of okay. I'm not a big I like the voice acting and the direction of how they like do the English version of Dragon Ball, but it's not the characters. Right, you know, like the way Goku is like directed doesn't sound like Goku in the manga or the Japanese at all. He's completely different. Goku is a country bumpkin. Bro, Goku is a country bumpkin. He speaks with an accent. Right? He has what's called a hick accent. So he's literally supposed to be a country bumpkin. But then you hear Shamel like do his voice. I think it's Shamel. He does his voice and it's just this straight dude. Yeah, man. Hi, I'm Goku. That's pretty much it. That's not how Goku should sound at all. So it's really funny that they're like, oh, like we gotta stick to like how Goku is meant to be presented. And I'm like, your Goku literally doesn't have a hick accent. What the fuck are you talking about? Like English Dragon Ball is completely different from like the original Dragon Ball. Okay. For me, it's SAO. I've never seen English SAO. I don't know what that's like. Okay. So I might take a small break, just to like eat something. I grew up watching dubbed Dragon Ball. So did I. So did I. Yeah, I did too. But I started watching Japanese Dragon Ball and it started to really grow on me. So I don't know. That's fine. If you prefer that, that's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna tell you otherwise. If you prefer that, that's fine, dude. I'm not gonna judge. That's just me. That's just me. I just learning the new version of Kazuya just was really interesting. Oh, sorry, not Kazuya. Fucking Goku was just so interesting to me. That Goku spoke with a hick accent. That so did Chi-Chi. That like they really just sound really different. I think that's really cute. I really don't prefer hearing Goku with an old witch-like voice. Meanwhile, Sean masculine and powerful, which Goku should be. Uh, mm, mm, Sean is just a very traditional masculine and powerful character. What I like about Japanese Goku is that while he is strong, he doesn't sound like an old witch. And it gives him a kind of kid like glee, which Goku always kind of has, you know. Um, and then there's always a tone shift when Goku gets mad, and it's really cool to notice it. Whereas with Sean, he just sounds angry for me. He just kind of sounds angry. For me, it's not all about being masculine and powerful. Goku is willing to let go of his masculinity because he's not inherently defined by it. Whereas you listen to Vegeta just sounds like a little more grunchy, which I think fits his character quite well. I would say Vegeta's vocal direction, like what's his name, is really good. Like Christopher Sabat. Like he's a really good Vegeta. Like I always associate him with Vegeta. I ironically though, I like his All Might a little more. I like his All Might more than I do his Vegeta. His All Might is incredible. But that's just me. Yeah, true. When Goku goes super for the first time, he speaks like a different person. Yeah, it's crazy. Listening to that shit is wild, dude. It's actually so fucking cool. You know? And they tried to do that with Sean. But I don't know, just like Sean, I grew up with him, so I know him. So I'm like, I've heard this already. I already know this direction, but I'm just not that interested. You know, I'm just not that interested in Sean's vocal direction of the character. I'm just more interested in how he's supposed to sound in Japanese, and it was really refreshing. It was really fucking refreshing. I love hearing Goku with like a fucking bumpkin accent. I'm like, yeah, this feels like Goku. He's this silly, stupid character. You know, he's this silly, dumb, stupid character who is also very strong and can be very tough and serious. And I think that's really cool. Watching the original Dragon Ball was sick as fuck. Watching the original Dragon Ball was sick as fuck. It was so goddamn cool. The Piccolo versus Goku fight was so fucking cool. I think there's shit in Z that doesn't even come close. Dude, some of the shit in Z doesn't come close to the fight between Goku and Piccolo. That shit is peak as fuck. So goddamn good. Holy crap. Incredible. Incredible. The fight choreography, the animation, goddamn. Goddamn, they cooked. Whereas when I started watching Z had like horrible pacing. The pacing for Z is horrendous. Actual garbage. Like really, really fucking bad. So I just kind of went and read the manga. I'm like, I haven't touched the manga in ages. I'm gonna just go read it. And then the manga has horrible translations. The manga just has straight up horrible translations. I'm like, oh, okay, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, true. When Goku goes, okay, so I read this. Super is not canon in my books. Yes and no. I mean, it's not like canon, but Akira Toriyama worked on it, and Akira Toriyama's work is Dragon Ball, so there you go. The one thing I grew up with Dragon Ball is the Ocean dub. Huh. I don't know if I heard that one. I love the Dragon Ball manga as both DB and Z. Well, it only became Z in the West, right? It wasn't actually Z. OG Dragon Ball and Z need a remake. I don't know about that. I don't know about it. Maybe, but I don't know. Ironically, I think Super needs more of a remake. like in a proper remake. Like they gotta fix everything, dude. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take a small break. Give me like 20 minutes or so. I just gotta eat and relax a little bit so I can like get some of my thoughts in order. And then we can talk a little bit more about the chapter. I don't know if I'll stick to 8 hours. Maybe I'll go to 7. Not 100% sure. Yeah, people are divided about this chapter. I think this chapter is gonna, fuel a lot of controversy because that's how it goes. That's just how it fucking goes these days. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But to me personally, incredible chapter. In fucking credible. Actually amazing. What it has to say, what it's doing, everything about it to me is incredible. I love this chapter. I think it's a fantastic fucking chapter. If you don't like it, that's fine. I can totally understand why you wouldn't. It's demeaning, it's gross, it's insulting. It literally destroys Kazuya's character. And that is the point. It is destroying him and tearing him down to rebuild him back up. It is literally the definition of a hero's journey. It is literally rebuilding Kazuya's character. It is the definition of a hero's journey. So yeah, that's how I feel for now. I'll be back in a bit. To me, it's 218, but amazing. 218 is better, in my opinion. 218 is a better chapter, in my opinion. But and this chapter literally wouldn't exist without 218. I think that's the problem. This is what makes this chapter weak, in my opinion. This chapter would not work without 218. It's that simple. That's the biggest weakness of this chapter. A lot of it kind of wouldn't work without 218. 218 is like the basis for this chapter. And that's just kind of its only weakness. The other weakness is that it has no immediate resolution right now. So you don't know how it's going to turn out. Like this is a risky move, like I said. This is a risky move. Could this have consequences in the anime? Not sure. I mostly say this because, like, 218 happened. Technically, fucking wrecked the series' popularity, and they still got anime. I don't know. I don't think so. They still got anime, and 218 happened, so I think they're fine. If this shit does not end up with Chizuru and Kazuya dating on July 11th, then fuck Reiji. They're not going to date in July 11th. If you actually think that, you're missing the fucking point. They're not dating in July 11th. They are going to start dating, but they're not going to date in July 11th. July 11th is a red herring. July 11th is a red herring. It's not happening. I don't think so. If it is happening, it's not going to happen how we expected. This chapter, if anything, straight up told you it's not going to happen as you expected. July 11th is a red herring. Period. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to take a small break. Oh, sorry, I turned that off. Give me a break a little bit. I'll come back in a bit. I'll see you guys in a hot minute. Bye bye. Be back. Oh yeah, the camera isn't set up. Forgot about that. Okay, give me a sec. Let's set this bad boy up. Okay, camera. Let's see here. Wait, is there audio? There's something playing in the background? Huh. Weird. Is that like me? I'm so confused. That's really weird. Can I hear myself? Hello? That is very strange. Like my audio is in the background. Well, I'll figure it out later. Luckily, I don't need to actually like have it be there since we're not watching anime or anything. Okay. Got. Okay, what did I miss while I was away? Has chat been behaving? Do I need to ban anyone? Has chat been chill and respectful? I think this will all come back to Chizuru. No one is telling her what's going on with Kazuya, so I think that'll happen before June 11th. Sorry, my cat's like crying. Give me a sec. Yes, cat. Hello. What's wrong? Ah, sorry about that. I have to let the cat out. So I'm curious. I think Umi might end up representing like he. What I've noticed with Umi is that he tends to pose questions that no one else really wants to grapple with. You know, uh, I think that could be Umi's character and what he does, because what makes like a good villain, like a good compelling villain, is and I'm not saying like Umi is like the villain, but usually what makes an antagonistic figure in the story compelling is when they make a sound argument, or when they make an argument that makes sense. You know, a compelling villain is more interesting than one that can't make a compelling argument. So in Umi's case, it'd be interesting to see him make a compelling argument. But I'm really not quite sure what he represents in this moment. You know, it's kind of hard to tell what he represents in this moment. I have no clue what the point of him is. And Wiz and Weasel are fighting like children. Charming. When you said let go of his feelings for Chizuru, you mean let go of his feelings for the fantasy Mizuhara, correct? Um, when I say let go, the reason I say let go is because I believe he needs to make some sort of sacrifice. But the ultimate sacrifice for Kazuya's character would be to let go of his dream, you know? Right? So this wish that he has, right? So sacrificing his wish for someone else, you know? I'm really not too sure. Or it could be he faces that wish head on. It's kind of hard to tell because there's this like element of the illusion that needs to be broken. And maybe letting go of Chizuru isn't the way to do it, but rather letting go of his interpretation of Chizuru, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell, really. Greetings. I'm guessing Ruka will tell Umi she's Kazuya's girlfriend. He tells Chizuru, and then she confronts Kazuya about him supposedly cutting her off from 365. Chizuru believes Kazuya broke up, I think. No, he never said he didn't see Ruka. He never said he didn't see Ruka in the background. That's not what this is. That doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. I think Umi is possibly gonna play some sort of villain role, whether intentional or not. But what's gonna be interesting about it is he's gonna pose questions. Questions the characters don't really want to grapple with. Questions that make you kind of stop. Usually what Umi does whenever he shows up is that he brings about the necessary conflicts. That's always kind of been Umi's role. Umi presents the necessary conflicts the characters are not addressing. He's kind of an inverse of Mommy. Mommy is kind of in some ways the doubt in love, and you challenge the doubt of love, right? Through like you essentially the whole point is to challenge that doubt in love. So that's kind of Mommy's thing. Umi's thing, in my opinion, is to raise the necessary questions of the conflicts that the characters are not addressing. That's kind of been usually kind of his thing and how he's always been presented, right? He always presents these like conflicts that the characters have to grapple with and think about every single time. They're without exception. Every time he's been shown, he's presented this conflicts the characters must grapple with. In this particular case, Umi presents the conflict for Ruka's characters as a reflection of her actions and what she's doing. How that's handled, I don't know. It also reflects Kazuya's own actions and what he's doing, and in particular, how he's kind of failing, how he's kind of hurting the people around him. So for Ruka, it could show her how she's hurting Kazuya, and for Kazuya, it could show him how his actions, his thoughtlessness, got people hurt. Not his indecision, his thoughtlessness. That he wasn't thinking about what he was doing, that he thought it was just kind of cool and okay, So that's going to be the thing I'm possibly interpreting for Umi's character. Blah, 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 blah. The other jealous actress never managed to get Umi's contact info, but they already had each other's contacts secretly, as confirmed in 330. She never had his contact info. What? Okay, Marcelo's just like making shit up. The jealous actress, aka Miho, does not have Umi's contact info. Never got it. Yep. There's one thing about the stop it all. This foreshadowing from Kazuya. So what will it be? Hint from chapter 386. Chizuru will Kazuya get caught. Guess me not letting go of all my suspicions of Umi is about to get paid off like investing. I don't know what the fuck you want, Wiz. But I've said this before. It's not accurate. Plus, your whole thing of the situation was just, oh, Umi's in the play and they're gonna kiss. That's your whole thing. So that was your thing at the time. That fucking nonsense. And yeah, you're all like suspicious of Umi. I still think Umi is not quite what we think, but he's not a good person either. He's not a bad person, but he's not a good person. Nobody asked Chizuru if she had a boyfriend. Man, everybody's making shit up. Okay, Marcelo, you make up one more thing in chat. I'm just gonna ban you, dude. And Wiz, I'm gonna need you to tone it down significantly. If you keep that attitude up, I'm just gonna ban you too. I don't need this nonsense. My patience has run quite thin, and this is stressing me out needlessly, and I don't need that. Okay. From the top. And my cat's pissing off the bird again. Of course he is. Can never get your break. Ooh, delicious. Okay. I guess I'm on the aspect that Chizuru thinks Kazuya broke up with Ruka from 365, unless I read the dialogue wrong. But I don't know how that Umi dynamic will play out. So no. Kazuya told Chizuru that he doesn't have feelings with Ruka and that he tried to break up with Ruka. She doesn't know. She asks about Ruka regularly. You know, she even in the date she asks him, "How is Ruka going? What's going on with Ruka?" And Kazuya tells her she's at school. So she knows they're still dating, but they're not dating. He doesn't have feelings for her. That's what she told him. That's more particularly. For the line, the last great wave is about to rise up to stop it from the wish come true. If you read that backwards ish, I'm confused. Stop it all. Put a stop to it all. I'm confused. I don't get it. What the heck is going on in YouTube chat? A bunch of nonsense. Oh. I've given the people there their final warning. If they cross the line again, I'm just gonna ban them. That's simple. And by the way, this final warning is not restricted to today. You do that at any point, I'm just banning you. Like, sorry, I'm not even. This is for me. This is not for you. And I'm just kind of getting tired of this drama in chat. I don't need this. I don't need Wiz pulling bullshit every time in chat. It gets old. You've been warned. If you can't change, that's on you, bro. Whoa, what the fuck? Hold on. I heard like a crazy gust of wind. I heard like a crazy gust of wind, and I was like worried about my cat, so I went and brought him inside. Jesus. Okay. What was I saying? Fuck. I keep losing track of my thoughts. Yeah, I don't know. That water's empty, and I only have my tea. Wonderful. Okay. For the line, okay, so we read that. For the real villain is the mindset of society and our subconscious. Yeah, Umi is the closest thing to a villain in this manga. He is handsome, charismatic, wealthy. I don't know about wealthy. That's the only one. I don't know about wealthy. He's decently well off. Yeah, he's kind of decently well off, but he's not wealthy. In the animal kingdom of society. Okay. What I find interesting is the short story on the cover in the Japanese and add what happened before. What? It said that Chizuru wants to see Kazuya and feels guilty because of Ruka and Mami at the bottom right of the Japanese cover. What? Here? This what you mean? Oh, can't see that. This? This what you mean? Chizuru feels guilty because of the Ruki and Mama, the Roka and Mami, and can't talk to Kazuya? Okay. He is the tiger, the king privilege personified. See, that doesn't work. Because Umi is his own character, first off. Second, Umi is what's the word I was gonna look for? Mami is privileged, Kazuya is privileged, Ruka is privileged, Sumi is privileged, Minnie is privileged. Every single character is privileged. Umi just happens to look like he has all this privilege. That's kind of it, really. He seems to, on surface level, he has all this privilege. Ask Johan, he knows Mitaka. What? What about Mitaka? You think we're gonna get the Mitaka treatment with Umi? Maybe. But I don't know. That doesn't feel right. Who's Mitaka and how is he treated? So Mitaka is the secondary love interest in Maison Ikoku. He is the handsome, sexy guy who plays tennis, is well off, quite rich, has all that bullshit. He essentially tries to emotionally manipulate emotionally manipulate the lead female character's guilt into being with him. He wanted to essentially pressure her into being with him. Eventually, he lets go. He just kind of lets her go. He moves on and he lets her go. However, as a sort of comeuppance to him as a character, it kind of loops back around. And he ends up thinking he had sex with another girl, and when he didn't have sex with that girl. And he ends up marrying this girl he didn't want to marry, only to later find out, well, oh, whoops, I didn't actually have sex with her. I didn't need to marry her. So he tries to emotionally manipulate and guilt someone into a relationship, and then literally emotionally manipulates and guilts himself into a relationship. So it's like a funny comeuppance. It's like he gets his funny comeuppance, where, you know, the thing he did to someone else comes back around and happens to him. Umi is like Griffith. He looks heroic on the outside, but he is the demon king. The other side, we have Kazuya, the struggler, the one who's treated like a demon king, but is kind soul on the inside. That's not quite how I see it. Oh, I know a better example. You guys probably won't know this one. This is from Final Fantasy XIV. So there's this character in Final Fantasy XIV. He's called Elidibus. And he is basically the speaker for his people. He is the speaker for the villain group. So basically, he's how he communicates. He makes deals, he barters and stuff. He's only ever lived his role. So basically, he was a person prior, and then he essentially, some stuff happened, and he essentially becomes the idea behind these villains is that they have a role. The role has a name and a purpose, and then they have their true identity. This character essentially loses his true identity in his journey, and he kind of forgets why he's doing what he's doing. And that in many ways parallels Kazuya, and it also parallels Umi, in my opinion. I think that is paralleling Umi. Why is this interesting? Well, what this person does is this person who has lost his identity and doesn't know who he is weaponizes how people view heroes. So he literally creates an identity, steals the person's body whose identity it is, and then weaponizes that. Okay? And basically, he poses the question to you as the character. Now, what he's doing is wrong. He's fucking, his entire people are essentially committing fucking genocide. What he's doing is wrong. But he poses a very, very important question to you as the player. He essentially challenges your interpretation of the hero's journey. Because in that story, in Final Fantasy XIV, there have been many, many heroes and warriors of light who are chosen by the Echo, who are chosen, like they are the chosen heroes of this world. And a lot of them got horrible fates. a lot of them got horrendous fucking fates. Key example, the person whose body he fucking stole, right? The person whose body he steals, the villain, he got a horrible fate. He was celebrated, he was worshipped, he thought he was saving this world, and then in the end he is shunned as the person who destroyed it, not realizing he was doing so. So basically the whole point that this questions is that the cycle of the hero's journey is wrong, that these people are suffering and dying, and they're basically these exceptional people are taken into the hero's journey, used by society, and then tossed when they're no longer useful, right? When their use has run out, then they have completely burned themselves out, they're just tossed to the wayside. So literally, Elidibus as a character essentially embodied this idea of using other people to get what he wants, under the belief that of why he thinks he's doing this. He's essentially lost why he's doing this. You, in contrast, as the hero of the story, know exactly why you're doing this, and that's why you beat him. So what he does in the very end, the final battle that he does, is probably one of the hardest battles at the time when it came out. He essentially absorbs all the heroes of light and becomes literally the embodiment of heroism. Right? He literally looks like the warrior of light from Final Fantasy 1. So he Right, so he literally looks like the Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy 1. He's even called the Warrior of Light. FF1. Yeah, so he ends up literally looking like this dude. He ends up literally looking like this dude, literally the Warrior of Light. He becomes the embodiment of heroism, and yet he's fighting for nothing. So when you finally beat him, he kind of remembers who he is. The reason I make this comparison is because I kind of think, low-key, that's what Umi is. Umi doesn't know why he's doing what he's doing anymore. You think he's meant to be a inverted, twisted parallel of Kazuya. Kazuya knows why he's doing what he's doing, but not really. He's kind of lost his sauce. He's kind of lost why he's doing this. And I think that's meant to be reflected by Umi, and he's reflecting this back at Ruka and Kazuya. Ruka doesn't really know why the fuck she's doing all of this. She's just kind of doing it. Kazuya has kind of lost the sauce, right? Kazuya has kind of also just kind of lost the sauce. So Umi is, in my opinion, a reflection of that. He doesn't really know why he's doing what he's doing. He claims to love Chizuru, yet the way he's expressing it is anything but love. Why is he doing any of this? Right? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What is this going to give him that he doesn't already have? What does he hope to achieve here? He's literally lost the sauce. He doesn't know why the fuck he's doing any of this. And I think that's kind of basically what I think Umi represents. He represents this ideology of essentially connections and people are kind of useless, and literally weaponizes that to get what he wants. In contrast, Kazuya is it may be a representation of the real connections he's formed. Now, technically, this is also what Mommy did. That's basically Mommy's character. If anything, what I just described to you is literally what Mommy did in Hawaiians. So that's kind of where I'm kind of iffy on that. It's like, okay, but Mommy already did that in Hawaiians. So in many ways, maybe Umi knows exactly who he is, but Kazuya and Ruka have lost who they are. Maybe that's a more accurate representation. So flip it over. Maybe we can flip it over on its head. Kazuya and Ruka lost their purpose. They don't know why they're doing this. They are just the roles, right? Whereas Umi, maybe he knows exactly who he is, what he wants, and what he wants to do. And that, in turn, will call Kazuya and Ruka out on their stuff. Right? So I think that could be what it is, because that's basically what Hawaiians is. Like the thing I just described earlier, that's pretty much what Hawaiians is. Hawaiians is basically Mommy is this person who lost and doesn't know what the fuck she wants anymore. And she weaponizes connection, saying connection is ultimately meaningless. She weaponizes it only for Kazuya to truly use it for the right purposes and bring people together. So I think that already technically happened. So this is the flip. This is taking that idea and flipping it. Umi knows exactly who he is. Kazuya and Ruka don't know who they are, and for that reason, they're gonna like fall apart somehow, right? For that reason, they're gonna fall apart somehow. How? I'm not sure. How? I'm not sure. Now, one thing I did want to talk about really quick is that I think the way people I was like double checking some old stuff that I wrote. Let me see if I can pull it up. I was checking some old stuff that I wrote, and I think one problem I have is this association with purity with being like a victim. And that's kind of the issue that I'm like seeing with how people are like looking at Kazuya's character. Let me see if I can pull it up, see what I wrote. Right? So basically people like want Kazuya to kind of be like uniquely victimized, and basically that's just kind of impossible. Like what I mean by that is they need him to be a perfect victim, right? The problem is the inherent problem is that the very nature of victimhood is associated with messy shit. The very nature of victimhood is not pure. It is muddy, gross, and uncomfortable. Period. Okay? So the problem is people are trying to associate victimhood with moral cleanliness. You know, like if you're a victim, you have to be morally clean, right? You can't have done anything wrong. And I think that's the problem with Kazuya here, where Kazuya is doing something wrong. Like, oh, you're not a like people read this chapter and they think to themselves, oh, you're not a victim anymore, right? They read this chapter and they think to themselves, Kazuya is not a victim anymore because he's beaten his meat to the person who sexually assaulted him, right? But that's the problem, is like you're only looking at Kazuya from a very, very surface level. The whole point of Kazuya's character is that he has a deep need and a deep desire for sexual intercourse and sexual relations. And he just wants that deep intimacy. And the only intimacy he's ever gotten is from his abuser, who happens to be Ruka, who doesn't know she abused him. And this results in Kazuya feeling these sexual desires and hating himself, right? The sexual desires that he's he fucking hates now, right? So that's kind of my issue, is like, the moral cleanliness is just not connected to victimhood, no matter how much people want it to be. And that aligns well with Chizuru's character as well, that Chizuru also made mistakes and did wrong stuff as a victim, and people just kind of don't seem to fucking see that. I think deep down Umi wants something real or genuine in the never-acting world of his life, but he doesn't know how to have that because it plays against his nature. He is a pragmatic opportunist. He lives in a paradox. I could see part of that, right? I have said in the past that Umi wants something real, but I don't know if he's a pragmatic opportunist. That's what I'm not sure about. The reason I say this is because we kind of don't have enough about his character. There is a bit of pragmatism, right? Absolutely. He is a bit opportunistic. Absolutely. I'm not going to pretend like he isn't. But I don't know if I would just outright call him a pragmatic opportunist and this is his nature. I don't know that. I don't know about that. I feel like Umi knows who he is, and I just don't know if that description fits him. You think there's something with the aspect where Kazuya is trying to simulate, similar to the driving simulation in the AI job interviews? Yeah, he is. The problem is he's treating this like it's just a simulation, like it isn't real. This is real. This is happening. Just because you didn't actually have sex with Ruka, it doesn't mean you didn't betray yourself. And that's why he looks jaded in the end. That's why at the very end of this chapter, Kazuya looks jaded. He looks at this as though it's just a simulation. And yet the chapter goes out of its way to make it as real as fucking possible. It goes out of its way to make this as real as fucking possible. Okay? And that's why Kazuya is like, I'm just simulating this. I'm just doing that. This is real, dude. And you did the opposite of chapter 16. Chapter 16, he hadn't accepted his feelings for Chizuru, and he came to that realization upon trying to beat his meat for mommy. This is the opposite. He knows what he feels for Chizuru, and instead he chooses to beat his meat for mommy, only to be again reminded that he has feelings for Chizuru, and thus in turn feel horrible guilt for doing this. He feels like shit now, right? He literally betrayed himself. He is jaded, he is empty, has lost his identity, and it parallels directly with what Kibe said in chapter like 11, 14, I don't remember. It's the conversation Kibe has with Chizuru where he tells her, like, you know, life can suck, you can lose everything, blah 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 blah, but you have to keep dreaming, and that's kind of what Kazuya is. He's the person who keeps dreaming. He is born to be the perfect role model for society, but what society gives you is not the real thing. A genuine bond like the one Kazuya and Chizuru have. But society is where these things also come from in a lot of ways. So I don't know about that. I don't know. That's it. Again, that's a slightly weird read for me. I'm not sure how to feel about that. That's a slightly weird read for me. I'm still not sure about your read of Umi's character. I think there's some truth to it. I'm not gonna pretend like there isn't. There's absolutely some truth to it. I do think it's interesting that the screen is cracked. He's literally watching a cracked screen, and you see the cracked screen at every chance, right? Every single time Kazuya is looking at it, it's a cracked screen. And he literally sees himself in here, right? He's looking at himself through a cracked lens. Every single time you see it, it's a cracked lens. Every time it's his fantasy, right? Every time it's his fantasy, it's clearly more vivid. Wow. Yeah, he literally doesn't look like Kazuya anymore. He kind of looks like a bum. He's kind of lost who he is. He looks like a bum. This is the death of the hero, right? The hero has died. The phone theory, lol. Yeah, what was the phone theory again? I totally forgot. What was your phone theory? We had a whole theory about that. I totally forgot the phone theory. What was the phone theory? Like, was it that Kazuya needed to replace it, but Kazuya sees everything through a cracked screen? Okay. I'm just sorry, Marcella. I'm kind of getting tired of your shit. So bye bye. That's it. I gave him a warning. He's been banned. Goodbye. I kept telling the dude to just fucking stop making shit up. He kept making shit up. So, dude got bad. Yeah, he needs to change his phone to change his love. And then now you see the phone at its like worst, right? The phone is literally the simulation, and he's seeing the simulation through a cracked lens, right? It's literally reflects how his love is cracked. I love how you never once see the back of Kazuya's phone. Let me read through the chapter carefully, but it's interesting that you never see the back of Kazuya's phone. Okay, the front, 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 front. That's funny. He plugs his phone in because it's running out of battery. You see the front again, and it's always the cracked screen. Even here, this cracked screen is being emphasized. Oh. Oh. Ruka is positioned at center. Look at this very carefully. Ruka is positioned at center. It's literally centering Ruka. He's literally centering Ruka. Right? Visually, Reiji is centering Ruka. So Ruka being centered is the setup. Right? The Ruka is going to be center page here. Umi is literally centering Ruka. I think that's intentional. Right? Hey, Ruka, this is what it means to be in the center, but in some ways kind of like the spotlight, right? So this is basically maybe going to be the offer of the main role. I could see Umi possibly wanting her to be in his acting or whatever. You know, I feel like he could be. She's like, maybe you could be perfect for this. I don't fucking know. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's definitely got me really curious. This is a crazy cliffhanger. It's got me super fucking curious, right? Like, it drags you through the abyss. It keeps going. Okay. Let me see if there's anything on Twitter. Nothing from Crumpy. He's been kind of quiet for a hot minute. Who's this dude? Why are you commenting on my channel? Who the fuck is this guy? Who's this guy? Oh. Ugh. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. One of those accounts. Ugh. One of those weird Spanish readers. Ugh. Whatever, man. All right, what did Mute have to say? It's great to depict Kazuya's inner conflict, but wasn't it overkill to use 19 pages for it? I think it works perfectly. Personally, I think it works perfectly. Oh, wow. Almost 7 hours. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I'm a weird Spanish reader. You're a Spanish reader? Oh. Well, you're not like weird. I'm talking these people are weird, okay? These are weird dudes. This is a dude who has a channel that and he makes up a bunch of fucking shit. And his first response to like this thing that I wrote on Twitter is, "Hey, how many times did this guy jacked off already?" I'm like, dude, fuck up. Shut up. Fucking shut up. God damn. That's your first takeaway? Jesus fucking Christ. That's your fucking first takeaway? That's your first takeaway? Hey, it's almost like beating your meat's fucking normal. It's almost like beating your meat's fucking normal. Maybe the crack is meant to symbolize that the relationship can't be saved. No, it's literally reflects the way he is viewing the world. The phone merely reflects the way he is viewing the world. He is willingly choosing to see the world through a cracked lens, right? The way he's looking at reality around him is through a broken phone case. So rather than seeing things clearly, he sees it through a cracked lens. It's not an accurate picture of reality. It's broken. Might have missed if you answered before, but do you have any big expectations of chapter 444? It'll be soonish. That's not soonish, dude. That's months away. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 month. We're 426 right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 34. 1, 2, 3, 4. 38. 1, 2, 3, 4. 442, and then 2 more. That's not for another. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not for like 4 months, maybe 3 months. Right? 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4. 4 months and a half. We're not getting that for another 4 months and a half. We're not getting chapter 444 for another 4 months and a half. That's not soonish. That's quite a while away. That's gonna be a hot minute away. So it's gonna be a little bit. We're not getting that anytime soon. It's gonna be a little bit away. If I have big expectations, that's a lot of death. That's a lot of dying. So I don't know. That's a lot of dying. So I have no clue. I also see that this scene was in a dark room, similar to the dark room when Ruka assaulted him, and the cracked screens aren't cracked when this actress becomes Ruka. Yes, when he actually visualizes Ruka, the screen is not cracked anymore, and I think that's really interesting, right? Right here, like when the girl becomes Ruka, the screen's not cracked anymore, right? It's literally the twisted fantasy is becoming reality. The twisted fantasy is becoming a reality. It's so funny. She has Sumi's fucking eyebrows. I can't get over it. It's so fucking funny. It's hilarious. I'm sorry. It's so fucking funny. She has Sumi's eyebrows. I can't unsee Sumi's face. I can't unsee Sumi's face. In Pokadria's channel, they call Kazuya Mijiro, which means scrapper, is the lowest way to call somebody a simp. Who's Pokadria? Is that the dude I responded to? Is that the dude I responded to? Sorry, I didn't bother reading their name. Like I just mentally disassociate. I'm trying to get better at not engaging with stupid people. Okay, I'm trying to get better at not engaging with stupid people. That's why I've been giving warnings. That's why I've been given warnings. I gave Marcelo a warning. He didn't fucking stop. I banned his ass. I'm trying to develop healthier connections, right? So I'm trying to not engage with unhealthy people anymore, okay? So that's why I didn't even bother reading their name. Granted, I also responded. That was stupid. I shouldn't have responded. Why'd I respond? Bad habits. Bad habits. Yeah, I don't see why this was censored. So this is censored right here. I don't get it. Why is that censored? That didn't need to be censored. You're not seeing much. All right, so they here it is. Look, they censored this, but that actually makes it more provocative. That I think that actually makes it more provocative. It's like, yeah, he's touching her ass, but that's it. It's not that bad. If anything, like I think the censorship on here is a little better. The censorship on here is a lot better in my opinion. Doesn't need to be so weird. Now, I do think like only doing this to the nipples is stupid. Just make them white. Like just make it white. You don't need to make it so weird, right? But they go out of their way to make it like weird, right? So for this, just make it white. Now I'm like, oh, that's where the nipple is. Okay, this is a good censorship, right? The person like licking the boobies. This is a good censorship because literally the licking sound is over it as like a thing. This one's like okay. God damn, this is gonna be probably like really visually provocative in the official volume release. The volume release is gonna be so fucking provocative. Like holy shit, so fucking provocative. It's gonna be ridiculous. Funny Chizuru's shirt has 2 cats, and Kazuya looks like a cat in the beginning when he was freaking out. Well, he looks like a squirrel. I don't know, he looks like a squirrel. This is a squirrel. This looks like a squirrel. This is not a cat. Yeah, pretty sure it's a squirrel. This in particular is a really interesting reference to me. Okay, I'm kind of curious about Umi a little more. I'm gonna see if we can glean anything else. Any last little details we can glean. Thanks for taking time to meet me today. Sarishna-san, she doesn't respond. The last great wave was about to rise. The last. Yeah. You have an older cat and its little kitten. How does he know Ruka's last name? See, that's what's weird. How the fuck did he contact her? That's what's she never gave him her contact info. How the fuck did he contact her? Did Ruka contact him? What's the deal? Why did Ruka even agree to see him? Right? What's going on here? This makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense. The entire chapter almost doesn't make sense. That seems intentional, right? We end last chapter with Mommy. That's just completely ignored, and we jump into this, and you're like, what? And then you get to this, and you're like, what? So much of this chapter is just so fucking what? Because how did Umi even contact Ruka? Ruka maybe could contact him, but how the fuck did he contact her? Right? She has his Instagram or his Twitter. She could have maybe DM'd him. But how did he contact her? Did he find her through Instagram? She posts like images on Instagram. There's no way he has her contact info, not in fucking hell. So he would have had to dig it up. Right? That's why this is like suspicious. If Umi like went out of his way to like dig up her info, that's sus as fuck. You know? Ruka quit the rental stuff, right? A long time ago. Like at the start of the series, she quit it immediately. Ruka quit rental almost immediately. So this is weird. How did he even contact her? Right? It's just very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. How the fuck? Like, just the entire presentation here is suspicious. It makes no fucking sense. Right? Like, Umi would have had to really dig to find Ruka's info. Right? He could have, like, messaged her on Instagram or some shit. But still, that's suspicious. You know? Did he go back to Ruka's work and then ask to meet her or something? Just very odd. There's a lot of things to look into. Opportunistic people do even tear down the Tokyo Tower. Again, we don't know enough about Umi to just blatantly say he's that outright opportunistic. We don't know enough about Umi to fully place that together. There is absolutely an opportunistic streak. I'm not going to pretend like there isn't. But there's also not enough that we're putting together. So I just don't know. It's a little weird. He's intentionally presented as very menacing here. Right? He's intentionally presented as very menacing here. Yeah, so fucking, I hate cliffhangers. I like love and I hate cliffhangers because now I really want to know. And I'm like, damn it, dude. I want to know. I want to know. Can you show me? I want to see something. People like me. I want to see those people like me. Is that the line? Wow. At least next week we got the state of play, which looks like a big deal. Maybe when Kazuya and Umi parted ways in the restaurant, he went directly to the karaoke? Huh. But we would have gotten more of a clue about that. That doesn't make much sense. How Umi dig Ruka's contact info doesn't matter. It's obvious he's planning to steal Chizuru like NTR Pro Tag characters. Oh my fucking god. Wiz, you're getting close. You're getting close, buddy. You're getting close. I'm not having this discussion again. You're getting close. Warning. I want to know about the strangers like me. Now, that's what the line is. His intention is bad. You can tell from Kazuya's narration when Umi and Ruka show up. The framing is meant to make it look bad. We don't know what the deal is. You still in denial about Umi. I'm not in denial. I don't know enough. I'm not in denial. I'm just not making judgments. There's literally not enough to work off of. I'm not in denial. I literally just don't have enough to work off of. Umi barely has chapters in this manga. He barely exists. I also talked earlier about how Umi is clearly bothering Chizuru. So I don't really think like Umi is a good person. I even took that back like way back then. Like Umi absolutely does bad shit. And I've said this. I just don't know what his intentions here are. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Why is Umi in shadow? Is he not seeing things clearly and Ruka is in light? I think Umi is in shadow parallels Kazuya. Umi being in shadow parallels Kazuya. So there's literally meant to be an intentional parallel being struck between Umi and Kazuya. When you see Kazuya, he's in shadow. When you see Umi, he's in shadow. They parallel each other. So there's this in particular with Umi, the shadows are being used in reverse. In his case, you don't know what his plan is. So that's why he's in shadow, right? You don't know what Umi's plan is. He's in shadow because you don't know what the fuck his deal is. Ruka is in light because you know everything about Ruka, right? Ruka is in light because you know everything about Ruka. You don't know what the fuck Umi's deal is here. Kazuya is in shadow reflects two different things. One, he's not aware of himself, but at the same time, he's jaded. The light is literally gone, right? For Kazuya, the light is literally gone. It's starting to fade. It looks like as if it's setting, right? So he's literally lost himself in the shadows. Umi could parallel that, right? Umi could be the tempting shadows, if you will, right? He could be lost in his own shadows, right? Umi could be lost in his own shadows. Who knows, right? But there's an intentional parallel being struck between Kazuya and Umi's characters here. Kazuya is in shadow, so is Umi. They kind of parallel each other. Kazuya has black hair, Umi has white hair, right? They are like inverted shadows. Whereas Kazuya is in shadows about himself, if you will, and he's sunk to the shadows and he's lost his identity. His moral and spiritual identity is now dead. You have Umi in contrast, who willfully chooses shadows, right? Where do we see Umi? He's sitting under an umbrella. So there's a bit of a difference, right? I think Umi willfully chooses shadows. He willfully chooses to not be clearly, apparently visible, right? It's very clear he's utilizing shadows. He's weaponizing shadows. Kazuya, in contrast, is stuck in shadows, right? He's lost his identity in the shadows, right? He can't see himself anymore. Umi chooses the shadows. The shadows are comfortable, right? He willfully makes himself invisible. In contrast, while Umi has full and complete leverage here, he's completely invisible. Ruka's completely visible here. Not just visually being in light, but her shoulders, right? You literally see her shoulders, right? Ruka is very, very visible here, right? She is very clearly visible here. You can see Ruka completely. So it shows how Ruka is very vulnerable, if you will, whereas Umi has a lot of leverage, right? Umi sits relaxed. He's leaned back. He's comfortable under the shade. He's completely in shadows. He doesn't have to show anything. He has all the cards, right? Umi essentially has all the cards in this scene. Ruka, in contrast, is completely visible. She sits very formally. You can see her completely, and she's at the center of the page, right? And she doesn't speak a word. She just sits there silently, staring at him, very, very like uncomfortable with him, right? So it really shows like who is in charge here. It really shows who's actually in charge here. Umi is very much in charge here. Umi is very much in charge of this scene. He has all the power. He is emotionally stable with himself. He is in full control of the darkness and the shadows around him. He wears shades comfortably. He leans back comfortably. He's dressed exactly how he wants to dress. Nothing is controlling him. He is in complete control. Whereas Ruka is rather less in control. Ruka feels a lot more visible, a lot more vulnerable. So I think that's the visual idea that they're going for here, right? Kazuya is lost in the shadows. He's trapped in his own shadow, if you will. Umi is fully in control of his shadow. He is the shadow. He is the darkness, if you will. Nothing is stopping him. Nothing is controlling him. He is perfectly in control. He willfully sits in the shades. He is outside. He doesn't care. He crosses his legs. He's all chill. Look at how comfortable he looks. He looks mad comfortable. He intentionally puts his hand in his pocket because he doesn't need to show his hand. You don't need to know what he's up to, right? You don't need to know what he's up to, right? Whereas Kazuya has no control over his hands. Huh. What did Kazuya do? Kazuya beats his meat. Kazuya has no control over his hands. Umi doesn't need to show his hand. You don't even need to know why the fuck he's here. He's in complete control. And yet, in some ways, his hands can be manipulative and destructive. So that's a fascinating contrast. Right? Whereas Kazuya questions himself and thinks about things, Umi doesn't seem to really question himself. Umi just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants. Right? Umi just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants. It's interesting that the condom is what reminds Kazuya of being rejected. That's an interesting visual detail. Why is the condom the thing that reminds Kazuya he was rejected? That fascinates me. Why that? Why that particular choice? Why is the condom the thing that reminds Kazuya he was rejected? Why is sex the central element of Kazuya's rejection? That's fascinating. Umi is so charismatic. He only appears in 8 chapters, and people always talk about him. That's just good visual presentation. That's just good presentation, and Kazuya talks about him a lot and thinks about him a lot. That's why. But Umi leverages people's insecurities, so that's why he's so effective. It's possible he's trying to look out for Chizuru. I don't know. Maybe. In his own weird fucking way. That kind of makes some sense. Piece 2 and 2 together, Umi follows the same pattern. He presents himself with an honest approach, but he always has a hidden intention behind it. With Chizuru, I've noticed it a lot with women. How he's presented with women seems to kind of be the idea. When he first started, it was the opposite. The very beginning of the series, it was the opposite. As you progressed, it changes. The way Reiji's writing Umi feels very akin to how he wrote Mami, where Mami's initial introduction is just the girl who broke up with Kazuya. But Reiji's like, well, I could do more with that. I could explore that more, and that's where he dug into it more. Umi's kind of the same way. Umi's introduced as just the hot guy that Kazuya is insecure about. And Reiji's like, but I could delve into that more. I could do more with him, right? What can I do more with the hot guy? And I think that's what he did. The date, the Tiger's Den, Chizuru's house, and the date he wanted to get close to Chizuru using the Twitter as a false intention to help. And the Tiger's Den, he wanted to feel Kazuya isolated. So the Tiger's Den is not very clear. In particular, with the Tiger's Den, he specifically wanted to ask if Kazuya had heard what Chizuru said and interprets it, and how he interprets it. His understanding seemed to come to that him and Kazuya agree that Chizuru likes him, right? That Chizuru likes Kazuya, right? That was the understanding. And then he goes and confesses to Chizuru, and you're like, what the fuck? So you don't understand. Umi's weird. He's confusing, right? It felt less about isolating Kazuya and more about just seeing what he thinks of this question that is posed to him. It felt like he was feeling Kazuya out. That I can maybe agree to. It felt like he was kind of feeling Kazuya out, checking him out, maybe scooping him out. I don't know why, right? Is he jealous of him? Is he insecure about him? Is Kazuya a flip? Like, is Umi a flip of Mami, right? Which I think would kind of be like interesting, but kind of boring. I think Umi being a flip of Ruka is more thematically fitting and interesting. Right? I don't need a Mami rehash. Mami is her own character. Even Miho is not a Mami rehash, you know? So I just feel like Umi is just far more mysterious than any other character. We don't have enough about him. We can understand certain aspects, like even with the date blackmail with the Twitter thing, even with that, I don't feel like we had enough information. Like, remember, I had this whole theory that it's connected to his breakup with his girlfriend. That there's something in there that fueled his motivation and why he acted the way that he did. I think that's still very much connected. I think that's still very much connected. Umi's breakup with his girlfriend, I think, is far more important than is immediately given credit for. I think that's definitely present and kind of important for that situation. He's meant to be an inverse of Kazuya, right? That's how I read Umi. He's the inverse of Kazuya. So I don't see him as directly like a mommy clone, you know? It just doesn't work for me. Kazuya looks like he's walking away from his identity. Oh, in the opening? Yeah, maybe in a sense. The show shows his power in Chizuru's house. He presented himself as a good friend who wanted to pay respect to Chizuru, but in reality, he wanted to make a move. I don't think you're incorrect, but I don't think you're 100% correct either. All right? I don't think you're incorrect, but I don't think you're 100% correct either. Because he is clearly bothering her. He is clearly bothering her. 100%. And I think maybe Kazuya is not considering that. So that I can agree to. That Umi might be bothering her, and Kazuya is not considering that. Maybe it was an anticipation of him having sex with Chizuru, with how the date went well until the rejection happened. Oh, we're talking about the condom here. So it was anticipation with having sex with Chizuru until the date went well until the rejection happened. Okay, I could see that, because Kazuya was thinking about sex a lot during the date. Speaking of which, this right here felt like an intentional parallel to when Ruka mentioned Kazuya having sex with Chizuru. Let me pull that up. I think it's like 405 or 406. No, it's 406. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. This looks pretty darn similar. Not quite the same, but it looks pretty darn similar. Okay. Umi may see Kazuya as the player. That would be a reason to question Ruka. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. That's possible. With the condom reminding me of the breakup, you think with Curry talking about going all out, likely including sex, because Chizuru rejected him, they didn't go all the way? Yeah, it seems to be that's kind of the immediate association Kazuya has with the condom, right? It represents his rejection. I think it was 322 or something. Yeah, that's what it was. Now it's suspicious that Umi waited for Chizuru to turn 20 and legal to drink alcohol before he finally made his move. Oh, that's just an assumption. No. He, if anything, it showed out he didn't give a shit about Chizuru's birthday. That doesn't make much sense. That's not how I read it. That's not how I read it. And Chizuru was already 20. I think she was 21. Yeah, she was 21. She was no, that doesn't make sense. Chizuru was already 20. Chizuru's first birthday was 20. No, that doesn't make sense. That's the whole point of the booze arc. That makes no fucking sense. That's the whole point of the booze arc. The booze arc is around chapter 70 or something, and Kazuya and Chizuru go drinking with their friends as they're trying to hide their identity, specifically because Chizuru turned 20. Specifically because Chizuru turned 20. Her second birthday, when Umi shows up, she's 21. So she would have already been of age and she could have already been drinking. That makes no sense. So that argument falls apart very quickly. In the tiger's den, did you write Tigger on purpose? Are you trying to write Tigger on purpose? The Tigger's den? Umi wanted 3 things. 1, show a taste of Chizuru's world to Kazuya to make him know they belong to different worlds. 2, test the waters with Kazuya and check if they were dating. 3, a display of power. He wanted to show Chizuru why he is a better suitor than Kazuya. I don't know. Most of it was, to me, so the way I read the Tiger's Den, I don't agree with that reading. The way I read the Tiger's Den, he was checking if Kazuya felt the same way. That's how I read the Tiger's Den. I read the Tiger's Den as Umi checking if Kazuya felt the same way. He specifically fished for his reactions. He specifically fished to see how Kazuya reacted, what Kazuya felt, what Kazuya thought, if he was earnest, if he was serious. A lot of these things Umi was doing. So, for example, this is a scene they cut from the anime. When Kazuya comes back from his bathroom trip and he sees Umi talking to Chizuru, Umi specifically looks at him and he's like, okay, let's see how he reacts. Oh, he got defensive when he saw me with her. Ooh, well, that's cute. Okay. And then when he gets closer, he specifically gives Chizuru a gift right in front of him. And Kazuya again reacts and he's like, oh, okay. We're reacting. Cool. And then he asks him to talk in private. And it's just him. Right? And they're both surprised. So, I don't know. Most of it felt like Umi was specifically fishing for how Kazuya felt. And he wanted to know exactly how he felt. Specifically because Chizuru was being vague. I think a huge part of Umi's actions stem from Chizuru being vague. And I think there's a possibility he's projecting onto Chizuru a little bit. The vagueness by which Chizuru is reacting and acting with him, right? I think that has to do with that, and that explains a specific parallel that's being struck between him and Mami. Umi almost demands honesty, but doesn't give it. And what's interesting about Kazuya with Umi is that Umi talks to Kazuya very specifically because Kazuya seems so honest. That's kind of an intentional read I had, which I found really interesting. But then I just don't understand Umi's approach with Chizuru. Just so much of it just doesn't add up. So much of it just does not add up. He is bothering Chizuru, but the Umi that's presented at the start of the series wanted to help. The Umi that's presented at the start of the series wanted to help. He clearly wanted to help. I wouldn't be surprised if who Umi is right now has lost the point of why he's doing what he's doing. He's lost the point of why he's doing what he's doing, and he's kind of betrayed his own intent. Right? But he is so sure of himself. Who knows? Maybe he's committing to the villain role. Right? Maybe Umi is committing to the villain role when that's a misdirection. It's really hard to tell. And that's why I just kind of don't agree with a lot of people's reads of those situations, because they're intentionally left quite vague in a lot of different ways. This is how Mitaka is completely in Maison Ikkoku, showing his privilege to Goudet to make him look small. But Umi doesn't act like this. With the way Roman is describing Umi is Mitaka. The way Roman is describing Umi is literally Mitaka. And Mitaka is very blatant. Mitaka is spelled the fuck out for you. Okay? Umi, in contrast, is intentionally vague. Very, very intentionally vague. Okay? That, to me, serves a purpose. Every character in this story is a deconstruction of a certain role. Every character is a deconstruction of a certain role. Umi appearing like Mitaka seems intentional. On one hand, he kind of is Mitaka. On one hand, he kind of is Mitaka. On the other hand, I genuinely believe he's not just Mitaka. I believe if that is the read of Umi's character, that's quite shallow. That is not Mitaka. He's not Mitaka. Umi is his own character. If he was Mitaka, he would appear a lot more. He would be fighting for Chizuru's affection a lot more. He doesn't fight for Chizuru's affection. He's barely fucking there. Umi is barely in the fucking story. If anything, Ruka is more of a Mitaka. Ruka feels more like a Mitaka. Constantly flexing to Chizuru, hey, look at what I got that you don't have. I'm so much better than you. I'm gonna guilt you constantly. Ruka fits the Mitaka role a lot more. Whereas Mami also has an aspect of the Mitaka role, in particular the privilegedness, right? But the fact that her family is abusive. See how it just doesn't really line up? Chizuru was 19 during the first play she casted. There's a sign already Umi has interest in Chizuru, but didn't take action until she turned 20 in the movie arc. A man with a desire on a girl uses booze. Okay, you're making shit up again. Umi didn't do any. When they went to the trip to watch that play, they didn't drink once. He asked her out to dinner to a special exclusive club. They did not drink. He did not use booze. Chizuru did not drink with him. Okay? Stop saying shit like that. You're making shit up. You need to validate your narrative. You are very, very certain of your false narrative that you have a deep need to validate. And I don't like that. Two things my guessing with Umi will be about to do. Either he'll rent Chizuru and contract Kazuya to meet him knowingly Umi was Chizuru. Chizuru's earrings are just small. He wasn't fixing her earring. No, everything makes sense. Okay. Guys, I'm done talking about this. You're either going to stop talking about this or you're either both getting temporary banned or I'm just going to ban you both. This is stupid. This is stupid. Every fucking time Umi shows up, we fall in this stupid rabbit hole. Enough. This is childish. Enough. I'm done with this. Every fucking time you fall into this silly rabbit hole when this story has actively gone out of its way to be like, this is not that rabbit hole. Okay? Enough. Okay, people are upset at 426. Man, this is getting so tedious. Enough already. How many times are you going to pull the same crap? Maybe it's the paycheck or whatever, but the lack of creativity in the plot is just too much. You're probably treating the readers like idiots. Well, a Japanese fan was bound to say that. Did you not receive the translation? Oh! Wait, no, actually. Oh, so Crumpy did send something. My bad. Oh, it was the picture. My bad. Oh, okay, Crumpy did send something. Okay. Okay, so let's read through this really quick. If you're here, Eddie Man, we're going to read through this really quick since you were asking for a hot minute. So in the Japanese, Kazuya says, oh yeah, I remember that I felt like that too at first. At the time, Mizuhara occupied one room in my heart. It became bigger with a kitchen and a dining area. Another room got added. It finally became a full-sized apartment. I got rejected. I got emotionally swung around again and again and again, but she couldn't disappear from my heart. My body and heart became totally yours. Somehow, I feel like that's the answer. For Kazuya's monologues, I don't think I can give a good enough translation for what he says after, and I think the English translation is probably correct. Umi says, thank you. I'm happy that you made time for today, Sarishna-san. Oh my god. Hey man, I didn't know. It happens. I didn't know. I'm siding with JoJo for now. Feel free to. Just don't keep bringing it up in my chat unless we get more evidence, okay? I don't like going in circles. You know how I feel. I don't like going in circles. If you want to side with JoJo, that's fine. If you feel the need, if you believe JoJo validates your beliefs, that is fine. I don't care. That's okay. If you believe JoJo is correct, that's fine. I've said my own theory, you've said yours. That's it. I don't fully agree that Umi is just straight up a playboy villain. That is not how he has been characterized. He has many feelings, he has many emotions. Yes, there is a jadedness to his character. Yes, he is opportunistic. Yes, he has done some emotional manipulation. Yes, he is also bothering Chizuru. I also don't think he is just simply that. Case in point, the girl he's talking to. I have actively said Ruka is not simply the things that she is doing. She can change. She can become a better person. And she is also just a kid who doesn't really fully recognize the consequences of her actions. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm going to check on my mom. She just came. Honey. How was your day? And I'm back. Okay, where were we? God, I keep like electrocuting myself. I think it's like I'm touching my cat and then I'm coming back here. So I just immediately get electrocuted. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you can schedule posts. Anything else interesting happen? Huh. Oh, actually, you know what's interesting? Kazuya said, I just got a small epiphany moment. Kazuya said what mommy did was a watershed moment. Now Kazuya said this is the final wave. That's really interesting. A watershed moment and the final wave. I think that's an intentional set of dialogue. Right? The watershed moment and the final wave. This is the final wave of the watershed, if you will, before something changes. The final wave rises. Can you survive the wave? Huh. Huh. By this metaphor, if you want, Umi is like a tiger. A tiger won't chase a prey. I guess he thinks he is going to lose it. If he thinks he's going to lose it, he knows he can't win a straight fight with Kazuya man to man. But Umi is a tiger and Kazuya is a rabbit. I don't know. Again, we're kind of back to Lupin again, so I'm not that interested in this. The final wave to wash away the false image of Kazuya and reborn the new true Kazuya. Yeah. That's kind of how I read it too. Right? But we've had the watershed moment that has led to the separation. Now it's the final wave that washes it all back together. We also have the Titanic reference in the Sumi chapter. True. Right? A lot of the references, we never did go over those. Maybe let's do that right now. You know what? I put this off. I never did go over those. I think that's where I stopped actually fully giving it an effort. So I think I'm going to go back to these chapters and we're going to go through every reference. Right now. I'm curious. We're going to go through every reference. Romeo and Juliet, we already know this one. It's a fucking tragedy. Okay. Titanic. Okay, that's the first one. Sinking ship. Okay, sinking ship. Titanic. Runaway Bride. What is the plot of Runaway Bride? What is the plot of Runaway Bride? Spirited Maggie Carpenter has left 3 fiancés in the altar on their wedding day, earning a local notoriety and the nickname the Runaway Bride. Misanthropic New York City columnist Ike Graham writes an unflattering article about Maggie after hearing her story from a man that he did not realize is one of her bitter ex-fiancés. Ike's story is riddled with errors, causing Maggie to send a scathing rebuttal to the newspaper. Ike is fired for failing to verify facts, but his boss offers him another chance by writing an in-depth, truthful article about Maggie, if only to prove she is actually a heartless man-eater. Ike travels to, okay. In the following weeks, okay, so the wedding day is heavily attended by, okay, well, fuck me. Let's Ike travels to Hale, Maryland, where Maggie works at her family hardware store and also makes designer lamps from spare industrial parts. Her fourth groom-to-be, Bob Kelly, a house school football coach who constantly uses sports analogies, is helping Maggie to visualize their upcoming wedding. Ike follows Maggie around town and interviews her friends, family, and former fiancés. Fed up with his intrusiveness, Maggie allows Ike one-on-one time with her to prove she's a good person. During this period, Ike and Maggie grow closer, using each other's feedback to improve their personal selves. Ike discovers that Maggie adopts each of her fiance's interests, particularly regarding her choice of eggs. At a pre-wedding Leo celebration, Ike defends Maggie from her family's and guests' mockery, causing her to leave. When Ike accuses Maggie of not truly knowing herself, she calls out his cynicism, suggesting that he uses columns to mock others because he fears pursuing a meaningful life. Whew, scathing. At the wedding rehearsal, to help Maggie practice her visualization techniques, Bob asks Ike to stand in as the groom while he directs them. Oh. When they hear "You May Kiss the Bride," they share a passionate kiss and admit their feelings for each other. Chagrined, Bob punches Ike and storms out. Afterwards, Ike proposes that since a wedding has already been arranged, he and Maggie should marry. To which Maggie agrees. The wedding day is heavily attended by the media. Bob advises Ike to maintain eye contact with Maggie to reassure her as she walks down the aisle. While that initially works, a camera flash temporarily blinds Ike, breaking Maggie's concentration. She gets cold feet and flees the church. Ike pursues her, but she jumps into a passing FedEx truck. Heartbroken, Ike returns to New York. In the following weeks, Maggie works to discover herself, sampling different egg dishes to determine her true favorite and start selling her lamps in New York City shops. One night, Ike returns to his apartment and finds Maggie there. She says she ran from her previous wedding because the man didn't know who she truly was, partially due to her conforming to their personality and preferences. Oh my god, she's Chizuru. Technically. On a surface level, she's literally Chizuru because she's literally just she's conforming to others' personalities like a rental girlfriend. She ran from Ike because she did not understand herself. Maggie symbolically gives her running shoes to Ike, then proposes using one of his previous speeches. The two marry in a private hillside ceremony, foregoing the big wedding that Maggie never actually wanted. The newlyweds ride away on a horseback as their friends and family celebrate. In the post-credit scene, Maggie and Ike play together in the snow, revealing that their marriage is still strong. And everybody was telling me all of them end terribly. And everybody was telling me they all end terribly. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. Everybody was saying they all end terribly. Here's one that ends wonderfully. Okay? Next. What do we got? Runaway Bride. Romeo and Juliet. That's an obvious one. Forrest Gump. Okay. Hitch repaired the relationship with Sarah. Forrest Gump, Forrest and Jenny married, but she dies due to sickness. So these are all just different. Okay, so there's no commonality. They're all just completely different. They all just have paralleling aspects of Chizuru's character. Chizuru is the runaway bride. She literally runs away from Kazuya at the altar of a church. And that's how Kazuya interprets that moment. But that's not that moment. It's literally an inaccurate representation of Chizuru's character. It's literally like his own interpretation of Chizuru, and it's not accurate. Bridget Jones' Diary. Okay, let's go with that one next. Bridget Jones' Diary. Bridget Jones is 32, single, engagingly imperfect, and worried about her weight. She works as a publicity assistant at a publishing company in London where her main focus is fantasizing about her womanizing boss, Daniel Cleaver. At her parents' New York's party, Bridget is reintroduced to Mark Darcy, a childhood acquaintance and a barster, the son of her parents' friends. Mark finds Bridget foolish and vulgar, while she thinks he is arrogant and rude. I feel like I've seen this. I might have seen this. It seems really familiar. Bridget forms the New York resolution to turn her life around by beginning to keep diaries of chronicles her attempts to quit smoking and drinking, lose weight, and find her Mr. Right. Bridget and Daniel begin to flirt heavily at work ahead of an important book launch, at which Bridget awkwardly introduces speech unintentionally insulting Salmon, blah, 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 adding to her deep embarrassment. Bridget runs into Mark and his sophisticated colleague, Natasha. An abused Daniel rescues Bridget, and the two leave together and start dating. Daniel reveals to Bridget that he and Mark were formerly friends, but their friendship ended when he caught Mark having an affair with his then fiancée. Bridget and Daniel take a mini break weekend together, during which they are attended Bridget's family party, announced that the Vesger tarts costume party. They stay at the country inn where Mark and a disapproving Natasha, who are also staying, watch Bridget and Daniel enjoy themselves, reciting bodily limericks while rowing in a lake. In a moment of passion that night, Bridget declares her love for Daniel, who is evasive. The next morning, Daniel says he must return to London for work, leaving Bridget to attend the costume party alone, dressed as a Playboy bunny. Playboy bunny? Bro, you cannot be serious. Okay. To her dismay, the party theme was changed last minute to normal dress. When Bridget returns to London and drops in on Daniel, she discovers his American colleague, Laura, naked in his flat. Heartbroken, she quits her job, although Daniel urges her to reconsider. She rebuffs him in front of her co-workers who cheer her retort. She searches for a new job and ultimately lands a role in television, where she becomes a local infamous for comically bungling human interest reports to endear her to the public. At the friend's dinner party, Bridget again crosses paths with Mark and Natasha. He privately confesses to Bridget that, despite her faults, he likes her for who she is. Sometime later, he allows Bridget an exclusive TV interview in landmark legal case, which boosts her career and prompts her to see him differently. Bridget tells Mark that she also likes him for who he is, echoing her prior declaration. To her dismay, she learns during the toast that he and Natasha have accepted jobs in New York and are widely expected to become engaged. Interrupting the toast, Bridget awkwardly makes her distress over the news obvious. Bridget's friends rally to repair her broken heart with a surprise trip to Paris, but as they are about to leave, Mark appears to Bridget's flat, declaring the New York trip off. Skipping Paris to stay with Mark, Bridget excuses herself to change in her bedroom. While waiting, Mark reads earlier unflattering opinions of him in her diary, left open on the table, and promptly leaves. Realizing what has happened, Bridget runs after him in the snow, finding him outside in a nearby shop. Bridget apologizes for what she wrote and says it's only a diary. Mark reveals he only left to buy her a new one, which he gives her to make a fresh start, and they kiss. Oh, that's so cute. I kind of want to watch this now. That's so cute. Doesn't that feel like kind of like Kazuya with the phone? Okay, so that one also ends well. That's two. That's two that end well. Okay. When Harry met Sally, Jerry Maguire, As Good as It Gets. You've got Mail, Hitch. Okay, so we already said Hitch. We already talked about Hitch earlier. Hitch repairs his relationship with Sarah. Okay. The Notebook, Noah and Allie don't get together, yet they reunite when they're old and pass together. Okay. When Harry met Sally, they get married. So there's a scene in Rent a Girlfriend every one of the movies. Essentially, yes. As Good as It Gets, the MC ends as a couple. Cool. As Good as It Gets is not a romance, right? Jerry Maguire, two things. One, Jerry and Rod goes from business relationship to more closer relationship. Two, Jerry sees Rod with his wife and he realizes that Dorothy completes him, so he reconciles with her. He fixes a relationship that was broken. So all of these are connections to Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, and yet none of them are intentionally clearly bad or good. It's vague, but all of them reflect an aspect of their characters. You've got Mail, the MC becomes a couple at the end, okay? Amelie found a relationship at the end. Almost a lot of these end well, except for the very last one Kazuya says, La La Land. So the first one and the last one are the most interesting. The first one Kazuya says is Titanic, a sinking ship. The last one Kazuya says is La La Land, I'm always gonna love you. I think those being said specifically to Sumi is intentional. I think those being said specifically to Sumi is very, very intentional. It reflects Sumi herself. It reflects Sumi herself and how Sumi is not seeing the reality, right? How she's literally getting signals of rejection that, like, okay, while there are futures where it could have gone well, it ultimately didn't. And a lot of what you're experiencing is not reality. And you're not seeing the problems that are clearly in front of you considering the references. So I think these are layered and complicated. And there's like parallels to Kazuya and Chizuru, but the first one being Titanic, reflecting a sinking ship for Sumi and Kazuya. And the last one being La La Land, I'm always going to love you. It's literally a goodbye that you have to like let this person go, right? You can care for them and love them, but you have to let them go. Right. So I think that's an interesting element here. The one that starts next time is Dracula, mirroring how Kazuya got Sumi to bleed. Okay. Strange. Reishi didn't mention the apartment. The movie is the fucking goat of romances. The apartment? Who knows? I don't know if the apartment would be like, besides the fact that Kazuya and Chizuru share an apartment, share an apartment complex. I don't know if the apartment would fit, nor did he want to overwhelm us with a lot of films. All of those have very intentional elements to them that I think work well for what he's trying to convey. So, and plus, Reishi might not have seen the apartment or might not have liked it. Who knows? I think with all this love confession lines, we need to find the real one close to Chizuru and Kazuya. They're all the real one. They're all the real one. And they're all the fake ones, too. They're all the real ones, and none of them are this story. All of them get close to this story, but none of them are this story. However, each one of them can inform a different aspect of this narrative, right? Each one of them can inform a different aspect of this narrative in their own unique ways. But none of them reflect the full depth of their respective stories, and I think that's the most important part. So okay, I'm glad we kind of went through these. I really did want to know them. I didn't check every single one. A lot of these I found through Eddie Man, who let me know. I've seen some of these. I haven't seen all of them. I've seen some of these. I do think a lot of this is very relevant. But we'll see. Okay, so people are commenting. What's wrong? What do you people need from me? It's called being... He's back to his old habit of jerking off. That's called being normal, weirdos. Bro, it's called normal. Have you ever thought if those two were already dealing with separating Mizuho and Kazuya? No. I still don't read it that way. Dude beats his meat. Man, he's back to his old habits. The chapter literally tells you he never stopped. The chapter literally tells you he never stopped. Umi will move Kazuya and Ruka will move Chizuru. Since this will probably be the end of volume 38, where Sumi likely graces the cover, it may be a good setup to return to square one. See, I don't know if Umi will... Something feels weird here. I've crossed oceans of time to meet you. Oh yeah, the Dracula one. Oceans of time. Time travel. Bleeding. Sumi has a parallel with Umi. Jesus. Oceans of time to meet you. And that line is not positive. I remember Jojo Maniacal mentioning how that line was not a positive line. considering the context of the scene, right? The context of that scene, it was not a positive line. There's like this enthrallment. There's like this problem. Because Kazuya made Sumi bleed here. And then he sees this line. Time travel, oceans. What else do we got? That's just the supernatural stuff. Time travel, oceans, dreams, the moon. How weird. Right. Umi is in the business of selling people dreams. That's kind of an important element. Umi is in the business of selling people dreams. Right? He's an actor. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Very weird. I'm glad we're finding parallels, mind you. I'm glad we're finding more parallels. But it is leaving me a little concerned. You know, it's leaving me a little concerned. There's things I feel like I'm not seeing. I feel like I'm not fully like, yes, last chapter I pieced together that the last chapter's theme is trying to find order in a world of chaos. This chapter has this idea of destroying love through debauchery, right? Through the addiction and how we kind of lose who we are. Okay. But I still don't quite understand this cover page. Kazuya is walking away from nature. Fair enough. He's not walking towards anything. He's looking at a book guiding him how to walk and how to move. Right? He's not walking forward confidently. He's walking forward looking at something. Why this? Why is this the cover page? Right? What it's called impulse. Is this Kazuya's impulse to read this book while walking? He's walking in the opposite direction of everyone else. The arrow is pointing behind Kazuya and he's going forward. Yeah, it's like he's going in the wrong direction. But I don't know. I feel like there's a little more to it. There's the bikes. There's the trees. The driving manual book, zoom in, you'll see. It is? Oh, I know a better way to check. We'll go to this one. Master of the... of your... Master of... I can't tell. I can't read it. Master of you? Oh, driving. Master driving. Okay, master of blank driving. Okay. So he's looking at a driving manual and going in the opposite direction. Okay, that's kind of interesting. He's looking at a driving manual and going in the opposite direction of the road. He's looking at a driving manual as he walks. Maybe Kazuya could get into like a crash like love affair. And he just gets hurt. But that's not even like a guaranteed reference. We don't even know if that's like a true reference. He is lost. He lost his way. But what does the text say again? There was text here that read something. Right, so let me double check what Crumpy said the text read. Crumpy said the text read a very particular thing. Let me double check. Crumpy says, the text for the opening page reads, so this page, it reads, heading towards a destination that's mine alone, carrying on as usual. Heading towards a destination that's mine alone, carrying on as usual. Oh, he's not like everyone else. It's not, no. It's not that he's, so the visual indicator here is meant to convey that Kazuya is going a path completely different from everyone else. And it's a path all his own. It very much reflects his personal hero's journey. It very much reflects his personal hero's journey. That this is a path only he could take. This is a chapter only for him. And no one else. No one could understand this. No one could feel what he's feeling. Okay, I think I get it. This is a chapter about Kazuya's chosen destination, right? This is about Kazuya's chosen path. No one else can walk this path. This is about Kazuya's chosen path. And this is about him learning this path and seeing it for what it is, right? Nobody else is walking this path. Everyone else is going a completely different path. This perfectly reflects the issue in this chapter. Nobody's going to do nobody else is doing what he's doing. You know, nobody else is doing what he's doing. It reflects the, what's the word I'm trying to say here? One, it reflects Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, right? Despite everything he has endured, other people would give up. He doesn't give up, right? He keeps going, right? He has been through things other people would give up, right? Other less resilient people would have given up a long time ago, you know, but he keeps going. He doesn't stop. He just keeps going. It's kind of very much like the definition of a hero, right? In its own twisted way, it's the definition of a hero, right? A hero literally does not stop. A hero literally does not stop. They keep fucking going, right? They have resilience. They don't stop. They just keep going, right? It's ironically, I was talking about Final Fantasy XIV. That's literally the whole idea in Final Fantasy XIV when you get to Shadowbringers, which is what I was referring to earlier. Whereas other people who endured like even a fraction of the pain you did in 14 would have given up by that point. You fucking kept going. And the reason you were able to keep going was because of your connection to others. Kazuya, in contrast, keeps going in a path nobody would understand because of his feelings that are more of a shackle now than they are a positive thing. Struggle makes the man. Chizuru is right. He needs to feel despair in order to evolve. Chizuru never said that. I don't think Chizuru ever said that. Yeah, I mean, the struggle makes the man. That's not necessarily wrong, but Chizuru never said the despair part. No, I think there's a little more to this that I haven't pieced together, but okay. Last chapter is about finding order in a world of chaos. Thus, you're literally trying to find a way forward, right? You're trying to find a path moving forward. This chapter, it acts as a continuation of last chapter, whereas last chapter is finding order in a world of chaos and learning how to navigate the chaos. This chapter is kind of the continuation of that. It's like you're set on that path regardless of what may await. this is kind of the idea of this chapter. You're set on your path regardless of what may await. And isn't that literally kind of what Kazuya does? He is literally set on beating the meat. He is literally set on beating the meat, right? He was convincing himself to do it, and he ultimately committed to do it. Nobody else was going this direction, right? Nobody else in the story was going this direction. It was only him, and he was fully committed to this path, right? He literally convinced himself of this path, and even if he didn't like what was at the end of this path, he was going to keep going, right? A part of him kind of knew that the end of this path he would not like, and he just kind of kept going, right? So this is the end. This is the culmination of this path that Kazuya stuck to. He stuck to this path, and this is where it resulted. So that's kind of the idea, it seems like to me. And also, this is the consequence of this path, right? So Kazuya chose this path in this chapter, and now we reach the consequences of this path. The path that he is unwilling to change from. Now we have reached the consequences of this path. So as he said, heading towards a destination that's mine alone, carrying on as usual. While he carries on as usual, things in the background begin to shift, right? So while this chapter seems to stick to its guns, commit to this destination, the end subverts that expectation, right? The end subverts that idea of the commitment to the destination, but in its own way. Whereas Kazuya is facing the wall and facing away, and he's on his own in his room. Look at this. In the very end, Ruka and Umi are facing each other. Right? So whereas Kazuya faces the wall and looks at his phone alone, Umi is outside facing Ruka. Right? Umi is going to meet Ruka. Whereas the thing Kazuya should have did, Umi is now doing. Right? The thing Kazuya should have did, Umi is now doing. And Kazuya being so committed to this path that no one else is taking, and as he's carrying on as usual, things are changing in the background, right? Whereas Kazuya has this internal stagnation / change that occurred where he loses himself more and more, here these two characters meet, right? So whereas Kazuya looks at people having sexual relations on his phone, he's seeing connection instead of actually experiencing connection. Ruka, in contrast, meets Umi. Umi does the one thing Kazuya has not done this entire time. Go and speak to Ruka. However, you can't let other people do the thing you should do for you. And this is what resulted in this problem, right? If Kazuya had dealt with Ruka sooner, this may have never happened. Your chosen path might not be what you think it is. Okay. Struggling. Okay. Kazuya was normalizing a pain until now. Now he's disassociating. He's no longer in his mind and his body. Yeah. The wave is about to crash onto him, and he didn't look. I guess technically it looks like a wave in the back. I guess it technically looks like a wave that's like showing up, and he's not looking. Yeah, I can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. He's so set in his path, he doesn't see the wave coming. Yeah, that's another way to see it. So, here, two feelings of love held by two people who happened to meet. Happened to meet matches that word of love affair, a chance meeting. Okay. What outcome will they bring about? Next time is two enemies in a boat. Bitter enemies in the same boat. Rivals finding themselves together by chance. Strange bedfellows. So I think it's really important that Reiji is highlighting that they're enemies. They're not friends. Ruka is not Umi's friend. They're enemies. They're not friends. And I think that's an intentional highlighting thing. That everybody thinks they're going to pair up. But the story's actively being like, no, they're enemies. And Ruka is clearly not as relaxed as Umi. Umi seems relaxed. Kazuya does. Umi seems relaxed. Ruka seems tense. They're polar opposites. Ruka is in light. Umi is in shadow. They are literally polar opposites, right? He is in many ways Ruka's dark shadow. Okay, so they're literally polar opposites. Darkness and shadow colliding. Okay. Stream for 8 hours. I made it. Oh, fuck me. Woof. I wanted to make it to 8 hours, dude. I said I would stream for 8 hours, and I made it to 8 fucking hours. Oh boy. I am cooked. So I'm gonna call it for now. We'll continue tomorrow with the anime. So tomorrow we're gonna start with the anime, and then afterwards I will probably talk more about the chapter. Congrats. Thanks, I guess. Thanks, I guess. Oof. I'm a little cooked. Nice job. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. So lots to come. Really not too sure. The fact that they're specifically called enemies in the same boat, they're not friends. They're like, I think it's very important that they're not friends. You know, they're enemies. And I think that's an important thing Reiji's trying to make a distinction for in this chapter. Okay. See you later, gang. Thanks for today. Been a while since we're here live, so it was extra nice. Yeah. Well, welcome back, I guess. We'll stream again tomorrow. Not sure how long tomorrow is gonna be. We'll see. I don't know how long tomorrow is gonna be, but we will see. Wait. I'm waiting. Why am I waiting? Why am I waiting? Someone wants me to wait. What is it, light? I am waiting. I guess we can read the 77 comments. Did it change? Probably more now. Come on. 165. That escalated quickly. Yeah. And also the one last thing, like I've said this a few times already. The problem with how this chapter is being depicted is that people are looking for perfect victims. Kazuya is not a perfect victim. It's messy, dude. He is a victim, and he's still beating his meat to his fucking abuser. That's real. That's messy. That's uncomfortable. That is a real fucking thing. Okay? So thank you, Goku. I just saw that. Thank you. Okay, nice stream. Thank you. That's really nice. Yeah, so that's a real fucking thing, and I think people are not really talking about that. It's kind of sad that people aren't really talking about that. That what Kazuya is experiencing, your reward for 8-hour stream. Thanks. Yeah, people aren't really talking about that. That like Kazuya is a victim and is not morally pure, and that's fine. Victims are not morally pure characters. They're messy. It's uncomfortable. It's weird. Like that's just the nature of being a victim. Like the very nature of what you're experiencing is wrong. So why the fuck would your experience as a victim be morally correct or good? Of course it wouldn't be morally correct, it's good. The very experience you're going through is morally wrong and fucked up. Like they're literally not associated. It makes no fucking sense. Let's see here. So the sight of Umi instantly makes me upset because every time he gets on screen time, he's always up to something. And now he's talking to Ruka, trying to get information out of her. We don't even know why he's here. Oh boy, you gonna ask Ruka to have about a relationship with Kazuya? I think Umi is gonna tell Ruka about everything with Kazuya and Chizuru living together to date, etc. Potential drama. She really is the final boss, unstoppable, persistent. The opposite stance from Chizuru regarding love and cute enough. This proves just how strong Kazuya's love for Chizuru is, even after all the dreaming about Ruka. I was imagining Chizuru and her family. Okay. Continuation of chapter 16, except now Ruka and the censorship sucks both ways. What do you guys think about Umi and Ruka-chan? Has he not given up yet? Do everybody favor and completely back off? Oh, he's saying Umi. I know he already said he was moving on, but I don't trust him from the start. Even after all that, Kazuya cannot forget about Chizuru, so I like the thought there's nothing Ruka can do that can make him get Chizuru. However, the fact that Umi's calling Ruka out to chat is suspicious, although I don't think he will cause any trouble for the main cast at all. So this seems like a big changing point, so I don't know about that, buddy. Sorry, I just wanted to binge through those really quick. I hate stopping when I don't feel like I understand something. This is one of the things I've always hated about ending streams like this. I hate ending a stream when I feel like I don't understand something. Like I feel like there's more to understand. I feel like there's more to explore. And I don't have enough to, and I have to wait. I hate waiting. I despise waiting. You guys don't know how much I fucking like have to go through to wait for all these chapters. I need more. I'm addicted. Luckily, I have like a healthy relationship with this story, so I can actually distance myself. I'm not like, I don't like it, but I know how to. I have a healthy relationship with myself, so I know how to distance myself. I just want to say that I didn't know how to feel about this chapter at first, but you've made some great points about the depth of Kazuya's character, the dreamer, and the messiness of the situation. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if I can keep another promise to myself today. Let's see if I can keep another promise to myself today. No guarantees, but, you know, for now, I'm going to go work out and exercise. I got to go do that, and then I'll relax and then see if I can do something else. Okay, gang. I'll see you later. Have a good day, night, wherever you are. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to react to the anime episode, and then we might discuss the chapter a little bit more. Let's see if I'll write something too. Not sure if I will, but we'll see. Bye-bye. See you guys later. Thank you for tuning in. I hope this was fun.